across Africa walk into classrooms. They sit in neat rows, just like children did 100 years ago. They learn foreign languages, recite poems from distant lands, and study histories written by people who never set foot on their ancestral soil. It's a familiar scene, a routine so ingrained that we rarely stop to think about it. But have you ever asked yourself a simple question? Who designed this system, and why, decades after independence, are so many African nations still using it? This is the story of the education system colonialism built, and the hidden ways it continues to shape the African mind today. To understand this, we have to go back in time. Before European powers carved up the continent, Africa had its own diverse systems of education. Knowledge was passed down through apprenticeships, storytelling, and community-based learning. Young people learned practical skills like farming, metalworking, and medicine. They learned their history through epic poems and their values through community rituals. It was an education for life, deeply connected to culture, environment, and society. But when the colonizers arrived, they saw this not as education, but as savagery. They had a different goal in mind. The colonial powers Britain, France, Portugal, Belgium, didn't build schools out of the goodness of their hearts. Their primary objective was to create a workforce that could serve the colonial administration. They needed clerks, low-level administrators, interpreters, and foremen. They didn't need critical thinkers, innovators, or leaders who could challenge their rule. So they designed an education system with a very specific purpose: to create a compliant, subordinate class of Africans. The curriculum was imported wholesale from Europe. African children were taught that their own cultures were primitive, and that progress and civilization came only from the West. They learned about European kings and queens, but not about the great African empires of Mali, Songhai, or Great Zimbabwe. They were taught in English, French, or Portuguese, often being punished for speaking their native languages in the schoolyard. This created a deep sense of cultural inferiority. The method of teaching was rote memorization. Students were expected to repeat facts and figures without questioning them. Critical thinking was actively discouraged because a questioning mind is a rebellious mind. The goal was to produce people who could follow orders, not people who could give them. This system created a small, educated elite who were disconnected from their own people and culture. They had absorbed the colonial mindset and often saw themselves as superior to their uneducated peers, creating deep social divisions that persist to this day. Education became a tool not for liberation, but for control. So when African nations gained independence, they inherited this system, a system designed to serve a master who is now gone. But dismantling it wasn't easy. The newly independent governments were faced with enormous challenges. They needed to build nations from scratch, and the colonial education model was the only one they knew. It was the framework left behind, and building a new one from the ground up required resources, time, and a radical reimagining of what education should be. So, in many places, the old structure remained. Textbooks were updated, and national histories were added. But the core methodology, the rote learning, the focus on exams, the emphasis on foreign languages over local ones often stayed the same. The consequences are still with us today. Many education systems in Africa still prioritize academic subjects over vocational and technical skills, leading to high unemployment among graduates who lack practical abilities. There's a brain drain, where the brightest minds, educated in a Western-style system, often leave the continent to seek opportunities in Europe or America. Most importantly, the system can still subtly promote a mindset of dependency, where solutions to African problems are sought from the outside rather than from within. It can stifle the creativity, innovation, and self-confidence needed to build truly prosperous and self-sufficient societies. But the story isn't over. A change is happening. Across the continent, educators, innovators, and policymakers are challenging this colonial legacy. They are creating curricula that celebrate African history, languages, and cultures. They are pioneering new teaching methods that encourage critical thinking, problem-solving, and entrepreneurship. They are integrating indigenous knowledge systems with modern science, from coding boot camps in Nairobi to Afrocentric schools in Accra. A quiet revolution is underway. It's a movement to decolonize the African mind and reclaim education as a tool for genuine liberation and empowerment. The journey is long and difficult, but it's a necessary one, because the future of Africa depends on an education system that is designed by Africans, for Africans. History is not just something you find in dusty books on a library shelf. It's alive. It pulses in the rhythm of a drum. It whispers in the stories passed from an elder to a child, and it's carried in the vast knowledge passed down through generations, all without a single drop of ink or a single sheet of paper. Imagine a world where your classroom isn't a room with four walls, but the entire world around you. This was the reality for countless societies across Africa long before colonial ships ever appeared on the horizon. The continent was a vibrant, sprawling landscape of knowledge, where education wasn't an institution, but an integral part of life itself. It wasn't about sitting in neat rows of desks or being dictated by the ringing of a bell. It was woven into the very fabric of society. Learning wasn't a separate activity you did for a few hours a day. Learning was living. So, how did this work? How did entire civilizations thrive, innovate, and pass on complex information without the written systems we rely on today? The answer lies in the profound power of oral tradition. This wasn't just simple storytelling. It was a sophisticated, multi-layered system for preserving history, laws, science, art, and philosophy. Let's start with the griots of West Africa. These weren't just entertainers or storytellers. They were living libraries, walking archives. A griot Yali held the lineage of entire kingdoms, the details of great battles, and the intricate webs of family relationships, all within their memory. Their training would begin in childhood, a rigorous apprenticeship where they would learn thousands of stories, poems, and songs, each one a piece of a much larger historical puzzle. They used instruments like the kora, a 21-string lute bridge harp, not just for melody, but as a mnemonic device, with each note and rhythm helping to recall specific facts and narratives. When a griot performed, they weren't just singing a song, they were reciting the Constitution, the history textbook, and the cultural encyclopedia of their people. They were the glue that held society's memory together. But education wasn't limited to a specialized class. For the average person, learning was practical and communal. A child in a farming community learned botany not from a textbook, but by walking the fields with their parents, learning to identify which plants were medicinal, which were edible, and which were toxic. They learned meteorology by observing the patterns of the wind, the behavior of animals, and the shapes of the clouds, knowledge crucial for a successful harvest. This was science in its purest, most applied form. Similarly, a young person learning a craft, like blacksmithing or weaving, would enter a long-term apprenticeship. This wasn't just about technical skill. A master blacksmith, for example, would teach their apprentice not only how to forge metal, but also the spiritual and cultural significance of their work. They learned the rituals to be performed, the stories associated with the tools, and their role and responsibility within the community. The forge was their laboratory, and the master's guidance was their curriculum. The intricate patterns in kente cloth, for instance, are not just beautiful designs. Each pattern has a name and tells a story, representing proverbs, historical events, or social values. To learn to weave was to learn to speak a visual language. Mathematics was also deeply embedded in everyday life. Take the fractals found in African art, architecture, and even village layouts. From the circular design of krolls in southern Africa to the patterns on textiles, you can see complex geometric principles at play. These weren't necessarily written down as formulas, but they were understood and replicated with incredible precision, passed down through generations of builders and artists. Games like Mancala, played across the continent with countless variations, are more than just a pastime. They are exercises in strategic thinking, arithmetic, and probability, teaching valuable cognitive skills in a playful, engaging way. And what about philosophy and ethics? This was taught through proverbs, riddles, and dilemmas posed during community gatherings around the fire. An elder might share a proverb like, "A single bracelet does not jingle." This simple phrase sparks a conversation about the importance of community, cooperation, and the idea that we are stronger together than we are alone. It's a lesson in sociology and ethics, delivered not as a lecture, but as a piece of shared wisdom to be contemplated and discussed. These weren't abstract philosophical debates. They were practical guides to living a virtuous and harmonious life within the community. They go wasn't just to know things, but to become a good person, a responsible member of the tribe, a well-rounded individual. This system of education was holistic. It didn't separate the intellectual from the spiritual, the practical from the artistic, or the individual from the community. A person's education was designed to develop them fully mind, body, and spirit. It fostered deep respect for elders, who were seen as the precious keepers of wisdom. It cultivated a strong sense of community identity and belonging, and it was remarkably adaptable, capable of incorporating new information and experiences into its existing framework. When we look back, it's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that history only began when it was written down. But the African continent proves that this is a narrow view. Knowledge, culture, and history flourished for millennia through these powerful oral and experiential systems. The rhythm of the drum was the beat of a living history lesson. The storyteller's voice was the sound of a library opening its doors, and the world itself was the ultimate classroom. Understanding this rich educational heritage is crucial. It challenges our own definitions of what it means to be educated, and reminds us that wisdom can be found in many forms. It's a testament to the incredible ingenuity and intellectual depth of pre-colonial African societies. Their legacy isn't just a relic of the past. It's a powerful reminder that some of the most profound lessons are learned, not in silence and solitude, but in community, in practice, and in life itself. Have you ever wondered what education would look like if it wasn't just about getting a job? What if its main goal wasn't to create employees, but to create whole, well-rounded human beings? Today, we're journeying back in time and across continents to explore the rich, profound world of traditional African educational system designed not for the factory or the office, but for life itself. Before the widespread introduction of Western-style classrooms, many African societies had deeply embedded educational philosophies that were holistic, practical, and profoundly wise. The ultimate aim was to cultivate individuals who were not just knowledgeable, but also responsible, resourceful, and deeply connected to their community and their environment. It was about shaping character, fostering wisdom, and learning the very art of living. So, how did this work? Forget textbooks and standardized tests. Learning was an immersive, lifelong process woven into the very fabric of daily life. The community was the classroom, and everyone was a teacher. Young people learned through a powerful combination of methods that engaged all their senses and faculties. One of the most fundamental ways of learning was through observation and participation. From a very young age, children were not separated from the world of adults. They were present, watching, listening, and gradually taking on small responsibilities. A young boy might accompany his father and other men to go hunting or fishing. He wouldn't just be a passive observer. He'd learn to read animal tracks, understand weather patterns, identify edible plants, and master the patience required for a successful hunt. He was learning biology, ecology, and survival skills all at once, not from a book, but from direct experience. Similarly, a young girl would learn from her mother, aunts, and grandmothers. She'd help in the fields, learning the rhythms of planting and harvesting, understanding the soil and the seasons. She'd be in the kitchen, learning about nutrition, herbal remedies, and the complex chemistry of cooking. This wasn't just domestic work. It was a comprehensive education in agriculture, botany, and health sciences. Apprenticeship was another cornerstone of this educational model. If a child showed a particular talent for, say, ironworking, pottery, or music, they would be apprenticed to a master craftsman in the community. This was an intense, hands-on education. The apprentice would start with the simplest tasks, fetching materials, tending the fire, and over years would gradually master the intricate skills of the trade. But they were learning more than just technique. A blacksmith's apprentice learned about metallurgy and physics, but also about the spiritual significance of iron and their role as a vital contributor to the community's tools and defense. Let's take a more specific example. Herding cattle. On the surface, it might seem like a simple task, but for a young person in a pastoralist society, it was a university-level course in itself. They had to learn economics, how to manage the herd as a source of wealth, trade, and social status. They learned ecology, understanding grazing patterns, water sources, and the delicate balance of the ecosystem. They learned veterinary science, recognizing signs of disease and knowing how to care for their animals. And above all, they learned responsibility. The well-being of their family and community depended on their diligence and judgment. or consider the art of weaving textiles. A girl learning to weave was engaged in a highly intellectual and creative process. She was mastering mathematics as she calculated patterns, counts, and measurements. She was learning design, color, theory, and aesthetics. And crucially, she was learning a visual language. In many cultures, the patterns and symbols woven into a cloth told stories, conveyed proverbs, or identified a person's lineage and social standing. It was history, literature, and identity, all woven into a single piece of fabric. Education was everywhere, in every action. But traditional African education wasn't just about practical skills. It was deeply philosophical. Storytelling was a vital educational tool. In the evenings, families and communities would gather, and elders would share myths, legends, and historical accounts. These weren't just for entertainment. These stories were vehicles for transmitting values, ethics, and a collective worldview. Through the tales of clever tortoises, brave warriors, and wise kings, children learned about morality, justice, and the consequences of their actions. They learned their history, their place in the world, and the core beliefs that held their society together. Rituals and ceremonies also played a huge educational role. Rites of passage, for instance, were intense, transformative learning experiences. These ceremonies, which marked the transition from childhood to adulthood, were often a period of seclusion, where young people were taught the secret knowledge, laws, and responsibilities of adults. It was a formal, structured part of their education that prepared them for their new roles in the community, instilling in them a sense of identity, belonging, and purpose. This brings us to one of the most important concepts: wisdom. In these societies, knowledge wasn't just about accumulating facts. Information was useless unless it was coupled with understanding and the ability to apply it for the good of the community. The ultimate goal was to become a wise person, someone with good judgment, deep insight, and a strong moral compass. Elders were revered not just because they were old, but because they were seen as libraries of lived experience and wisdom. They were the ultimate guides, the counselors, and the keepers of the culture's philosophical heart. Their role was to teach not just how to make a living, but how to live a meaningful life. So what can we learn from all this today? In a world increasingly focused on specialization and standardized testing, the traditional African model offers a powerful reminder of what education can and perhaps should be. It reminds us of the importance of holistic learning, of connecting the head, the hands, and the heart. It highlights the value of community, of intergenerational learning, and of our connection to the natural world. It challenges us to think beyond the classroom and see learning opportunities all around us. It asks us to consider whether our current systems are truly preparing our children for the complexities of life, or just for the demands of the job market. Are we teaching them how to be good employees, or how to be good human beings? The philosophy of traditional African education wasn't about creating cogs in a machine. It was about nurturing complete individuals, people who were skilled, resourceful, community-minded, and wise. It was a system that understood that the true measure of education is not what you know, but who you become. When you think of the world's great centers of learning in the 12th century, where does your mind go? Maybe Paris, Bologna, or Oxford in Europe. Perhaps the great cities of the Islamic Golden Age, like Baghdad or But what if I told you that one of the most vibrant, bustling intellectual hubs on the entire planet was located deep in West Africa, on the edge of the Sahara Desert? Today, we're traveling back in time to the legendary city of Timbuktu, the intellectual heart of a continent. Forget the modern image of Timbuktu as a remote, dusty outpost. In the 12th century, and 4 centuries after, this city was a beacon of knowledge, a cosmopolitan metropolis teeming with scholars, students, and scribes. Its fame wasn't just built on the gold and salt that flowed through its markets. It was built on books. Timbuktu was a city where knowledge was the most precious commodity of all. So how did this happen? Location was key. Timbuktu sits at a strategic crossroads, where the vast Sahara Desert meets the fertile Niger River Valley. This made it a natural nexus for the trans-Saharan trade routes. Caravans of camels, sometimes thousands strong, arrived laden with salt from the north and left carrying gold, ivory, and other goods from the south. But they carried something else, too. Ideas, and most importantly, as wealth poured into the city, Its rulers and merchants became patrons of learning. They funded the construction of mosques, schools, and libraries. The most famous of these was the Sankha Mosque, which evolved into the renowned University of Sankha. But this wasn't a university in the way we might picture one today, with a single, centralized campus. Instead, Sankha was the heart of a network of dozens, even hundreds, of smaller, independent schools, each run by a single master scholar, or imam. Imagine walking through the sandy streets of 12th century Timbuktu. You'd hear a symphony of languages: Songhai, Tuareg, Arabic, Fulani. You'd see students gathered in the courtyards of mosques or in the private homes of their teachers, deep in discussion. These weren't just a handful of local students. They came from all over Africa and the Middle East, from Fez in Morocco to Cairo in Egypt, and from across the Sudanic empires. At its peak, it's estimated that Timbuktu hosted around 25,000 students, which was a staggering quarter of the city's entire population. Think about that for a moment. 1 in every 4 people you met in Timbuktu could have been a student dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. This was a true university city. And what were they studying? The curriculum was incredibly broad and sophisticated. Of course, Islamic theology and law were central, as Timbuktu was a major center for the study of the Quran and the Hadith. But the learning went far beyond theology. Timbuktu's scholars were pioneers in a vast range of secular subjects. Let's talk about science. In astronomy, they weren't just gazing at the stars. They were creating detailed astronomical charts, calculating the movements of planets, and predicting eclipses with remarkable accuracy. These weren't abstract exercises. This knowledge was practical. It was used for navigation across the featureless desert, for determining the precise times for prayer, and for creating calendars. They had observatories and sophisticated instruments that rivaled those found anywhere else in the world at the time. Then there was medicine. The medical texts found in Timbuktu detail advanced knowledge of surgery, pharmacology, and public health. They describe complex surgical procedures, including cataract surgery. They contain vast catalogs of medicinal plants and their uses, effectively forming an extensive pharmacopoeia. Doctors in Timbuktu understood concepts like quarantine to prevent the spread of disease, and the importance of diet and hygiene for maintaining health. This was practical, life-saving knowledge being taught and refined hundreds of years before similar ideas took firm hold in many parts of Europe. Mathematics was another key area of study. Scholars in Timbuktu worked with complex algebra, geometry, and trigonometry. This wasn't just for intellectual sport. Mathematics was essential for business, for calculating inheritance according to Islamic law, and for architectural design and land surveying. They were engaging with the works of Greek mathematicians like Euclid, and building upon the foundations laid by the great minds of the Islamic world. And the intellectual inquiry didn't stop there. Philosophy, ethics, history, geography, and even poetry and art were all part of the vibrant academic tapestry of the city. Scholars debated the works of Aristotle and Plato, wrote sweeping histories of their empires, and penned beautiful poetry in Arabic. They were part of a global conversation, reading texts from Baghdad and Andalusia, and adding their own unique perspectives and discoveries. The heart of this entire ecosystem was the book. Timbuktu was, above all, a city of libraries. While Europe was still in an age where books were rare and precious items, chained to desks in monasteries, Timbuktu had a thriving book trade. Scribes were highly respected professionals, and the city was home to numerous scriptoriums where manuscripts were painstakingly copied by hand. It's said that the book trade was the most profitable business in the city. Wealthy families and individual scholars amassed huge private libraries. We're not talking about a few shelves of books. We're talking about collections numbering in the tens of thousands. Collectively, it's estimated that the libraries of Timbuktu held hundreds of thousands of manuscripts. Some estimates go as high as 700,000. This is an absolutely mind-boggling number for the pre-printing press era. These libraries were the archives of a continent, a repository of centuries of African and Islamic wisdom. Each manuscript was a work of art. The calligraphy was exquisite, often illuminated with gold leaf and intricate geometric patterns. The leather bindings were crafted with incredible skill. These were objects of beauty, but more importantly, they were vessels of knowledge, passed down from teacher to student, generation after generation. So, why don't we hear more about this incredible chapter of world history? The story of Timbuktu is also a story of vulnerability. Its location, once its greatest strength, eventually became a weakness. Political instability and shifting trade routes led to a gradual decline. In the late 16th century, an invasion from Morocco dealt a devastating blow. The invaders targeted the city's intellectual class, exiling or killing many of its top scholars and looting its libraries. It was a catastrophic brain drain from which the city never fully recovered. Yet, the legacy did not die. In the face of this destruction, a heroic effort began. Families secretly hid their precious manuscripts, burying them in the desert sand, sealing them in chests, or walling them up in their homes. For centuries, these intellectual treasures were protected in secret, passed down through generations who understood their immense value. It's only in recent decades that these manuscripts have begun to be rediscovered, collected, and preserved, revealing the true depth and breadth of Timbuktu's intellectual golden age. Today, organizations like the Mama Hidara Commemorative Library and the Ahmad Baba Institute are working tirelessly to save these fragile documents from the ravages of time and climate. It's a race against the clock to digitize and study this incredible heritage before it's lost forever. The story of 12th century Timbuktu completely appends our traditional narrative of history. It shows us that centers of great learning and scientific inquiry can and did flourish outside of Europe and the Middle East. It reminds us that Africa has a deep, rich intellectual history that is as profound and important as any other. Timbuktu was not just a city of gold, it was a city of light, a city of knowledge, whose legacy continues to inspire and astonish us today. When we talk about centers of learning and history, what comes to mind? Maybe Oxford, or Bologna, or ancient Athens. But what about Timbuktu? For centuries, this city in modern-day Mali was a shining beacon of intellectual life, a place where scholars gathered, debated, and produced a vast body of written work. The libraries at Timbuktu, filled with manuscripts on astronomy, mathematics, law, and medicine, are a powerful testament to a vibrant African scholarly tradition. We often hear about Timbuktu, and rightly so. It was a hub of knowledge that drew academics from across the Islamic world and beyond. But here's the thing. Timbuktu was not an isolated miracle. It was part of a much larger, much older, and incredibly diverse tapestry of intellectual history woven across the African continent. Today, we're going to pull back the curtain and explore some of these other incredible knowledge systems that flourished long before European classrooms ever came into the picture. Let's travel east, across the Sahara and the Sahel, to the highlands of Ethiopia. Here, for over 1,000 years, a unique intellectual tradition was nurtured within the walls of Ethiopian Orthodox church schools. These weren't just places for religious instruction. They were comprehensive institutions of higher learning. Students would embark on a rigorous educational journey that could last for decades, progressing through different houses of learning. They started with the House of Chant, mastering the intricate liturgical music and poetry that are central to the church's tradition. Then they moved to the House of Scripture, diving deep into biblical studies and theological interpretation. The final stage was the House of Books, where they engaged with advanced philosophy, literature, and the complex poetic form known as Keen. Scholars trained in this system became masters of rhetoric, logic, and literary analysis. They composed their own original philosophical works and poetry, all written in the ancient Ge'ez script. This tradition created a class of intellectuals who were theologians, poets, historians, and philosophers, all rolled into one. It was a system that valued deep reflection, memorization, and creative expression, preserving and expanding a distinct body of knowledge for centuries. Now, let's journey even further back in time and south along the Nile, to a civilization that needs no introduction. Ancient Egypt. We often marvel at the pyramids, the temples, and the art of the pharaohs. But behind these monumental achievements was an equally monumental intellectual infrastructure. Thousands of years before Timbuktu or the universities of Europe, institutions of learning flourished in Egypt. The Parank, or House of Life, was a key institution. Part library, part scriptorium, part university. The House of Life was where scribes were trained, sacred texts were copied and preserved, and knowledge in fields like medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and architecture was developed and taught. The Egyptians were meticulous record keepers. They developed advanced mathematics to engineer their incredible structures, a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos to create their calendars, and a medical system so advanced that its texts, like the Edwin Smith Papyrus, show a surprisingly rational and scientific approach to diagnosing and treating injuries. This wasn't just practical know-how. It was a systematic pursuit of knowledge, a desire to understand the world and the human place within it, all recorded and passed down through generations using one of the world's earliest and most beautiful writing systems. Hieroglyphs. The intellectual legacy of ancient Egypt didn't just stay within its borders. It flowed outwards, influencing later civilizations in Africa, the Middle East, and even Europe. But Africa's intellectual heritage isn't confined to written texts and formal academies. Let's travel south to the regions that now make up countries like Zimbabwe, Zambia, and South Africa. Here, we find evidence of highly advanced knowledge systems that supported complex societies, impressive architecture, and sophisticated industries. The most stunning example is, without a doubt, Great Zimbabwe. This massive stone city, built between the 11th and 15th centuries, was the capital of a powerful kingdom. Its walls, built from millions of granite blocks, stand up to 11 meters high and were constructed without a single drop of mortars. Think about the knowledge required to achieve that. It demanded a deep understanding of engineering, geometry, and material science. The builders had to know how to select the right stones, how to shape them, and how to stack them in intricate patterns to create stable, enduring structures. This wasn't accidental. It was the product of a sophisticated system of architectural knowledge passed down through generations. The society that built Great Zimbabwe also mastered complex social and economic organization. They managed long-distance trade routes, connecting the interior of Africa to the Swahili coast and, through it, to the Indian Ocean world. They had sophisticated systems for managing cattle wealth, a cornerstone of their economy. This was all based on a deep-rooted understanding of their environment, social dynamics, and economic principles. This knowledge wasn't just in architecture. Across southern Africa, we see evidence of advanced metallurgy. For centuries before the arrival of Europeans, people were mining, smelting, and forging metals like iron and copper. This was not a simple process. It required a scientific understanding of geology to locate the ores, chemistry to manage the smelting process at incredibly high temperatures in custom-built furnaces, and engineering to forge the metal into tools, weapons, and jewelry. This knowledge was often held by specialized guilds and passed down through apprenticeships, a hands-on educational system just as valid and rigorous as any text-based one. Similarly, agricultural practices were finely tuned to the specific environments. Farmers developed techniques for terracing, irrigation, and crop rotation based on generations of observation and experimentation. They cultivated a diverse range of indigenous crops, ensuring food security and resilience. This is what we mean by a knowledge system, an entire framework of understanding the world's scientific, social, spiritual, and practical that allows a society to thrive. This knowledge wasn't written in books, but it was encoded in practices, in oral traditions, and the very landscape itself. It was a living library, constantly being updated and passed on. So what does all of this tell us? It shows that the history of ideas, of science, of philosophy, is a global story. And Africa has always been a central character, from the philosophical debates in Ethiopian monasteries to the astronomical calculations in Egyptian houses of life. From the architectural genius of Great Zimbabwe to the metallurgical science of the Note culture in West Africa, the continent has been a cradle of innovation and intellectual inquiry. The crucial point is that these traditions were indigenous. They grew from African soil, shaped by African experiences, and designed to answer African questions. They were not imported from Europe or anywhere else. They represent a deep, diverse, and powerful intellectual heritage that has shaped the continent and the world in ways we are only just beginning to fully appreciate. Recognizing this history is not about diminishing the achievements of other cultures. It's about giving African intellectual traditions their rightful place on the world stage. It's about completing the story of human knowledge. So next time you think about the great centers of learning, remember to add Timbuktu, and Axum, and Thebes, and Great Zimbabwe to that list. The history is there, waiting to be explored. Ever heard the saying, "It takes a village to raise a child"? This isn't just a charming proverb. For countless generations across the African continent, It was a fundamental truth, the very bedrock of society. Today, we're diving deep into the world of traditional African education, a system where the classroom had no walls, and every member of the community was a teacher. Forget the image of a single teacher in front of a blackboard. In traditional African societies, education was a vibrant, living, breathing part of everyday life. It was a shared responsibility, a collective project to nurture the next generation. A child's world wasn't confined to their immediate family. From the moment they could walk and talk, they were embraced by a wider circle of educators. Think about it. The elders, with their deep wells of wisdom and experience, were the living libraries of the community. They held the stories, the histories, the genealogies, and the intricate laws that governed their people. A child sitting at an elder's feet wasn't just passing the time. They were absorbing lessons about their identity, their heritage, and their place in the universe. These weren't formal lectures, but captivating stories told around a fire. Proverbs woven into daily conversation, and gentle guidance offered with a knowing smile. Then you had the craftsmen and women. The master blacksmith didn't just forge tools, he forged character. A young apprentice learning to work the bellows and hammer hot iron was also learning about patience, precision, and the transformative power of hard work. The skilled potter, shaping clay into a vessel, was simultaneously shaping a young mind, teaching them about the properties of the earth, the importance of form and function, and the beauty of creating something useful with one's own hands. Every craft, from weaving intricate patterns into cloth to carving symbolic figures into wood, was a practical lesson in skill, artistry, and cultural expression. Spiritual leaders also played a crucial role. They were the community's moral compass, teaching the principles of right and wrong, respect for the unseen world, and the importance of harmony between humans and nature. Through rituals, songs, and sacred stories, they imparted a spiritual understanding of life, death, and the cosmos. This wasn't about abstract theology. It was about living a balanced and meaningful life, understanding that every action has a consequence, and that we are all part of something much larger than ourselves. And let's not forget the warriors and hunters. They taught courage, strategy, and resilience. A young person learning to track an animal wasn't just learning how to find food. They were learning to read the subtle language of the natural world, to be observant, to anticipate, and to move with purpose. They learned about the ecosystem, the behavior of animals, and the importance of respecting the balance of nature. These were lessons in survival, yes, but also in discipline and teamwork. One of the most beautiful aspects of this system was its gradual, organic nature. Education wasn't a race to the finish line. It unfolded naturally, in sync with a person's life stages. A young child's education might consist of simple chores, listening to stories, and learning the names of plants and animals. They learned through imitation, helping their parents with tasks around the homestead, and through play, which was often a rehearsal for adult life. As they grew into adolescence, their responsibilities and the lessons they learned became more complex. They would take on more significant roles in farming, herding, or domestic duties. This wasn't just child labor. It was a hands-on curriculum in economics, agriculture, and home management. They learned by doing, gaining practical skills that would serve them and their community for the rest of their lives. This approach ensured that knowledge was never just theoretical. It was always grounded in practical application. You didn't just learn asterisks about asterisks building a house. You helped asterisk build one. You didn't just memorize the rules of the community. You lived them every single day. Perhaps the most structured and significant educational moments in this system were the initiation ceremonies. These were far from being mere parties or simple traditions. They were intensive, transformative educational experiences that marked the transition from childhood to adulthood. These rites of passage were a formal recognition that a person was ready to take on new responsibilities and knowledge. These ceremonies often involved a period of seclusion, where a group of young people of the same age would be taken away from the community under the guidance of elders and other specialized instructors. This was their formal schooling, their university. During this time, they would be taught the deeper secrets and sacred knowledge of their society. This could include advanced history, the laws of their people, special skills related to their gender roles, and the spiritual traditions that held the community together. The instruction was often rigorous and challenging, designed to test their physical endurance, mental fortitude, and moral character. They learned sacred songs, complex dances, and the secret language or codes of the initiated. They were taught about their responsibilities as adults, how to be a good spouse, a responsible parent, and a contributing member of the community. It was a holistic education, addressing the mind, body, and spirit. The end of the initiation was marked by a joyful celebration as the newly initiated adults returned to the community. They weren't children anymore. They had earned their place as full members of society, equipped with the knowledge, skills, and maturity to contribute, and eventually to pass on that knowledge to the next generation. These ceremonies were the ultimate graduation, a powerful public statement that the community had successfully fulfilled its educational duty. So when we look back at traditional African education, we see a system that was deeply integrated, community-driven, and profoundly effective. It wasn't about grades or diplomas. It was about character, competence, and community cohesion. It was about creating well-rounded individuals who understood their heritage, their environment, and their responsibilities to one another. The entire village wasn't just a place to live. It was a dynamic, lifelong learning environment. And that's a powerful lesson for all of us, even today. Have you ever wondered what school was like before? Well, schools, before classrooms, textbooks, and standardized tests. How did societies raise their children to be capable, well-adjusted adults? It's a fascinating question, and the answer reveals a profoundly different approach to education, one that was deeply woven into the fabric of everyday life. Today, let's journey back in time to explore the holistic education of young people in traditional and historical societies. It wasn't just about learning facts. It was about shaping a complete human being. In many ancient and indigenous cultures, education wasn't something that happened in a separate building for a few hours a day. It was a constant, immersive experience. From the moment a child could walk and talk, they were learning. This education wasn't fragmented into subjects like math, science, and literature. Instead, it was a single, unified curriculum for life. Think about it. A young person would learn the history of their people, not from a book, but through epic stories, told by elders around a fire, through songs sung during ceremonies, and through dances that reenacted great deeds of their ancestors. History wasn't a collection of dates. It was a living, breathing part of their identity. Ethics and morality were taught in the same way. Children learned what was right and wrong by observing the adults around them, by listening to cautionary tales about tricksters or heroes, and by participating in community discussions. There was no separate ethics class. Instead, moral understanding was integrated into every activity. When a hunt was successful, they learned about sharing the bounty with everyone, especially the elderly and those unable to hunt for themselves. This taught them fairness and communal responsibility. When a dispute arose, they witnessed how elders mediated with wisdom and patience, teaching them the values of justice and reconciliation. This wasn't abstract theory. It was practical, everyday morality. One of the most significant aspects of this education was the focus on practical survival skills. This was the original vocational training, but it was for everyone. Boys and girls learned how to find food and water, how to build shelter, how to make tools, and how to read the signs of the weather and the stars. A boy might learn to track animals by following his father, not just memorizing footprints, but understanding the animal's behavior, its diet, and its patterns. A girl might learn from her mother which plants were medicinal, which were edible, and which were poisonous. This was their science, their biology, their engineering all learned through hands-on, high-stakes practice. Failure wasn't getting a bad grade. It could mean going hungry. This direct connection between knowledge and survival made learning incredibly potent and meaningful. This educational model also addressed something often neglected in modern systems: the spirit. Spirituality wasn't a separate religious class. It was an integral part of their worldview. They learned that they were connected to the land, to the animals, and to the cosmos. Rituals, ceremonies, and rites of passage were powerful educational tools. These events marked the transition from childhood to adulthood, reinforcing their new roles and responsibilities. They weren't just parties. They were profound spiritual and psychological experiences that helped a young person understand their place in the universe. This spiritual dimension gave them a sense of purpose and belonging that went far beyond their immediate family or village. It connected them to something larger than themselves. Furthermore, traditional education openly addressed topics we often find difficult: like sexuality. It wasn't a taboo subject hidden away in an awkward health class. As young people approached puberty, they would be guided by trusted elders, often of the same gender, who would explain the physical and emotional changes they were experiencing. They learned about relationships, marriage, and procreation within the context of their cultures, values, and social structure. The goal was to ensure they entered adulthood with a healthy and responsible understanding of their sexuality, prepared for their roles as future spouses and parents. The education was frank, age-appropriate, and focused on responsibility to oneself and the community. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, this entire educational process was about reinforcing identity. In our modern globalized world, it's easy for young people to feel lost and ask, "Who am I?" In traditional societies, that question was answered from birth. Children learned who they were by learning about their lineage, their clan, and their people. They learned where they came from through the stories of their ancestors and the geography of their homeland. And they learned what role they played in society by gradually taking on more responsibilities. A child wasn't just a child. They were a future hunter, a future weaver, a future leader, a future elder. They had a clear and valued place in the community. This deep sense of identity provided a powerful psychological anchor. It gave them resilience, confidence, and a sense of purpose. They knew they belonged, and they knew they were needed. The entire community was invested in their success, because the survival and prosperity of the group depended on each new generation being well prepared. The elders were the libraries, the parents were the teachers, and nature itself was the classroom. Now, I'm not suggesting we abandon our modern schools and go back to living in huts. That would be absurd. Our world is vastly different, and the skills we need to thrive today are different too. We need literacy, numeracy, and digital fluency. But we can still learn a tremendous amount from this holistic model. We can see the importance of connecting learning to real life, of integrating practical skills with academic knowledge, and of fostering a strong sense of community and belonging in our schools. We can see the value in mentorship, in intergenerational connection, and in an education that addresses the whole person, mind, body, and spirit. By understanding how education used to be, we can gain a clearer perspective on what it could be. We can ask ourselves, how can we make learning more meaningful? How can we help our young people build a stronger sense of identity and purpose? How can we educate not just for a career, but for a life well lived? The wisdom of our ancestors doesn't hold all the answers for our modern problems, but it offers a powerful reminder that education, at its best, is about so much more than filling a mind with information. It's about nurturing a soul and building a community, one person at a time. Have you ever wondered what Africa was like before the modern era? Imagine a continent vibrant with diverse cultures, powerful empires, and bustling trade routes that stretched across deserts and seas. For centuries, this was a world largely shaped by its own internal dynamics and its connections with the Middle East and Asia. Great centers of learning, like Timbuktu, were beacons of knowledge, attracting scholars from far and wide. This was Africa in its element, a continent of immense complexity and achievement. But in the 15th century, the winds of global history began to shift, bringing changes that would ripple across generations. It all started with ships. European ships, larger and more advanced than many had seen before, began appearing along Africa's extensive coastlines. At first, their presence seemed almost fleeting, like temporary visitors on a long journey. Portuguese caravels, followed by others, docked at ports, their crews eager to trade. They weren't conquerors, not yet. They were merchants, seeking gold, ivory, spices, and a direct sea route to the riches of Asia. This new contact sparked an explosion in trade. Existing African trade networks, which were already incredibly sophisticated, began to expand and reorient themselves towards the coast. Suddenly, European goods started appearing in local markets, things that were once rare or completely unknown. Textiles from Europe, metalware, beads, and firearms began to flow inward, exchanged for Africa's abundant resources. This infusion of new items created new desires, shifted local economies, and in some cases, altered the balance of power between different African states. Coastal kingdoms that controlled access to these new trade routes often grew wealthier and more powerful, while those in the interior sometimes found their influence waning. It was a subtle but profound economic transformation, laying the groundwork for even bigger changes to come. But as the decades rolled on, something more powerful than goods and gold began to arrive on these ships. It wasn't just merchants seeking profit. It wasn't just soldiers looking for strategic advantage. It was an idea carried by men and women with a different kind of mission. These were the missionaries. They came with a fervent belief in their faith and a desire to share it. Their goal wasn't just to trade goods, but to transform souls. This was a new and potent force, one that would interact with African societies in complex and often unpredictable ways. And with the missionaries came a new institution, a new concept that would prove to be one of the most powerful tools of cultural change. The classroom. The missionary school. Think about it. Before this, education in many parts of Africa was deeply integrated into community life. Knowledge was passed down through oral traditions, apprenticeships, and age-grade systems. Elders taught history, artisans taught crafts, and religious leaders taught spiritual wisdom. Learning was a part of living. The missionary school introduced a different model entirely. It was a separate space, a building dedicated solely to instruction, with a structured curriculum and a formal teacher. The first of these schools were small, humble beginnings, often just a simple hut or a space under a large tree. The curriculum was, at its core, religious. The primary goal was to teach Africans to read the Bible. This meant teaching them a European language, English or French. The art of literacy. For many Africans, this was their first encounter with written text and a European alphabet. It was a gateway to a new world of information. But it was a gateway built and controlled by the missionaries. The promise was salvation and enlightenment, but the price was often an immersion in a foreign culture and worldview. The reaction from African communities was mixed. Some leaders were suspicious. They saw these schools as a threat to their traditional authority and way of life. They worried that this new education would pull their children away from their culture, their families, and their responsibilities to the community. And in many ways, they were right. The schools often discouraged traditional practices, languages, and beliefs, framing them as backward or pagan. This created tension and conflict within families and communities, as the younger generation, educated in these new schools, began to see the world differently from their elders. However, other African leaders were pragmatic and saw an opportunity. They recognized the power that came with literacy and knowledge of European ways. They understood that to deal with these newcomers, to trade with them, negotiate with them, and resist them effectively, they needed to understand them. They needed to speak their language and read their documents. So, some chiefs and kings actively sent their own children or the children of their elites to these missionary schools. They saw it as a strategic tool, a way to acquire new skills to navigate this changing world and maintain their own power and autonomy. For these students, the school became a place of immense opportunity, a path to becoming interpreters, clerks, intermediaries, and eventually, a new kind of educated elite. As the years passed and the European presence on the continent grew more permanent, these schools began to evolve. The curriculum slowly expanded beyond just religious instruction. Basic arithmetic, geography, and European history were added. The schools started producing a small but influential group of literate Africans. These individuals found themselves in a unique position, straddling two worlds. They could communicate with the Europeans, but they were still part of their own societies. They became crucial go-betweens, facilitating trade, diplomacy, and administration. But their position was also one of great complexity, often caught between the competing demands and loyalties of their own people and the European colonizers. This new form of education had a profound and lasting impact on the social fabric of African societies. It created new social hierarchies. Before, status might have been determined by lineage, wealth in cattle, or military prowess. Now, literacy in a European language became a new marker of status and a pathway to power and influence. This created a new class of people, one whose authority came not from tradition, but from the school. This often put them at odds with traditional leaders and created new lines of division within communities. The missionary school, which started as a simple tool for evangelism, was becoming an engine of massive social and cultural change. It's important to understand that this process was not a simple story of villains and victims. The missionaries themselves were complex figures. Many were genuinely driven by a sincere, if paternalistic, desire to help and to save souls. They endured incredible hardship, disease, and isolation to build their missions and schools. Yet, their work was inseparable from the broader project of European expansion. Their teachings, intentionally or not, often paved the way for colonial rule by disrupting traditional structures and creating a class of Africans who were more aligned with European culture and interests. The school became both a site of opportunity and a tool of cultural assimilation. Looking back from today, the legacy of these first missionary schools is incredibly complex. On one hand, they laid the foundations for modern education systems across much of the continent. They introduced literacy to millions and opened doors to a wider world of knowledge. Many of Africa's first generation of independence leaders and nationalist thinkers were products of these very mission schools. They used the tools of European educational literacy, political philosophy, history, to argue for their own freedom and to forge new national identities. The school, in a twist of irony, gave them the language to demand their own liberation. On the other hand, this educational model came at a great cost. It often led to the suppression of African languages, the devaluation of indigenous knowledge systems, and a deep-seated sense of cultural inferiority. The curricula were Eurocentric, teaching African children about the kings and queens of England but not the emperors of Mali. This created a kind of psychological colonization that, in some ways, has been harder to shake off than political rule. The debate over how to decolonize education, how to reclaim and center African knowledge and languages within the classroom, is a direct legacy of this 15th century encounter. So, the arrival of those first European ships, and the humbled missionary schools they brought with them, set in motion a chain of events that would fundamentally reshape the African continent. It was a story of contact and conflict, of opportunity and oppression, of unintended consequences and remarkable resilience. The winds of change that began to blow in the 15th century turned into a storm that would rage for centuries, and Africa is still navigating its aftermath today. It's a powerful reminder that history is never simple, and the introduction of something as seemingly benign as a classroom can change the world. Have you ever thought about how a simple classroom can change the world? Not through loud revolutions or grand declarations, but quietly, one lesson at a time. Today, let's travel back in time to explore one of the most profound, yet often overlooked, transformations in modern history. The arrival of colonial education in Africa. Imagine a village, centuries old, with its own rich systems of knowledge. Education wasn't confined to four walls. It was woven into the fabric of daily life. Children learned history through storytelling around a fire, botany by gathering medicinal herbs with elders, and law by observing community councils. This was a holistic education, designed to create a complete individual, deeply connected to their community, their ancestors, and their environment. It was practical, spiritual, and communal. Then, something new appeared on the horizon. A small building, perhaps made of mud, brick, or wood, with a bell on top. A school. At first, these schools seemed like a curious novelty, small and harmless. They were often run by missionaries or colonial administrators who arrived with promises. They promised literacy, the magical ability to read and write. They promised new knowledge, mathematics, science, geography from distant lands, and perhaps most enticingly, they promised a connection to the wider world, a world of steamships, telegraphs, and empires. For many African families, this was an offer too good to refuse. Who wouldn't want their children to have new opportunities to navigate this changing world? So, they sent their sons, and sometimes their daughters, to these new institutions. The initial experience was one of wonder, learning the alphabet, solving arithmetic problems, seeing maps of continents they'd only heard of in whispers. It felt like progress. It felt like empowerment. But these classrooms carried something deeper than just reading, writing, and arithmetic. They carried a new vision of the world, and more importantly, a new vision of how Africans should think, how they should speak, and how they should see themselves. The curriculum wasn't designed in Africa for Africans. It was imported, whole cloth, from Europe. Students read Shakespeare and Molière, but not the epic poems of their own people. They learned about the kings and queens of England and France, but not the great empires of Mali, Songhai, or Great Zimbabwe. History was retold through a colonial lens. African history was often portrayed as a dark Sabasha period, waiting to be discovered and civilized by Europeans. Local languages, rich with nuance and cultural wisdom, were often discouraged, sometimes even punished. To succeed in this new system, you had to master the colonizer's language: English, French, or Portuguese. Your accent, your intonation, your very way of expressing yourself had to be Think about the psychological impact of this. A child is told, day after day, that their own culture is inferior. Their language is primitive. Their history is non-existent. Their heroes are forgotten. Instead, they are taught to admire a foreign culture, to aspire to a foreign ideal. The well-dressed colonial officer, the eloquent European intellectual, these became the new models of success. Self-worth became tied to how well one could imitate the colonizer. This created a powerful internal conflict. On one hand, the education provided real skills, opening doors to jobs as clerks, translators, and low-level administrators within the colonial system. It offered a path to a different kind of life, often with better material comforts. But on the other hand, it created a sense of alienation. Educated Africans often found themselves caught between two worlds, not fully belonging to either. They were seen as different in their home villages, yet they were never truly accepted as equals in the colonial world. This wasn't a sudden, violent takeover. It was a slow, steady erosion. Over time, this new form of education began to replace the old one. Not overnight, but steadily and quietly. The traditional systems of knowledge, passed down through generations, started to seem outdated, irrelevant in this new world order. The elder storyteller couldn't compete with a printed textbook. The herbalist's knowledge was dismissed as superstition in the face of Western science. The school became the primary source of legitimate knowledge. And as more and more children went through this system, a new elite began to form. An elite educated in the colonial model, who often saw the world through a colonial framework. This had profound consequences that would last long after the colonial flags were lowered. When the winds of independence began to blow across the continent in the mid-20th century, who were the leaders of these new nations? Overwhelmingly, they were the products of colonial schools. Men like Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, and Leopold Sedar Singh. They used the very tools of their colonizer Z language, the political ideologies, the organizational skills to fight for freedom. It's a fascinating paradox. The system designed to create compliant colonial subjects also produced the very leaders who would dismantle the empire, but the legacy was complex. After independence, many new African nations simply inherited the colonial education system without fundamental changes. The curriculum, the language of instruction, the very philosophy of what education was for, often remained the same. The goal was still to produce clerks for a bureaucracy, not necessarily innovators, critical thinkers, or entrepreneurs rooted in their own cultural context. This led to decades of debate that continued to this day. Scholars like Ngujwa Thiango have famously called for a decolonizing of the mind, urging a return to African languages and a recentering of African knowledge systems in education. Educators and policymakers across the continent are grappling with this challenge. How do you build an education system that is both modern and globally competitive, yet also authentically African? How do you honor traditional knowledge while embracing science and technology? It's about finding a balance. It's about creating new curriculums that celebrate African history, literature, and innovation. It's about validating local languages alongside international ones. It's about teaching children that they can be proud of their heritage while reaching for the stars. The story of the colonial school is not just a story about Africa. It's a universal story about power, culture, and the subtle ways in which ideas can shape societies. It shows us that education is never neutral. It always carries values, worldviews, and visions of the future. The quiet transformation that began in those small, seemingly harmless schools over a century ago is still unfolding today. The conversation about what it means to be educated in Africa, and indeed the world, is far from over. It's a conversation that involves reclaiming the past to build a truly empowered future. Have you ever stopped to think about what a classroom truly is? It's more than just four walls and a blackboard. It's a space where minds are shaped, where worldviews are formed, and where the very fabric of society is woven. Today, we're going to step back in time into the colonial classroom in Africa and explore how it did more than just teach reading and writing. It set in motion a profound and lasting transformation of the African mind. Before the arrival of colonial powers, education across the vast and diverse continent of Africa was deeply rooted in community and environment. It was a practical, living education. Young people learned through stories told by elders under the baobab tree, through apprenticeships with master craftspeople, and through ceremonies that passed down cultural values and traditions. Knowledge was tied to the land, to the seasons, to the spiritual beliefs and social structures of their people. It was an education for survival, for community, and for identity. A child learned how to read the patterns of the weather, how to identify medicinal plants, and how to understand the complex web of kinship that held their society together. This was an education that centered Africa, its people, and its realities. Then came the colonial classroom. On the surface, it offered something new and exciting. Literacy, arithmetic, a window to a wider world. But underneath, a seismic shift was taking place. The colonial classroom didn't just add new subjects to an existing curriculum. It introduced an entirely new framework for understanding the world. And in this new framework, the center of gravity was no longer Africa. It was Europe. Imagine being a child in one of these new schools. The knowledge you once valued, the stories of your ancestors, the wisdom of your elders, suddenly had no place in this formal setting. Instead, the knowledge that mattered, the knowledge required to pass exams and get ahead, came from thousands of miles away. It came from books written in foreign languages about foreign lands. History, the story of who we are and how we came to be, was one of the first and most powerful subjects to be read. African history, with its rich tapestry of empires, kingdoms, and innovations, was often dismissed as a dark, primitive past. In its place, students learned the history of Europe, the kings and queens of England, the French Revolution, the explorers who discovered lands that had been home to people for millennia. African students were taught to see their own history through a colonial lens, as a story of backwardness waiting to be enlightened by European intervention. The narrative was clear. History began with the arrival of the colonizer. Geography underwent a similar transformation. The intricate knowledge of local landscapes, rivers, and trade routes became secondary. Instead, students memorized the capitals of European countries, the major rivers of Europe, and the industrial centers of Britain. The world map, hanging on the classroom wall, was itself a tool of indoctrination. It often used the Mercator projection, which dramatically inflates the size of Europe and North America while shrinking Africa. This visual distortion reinforced the idea of European dominance and African insignificance. The world, as taught in the colonial classroom, revolved around the colonial power. Perhaps the most fundamental change was language. Children who had grown up speaking their mother tongues were now required to learn, think, and dream in English, French, or Portuguese. The colonial language was presented as the language of progress, of intellect, and of power. Speaking it was a mark of being educated and civilized. In many schools, speaking one's native language was punished. This created a deep linguistic and psychological divide. It severed children from the cultural and intellectual worlds of their parents and grandparents. Proverbs, songs, and entire ways of thinking that were embedded in their native languages began to fade from the world of the educated elite. New heroes also emerged from the pages of textbooks. The great figures of African history, like Mansa Musa or Queen Nzinga, were replaced by European figures. Explorers like David Livingstone and Henry Morton Stanley were portrayed as courageous adventurers bringing light to a dark continent, rather than as agents of colonial expansion. Military leaders who had fought to defend their lands against colonial invasion were often branded as savage rebels. Children were taught to admire the conquerors of their own people. Think about the cumulative effect of all this. Day after day, year after year, the message was reinforced. What is local is inferior. What is foreign is superior. What is African is traditional and outdated. What is European is modern and desirable. The intellectual and cultural reference point for educated Africans was steadily being moved from their own continent to Europe. They were being taught to see themselves, their culture, and their history through the eyes of the colonizer. This was not a simple matter of learning new facts. As the philosopher Michel Foucault argued, knowledge is power. The colonial education system was a powerful tool for creating a new class of Afrikaner class that would help administer the colony. This elite was caught between two worlds. They were alienated from their own traditional societies, yet they would never be fully accepted as equals in the colonial world. Their education prepared them not to lead their own people to true independence, but to serve the interests of the colonial state. It was a brilliant and insidious system of mental and social engineering. The consequences of this educational transformation were profound and extended far beyond the classroom walls. It created social divisions between the Western-educated elite and the rest of the population. It fostered a sense of cultural inferiority that would take generations to overcome. It established economic and political systems that were designed to benefit the colonial power. And these structures often remained in place long after independence was achieved. When African nations finally gained their freedom in the mid-20th century, their new leaders were often products of this very system. They faced the monumental task of building new nations while grappling with an educational and psychological inheritance that was designed to serve a different master. Education, as we've seen, doesn't just teach us what to think. It teaches us how to think. It provides the categories, the frameworks, and the values we use to make sense of the world. The colonial classroom fundamentally altered these frameworks for millions of Africans. Over the course of a century, it reshaped societies in ways that still echo today in politics, in culture, and in the ongoing quest for a truly decolonized African identity. Understanding this history is not about assigning blame. It's about understanding the present. It helps us see why conversations about decolonizing curriculums, promoting indigenous languages, and reclaiming historical narratives are so vital across the continent today. It's about completing the journey of liberation, a journey that begins and perhaps ends in the classroom. The story of colonial education did not begin with governments. It began with missionaries, men who believed they were bringing light to a dark continent. But the schools they built would become one of the most powerful tools of colonial transformation, and the system they created would outlive the empires that built it. This is how missionary schools changed Africa forever. Before the first colonial administrator ever set foot in many parts of Africa, the missionary was already there, armed with Bibles and a fervent belief in their civilizing mission. They saw education not just as a tool for literacy, but as the primary vehicle for religious conversion. Their goal was clear: to create a new generation of Africans who were Christian, literate, and aligned with European values. To do this, they established bush schools, often simple structures under a tree or in a small hut, where the alphabet and the catechism went hand in hand. These early schools were a magnet for local communities. For many Africans, the mission school was the only gateway to a new world. It offered the power of reading and writing, skills that were becoming increasingly essential in a rapidly changing society under colonial influence. Learning to read the Bible was the first step, but it quickly led to learning English, French, or Portuguese. This linguistic bridge opened doors to jobs in the fledgling colonial administration, in commerce, and of course, within the church itself, as clerks, interpreters, and catechists. The promise of social mobility, however modest, was a powerful incentive. But this education came at a cost. The curriculum was designed to supplant, not supplement, local knowledge and culture. African history, traditions, languages, and spiritual beliefs were often dismissed as primitive or heathen. The school became a battleground for identity. Students were taught to admire European history, literature, and ways of life, while being encouraged to look down upon their own heritage. This created a complex cultural dichotomy, a generation caught between two worlds. They were, as some have described them, individuals with an African face, but a European mind. As colonial governments began to formalize their rule, they saw the immense value in the missionaries' educational groundwork. Why build a new system from scratch when a ready-made one already existed? So they began to subsidize mission schools, providing funding and a more standardized curriculum. This partnership solidified the school's role as an assembly line for the colonial state. It was a cost-effective way to produce the lower-level workforce needed to run the vast machinery of empire. The schools trained clerks to fill offices, teachers to staff more schools, and nurses for mission hospitals. However, the missionaries and their colonial backers may have underestimated the power of the tool they had created. While the education was intended to create obedient subjects, it also planted the seeds of its own undoing. These schools produced Africa's first generation of nationalist leaders. Figures like Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, and Nelson Mandela of South Africa were all products of mission schools. They used the very language and intellectual frameworks taught by their colonizers to articulate a vision of freedom and to challenge colonial rule itself. The Bible, meant to teach obedience, was reinterpreted to speak of liberation and justice. The ideals of European democracy and self-determination were turned back against the empires. When independence finally swept across the continent, these new nations inherited the educational structures the missionaries had built. The system was so deeply embedded that it became the foundation for a post-colonial education. The languages of the colonizers remained the languages of instruction, and the curriculum often continued to reflect a European worldview for decades. The legacy is incredibly complex. On one hand, missionary schools provided the educational bedrock that produced the leaders, thinkers, and professionals who would build new nations. On the other hand, they perpetuated a cultural disconnect and an educational model that many argue is still struggling to decolonize itself today. From humble bush schools to the universities that stand today, the journey of education in Africa is inseparable from the story of the missionaries. They came to convert souls, but in doing so, they irrevocably altered the social, political, and intellectual landscape of a continent. It's a legacy of both empowerment and erasure, a powerful reminder that the path to enlightenment is rarely a straight line. What do you think was the most significant impact of missionary education in Africa? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into history. When the first European missionaries arrived in Africa, they did not come with armies. They came with books, Bibles, chalkboards, and a powerful belief that they were bringing civilization to a continent they barely understood. To them, Africa was not simply a place. It was a mission, a spiritual frontier where millions of souls, they believeth, needed salvation. But the missionaries brought something else with them, something that would quietly reshape African societies for generations. They brought schools. This wasn't a military conquest. It was a quiet revolution, fought not with guns and cannons, but with alphabets and arithmetic. It was a revolution of the mind, one that would have profound and lasting consequences, both intended and unintended, across the vast and diverse continent of Africa. To understand this story, we need to travel back to the 19th century. Europe was in the grip of a powerful religious revival. Missionary societies, fueled by a potent mix of faith, adventure, and a sense of cultural superiority, looked towards Africa as their next great project. Their primary goal was evangelization, to spread the Christian gospel, but they quickly realized that to spread the word, people first had to be able to read the word. And so, education became the central pillar of their mission. Imagine a small, remote village, perhaps in what is now Kenya, Nigeria, or Ghana. Life has followed the same rhythms for centuries, guided by oral traditions, community elders, and deep-rooted spiritual beliefs. Suddenly, a stranger arrives. They build a simple structure, a church, but also a classroom. They offer to teach the children something new. How to make marks on a slate that represents sounds, how to string those sounds together into words, and how to read from a book filled with stories unlike any they had ever heard. For many African communities, this was a radical proposition. Education was not a formal, separate activity. It was woven into the fabric of daily life. Children learn by doing, by listening to stories from their elders, by participating in rituals and the missionary school, with its fixed schedule, its unfamiliar subjects, and its emphasis on individual learning, was a completely alien concept. Initially, resistance was common. Why should a child spend their day in a classroom when they could be helping on the farm or learning a trade? Some parents were suspicious of the new religion and its teachings. They saw the schools as a tool to undermine their traditions, their authority, and their way of life. And in many ways, they were right. The missionary curriculum was unapologetically Eurocentric. It taught European history, geography, and values, often while dismissing or condemning African cultures as primitive or pagan. But the schools also offered something incredibly powerful. Opportunity. The ability to read, write, and speak a European language opened doors that had never existed before. It was a key to a new world, a world of colonial administration, trade, and influence. As colonial governments began to establish themselves across the continent, they needed clerks, translators, and low-level administrators. Who filled these roles? The graduates of mission schools. This created a new social class, a Western-educated elite. These individuals found themselves in a unique and often difficult position. They were mediators between two worlds, the traditional African society they came from and the new colonial order they now served. They adopted European dress, names, and customs, but they remained Africans, navigating a complex identity. For a young boy or girl in a village, seeing a neighbor return from a mission school wearing a suit and holding a respected job was a powerful advertisement for this new form of education. The allure of social mobility began to outweigh the suspicion. The curriculum in these early schools was basic, focusing on what was known as the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic. But the 4th R was always religion. Every lesson was infused with Christian doctrine. Hymns were used to teach music, Bible stories were used for reading comprehension, and Christian morality was the foundation of all instruction. The goal was clear: to create not just literate Africans, but Christian Africans. The impact of this was immense. As more and more people converted to Christianity, traditional social structures began to shift. The authority of chiefs and elders was challenged by the authority of the pastor and the church. Belief systems that had sustained communities for generations were replaced or blended with new Christian doctrines, creating unique and dynamic forms of African Christianity that persist to this day. Furthermore, missionary education had a particularly transformative effect on the lives of women and girls. In many traditional societies, a woman's role was primarily domestic. While they held significant power within their own spheres, formal learning was often reserved for men. Missionaries, however, often insisted on educating girls, albeit with a specific purpose in mind. They believed that to create stable Christian families, they needed educated Christian mothers who could raise their children in the faith. So, mission schools for girls were established, teaching literacy alongside domestic skills like sewing, hygiene, and childcare. While this reinforced certain gender roles, it also gave women access to literacy and a formal education for the first time in many communities. These educated women would go on to become teachers, nurses, and community leaders, playing a crucial, though often overlooked, role in the development of their societies. They started their own businesses, managed family finances, and advocated for their children's education, creating a ripple effect that empowered future generations. As the 20th century dawned, the mission school system had become the bedrock of formal education in most of sub-Saharan Africa. Colonial governments, seeing the utility of an educated populace for their administrative needs, began to subsidize and partner with missionary societies. However, they were often content to let the missions do the heavy lifting of building and running the schools, especially in rural areas. This educational foundation, however, had a complex legacy. On one hand, it produced the very leaders who would eventually challenge and overthrow colonial rule. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, and Nelson Mandela of South Africa were all products of mission schools. The skills of critical thinking, debate, and political organization they learned, combined with the ideals of justice and equality they read about in the Bible and other Western texts, were turned against their colonial masters. The schools, intended to create compliant subjects, had ironically sown the seeds of their own destruction by creating a generation of nationalists who demanded independence. On the other hand, the legacy is fraught with problems. The education system inherited at independence was modeled on a European system that was often ill-suited to African needs. It prioritized academic subjects over vocational and technical skills, contributing to a shortage of skilled labor. It fostered a sense of cultural inferiority and created deep divisions between the Western-educated elite and the rural majority. The languages of instruction were often English, French, or Portuguese, which marginalized indigenous African languages and the rich oral traditions they carried. So, how do we view this quiet revolution today? It's a story of contradictions. It was an act of cultural arrogance, yet it was also often an act of genuine sacrifice and service. Missionaries brought medicine and healthcare, documented local languages to translate the Bible, and, in some cases, stood up against the worst abuses of the colonial regime. Their schools aimed to erase African culture, but ended up creating the very leaders who would champion African identity on the world stage. They offered a path to individual advancement, but in doing so, sometimes fractured community bonds. The story of missionary education is not a simple one of good versus evil. It's a deeply human story, a story of unintended consequences, of cultural collision, and of the transformative, unstoppable power of an idea. The chalkboards have been replaced by and the Bibles now share shelf space with textbooks on science, technology, and global history. But the legacy of those first simple schools, built with faith and determination in the heart of Africa, continues to shape the continent today. It's a quiet revolution whose echoes are still heard in classrooms, government halls, and communities all across Africa. It reminds us that sometimes the most profound changes don't come from the barrel of a gun, but from the pages of a book. Have you ever wondered where the modern school system in many African countries came from? We often think of governments building schools, but the story is much more complex and fascinating. The very first seeds of Western-style education in Africa weren't planted by colonial administrators or government officials. They were planted by missionaries. Let's travel back in time to uncover this incredible history. Before colonial powers officially carved up the continent, another group of Europeans was already making its way into the African interior. Christian missionaries, starting in the late 18th century and picking up steam in the early 19th century, mission stations began to pop up across the landscape. These weren't just churches. They were entire communities built from scratch, often in very remote areas. Missionaries from Britain, France, Portugal, Belgium, and Germany arrived with a primary goal: to spread the Christian faith. They believed that converting Africans to Christianity was a divine calling, but they quickly ran into a major hurdle. How could people truly understand and embrace the faith if they couldn't read its most sacred text, the Bible? This single question became the catalyst for an educational revolution. To create a community of believers, missionaries needed to teach people how to read. The ability to read the Bible for oneself was seen as essential for genuine conversion and a strong faith. And so, alongside their chapels and living quarters, these missionaries began to set up classrooms. This was the birth of the formal school in many parts of colonial Africa. Now, when you picture these first schools, don't imagine the sturdy brick buildings we see today. The beginnings were incredibly humble. A classroom might have been nothing more than a simple mud hut with a thatched roof. In some places, a teacher would gather students under the shade of a large tree. Others were makeshift wooden shacks, open to the elements. These were not grand institutions. They were practical, simple spaces born out of necessity. The students who attended were a mix of ages. Children and adults would sit together, often on the floor or on rough-hewn benches, learning their ABCs. The curriculum was very straightforward and focused. The main subjects were reading, writing, and arithmetic, all taught with a singular purpose in mind: to enable people to read the Bible and other religious texts. The language of instruction was typically the missionaries' own English, French, or Portuguese. Also served to bridge the communication gap between the Europeans and the diverse local communities. This new system was a radical departure from traditional African forms of education. For centuries, African societies had their own sophisticated ways of passing down knowledge. This was done through storytelling, apprenticeships, proverbs, and community rituals. Education was holistic, deeply integrated into daily life, and focused on practical skills, social values, and cultural heritage. It was about learning how to be a productive and respected member of one's community. The missionary school, in contrast, introduced a completely different model. It was formal and structured. It took place in a designated location at specific times, and was led by a formal teacher. Knowledge was compartmentalized into subjects and delivered through books and writing. This was a revolutionary concept. The idea of sitting in a room to learn from a book was entirely new. The initial goal was a religious conversion, but the effects of this education were far-reaching and, in many ways, unintentional. As more Africans learned to read and write, they gained skills that were valuable beyond the church. They could serve as clerks, translators, and low-level administrators for the burgeoning colonial governments and trading companies that followed the missionaries. This new literate class found itself in a unique position, bridging the world of their own people and the world of the European colonizers. The missionaries' work laid the foundation for the entire colonial education system. When colonial governments later decided to invest in education, they didn't start from scratch. They often built upon the network of mission schools already in place, subsidizing them and standardizing their curriculum. The focus shifted slightly from purely religious instruction to include subjects that would create a compliant and useful workforce for the colonial economy. But the structure remained. However, this new education came at a cost. It often taught students to value European culture, language, and religion above their own. Traditional knowledge systems were frequently dismissed as primitive or pagan. This created a cultural disconnect, where educated Africans sometimes felt alienated from their own heritage. The curriculum rarely included African history, languages, or art, focusing instead on the history and literature of the colonizing power. Despite these significant drawbacks, the mission schools also opened up new worlds of opportunity. For some, education was a pathway to social mobility and a way to navigate the new colonial reality. The skills learned in these humble classrooms became tools for empowerment. In a great historical irony, the very educational system designed to support colonial and religious objectives would later produce the first generation of nationalist leaders. Men and women who, having mastered the colonizers' language and political ideas, used that knowledge to argue for independence and forge new nations. From a gathering under a tree to a simple mud hut, these early schools were the starting point of a profound transformation across the African continent. They were established with the goal of spiritual conversion, but they ended up planting the seeds of political, social, and cultural change that would reshape Africa's destiny in ways the original missionaries could have never imagined. The legacy of these schools is a mix of empowerment and cultural loss, of opportunity and subjugation. Understanding this dual legacy is key to understanding the educational landscape of many African nations today. It's a powerful reminder that history is rarely simple. The intentions behind an action and its ultimate consequences can be worlds apart. The story of the first colonial schools is not just about religion or education. It's about the complex, often contradictory, encounters that defined an era and continue to influence the present. Have you ever wondered what school was like for your great-great-grandparents? For many of us, the image that comes to mind is a classroom, a teacher, a blackboard. But what if I told you that for countless generations in Africa, education looked completely different? It wasn't something that happened inside four walls. It was life itself. Today, we're going on a journey to explore the profound transformation of education in Africa. From a vibrant community practice to the formal classrooms we know today. Before the arrival of European missionaries and colonizers, education in Africa was a deeply integrated, holistic experience. It wasn't separate from daily life. It was the very fabric of it. Imagine a young girl learning to weave a basket not from a textbook, but by sitting beside her grandmother, her small hands mimicking the expert movements she'd watched 1,000 times. Imagine a young boy learning the art of farming not in a lecture, but by walking the fields with his father, feeling the texture of the soil, learning the rhythms of the seasons, and understanding which crops would thrive and which would fail. This was education through participation. It was learning by doing, by experiencing. Knowledge wasn't confined to books. It was alive, carried in the wind, in the stories told around a crackling fire at night. Elders were living libraries, their minds holding vast archives of history, genealogy, proverbs, and the wisdom of the ancestors. A story about a cunning rabbit wasn't just entertainment for children. It was a lesson in strategy, in morality, in understanding the delicate balance of the natural world. A song sung during a harvest wasn't just a melody. It was a practical guide, a mnemonic device for remembering complex agricultural cycles. This system was dynamic and community-centric. Everyone was both a teacher and a learner. An older sibling would teach a younger one how to track animals. A skilled blacksmith would take on apprentices, passing down secrets of the forge not through written manuals, but through years of shared work and observation. The goal wasn't to pass an exam. It was to become a competent, responsible, and integrated member of the community. Your graduation was your ability to contribute, to support your family, and to uphold the values of your society. This was an education for life, for belonging, for survival. Then, everything changed. With the arrival of European missionaries in the 19th and 20th centuries, a new model of education began to take root across the continent. This wasn't a gradual evolution, it was a revolution. The missionaries brought with them a system that was, in every way, a foreign concept. They introduced the formal school. Suddenly, education was no longer out in the fields or by the fireside. It was confined to a building, a classroom. Children who had once learned by moving, by exploring, were now expected to sit still in neat rows of desks for hours on end. Their day was no longer governed by the sun and the seasons, but by a rigid timetable, broken down into subjects: arithmetic, geography, scripture, history. The teacher, often a European missionary or a locally trained catechist, stood at the front, positioned as the sole authority, the fountain of all knowledge. Learning became a one-way street. Knowledge flowed from the teacher to the students, who were expected to be passive recipients. The vibrant, participatory exchange of the traditional system was replaced by memorization and rote learning. Success was no longer measured by your ability to thatch a roof or mediate a community dispute, but by your performance in examinations. These tests, based on a curriculum developed thousands of miles away, determined your future. This model, of course, wasn't invented in Africa. It was a direct transplant from Europe. It was the product of the Industrial Revolution, designed to create a disciplined workforce for factories and a clerical class for an expanding bureaucracy. It was a system built for a different society, with different needs and different values. Now, it was being planted in African soil, often without any consideration for the rich educational traditions it was displacing. But here's the most critical point. The knowledge being taught in these new missionary schools was not neutral. It wasn't just about reading, writing, and arithmetic. Every lesson, every textbook, carried with it a particular worldview. The history that was taught was European history. The heroes celebrated were European kings and explorers. African history, if it was mentioned at all, was often portrayed as a dark, savage period waiting for the light of European civilization. Geography lessons centered on Europe, making it seem like the center of the world, while Africa was depicted as a continent of jungles and deserts. Local languages were often forbidden in the classroom, dismissed as vernacular, while English, French, or Portuguese were enforced as the languages of learning and progress. This sent a powerful message that everything African, your language, your history, your culture, your religion was inferior. To become educated meant to become more European. This created a deep conflict. Children were caught between two worlds. At home, they were immersed in their community's traditions and values. At school, they were taught that those very traditions were primitive and backward. The school became a site of cultural alienation, severing children from their roots and their elders. The very purpose of education shifted from creating integrated community members to producing individuals who could serve the new colonial administration or the church. This is not to say that these schools brought no benefits. For many Africans, they were the only path to literacy and numeracy, opening up new opportunities and ways of engaging with a rapidly changing world. Many of the leaders of Africa's independence movements were, ironically, products of this very colonial education system. They used the tools they had acquired, the language, the legal frameworks, the political ideologies to fight for their freedom. They turned the master's tools against the master's house. But the legacy of this educational transplant is complex, and we still grapple with it today. The debate continues across the continent. How do we decolonize education? How do we create curricula that celebrate African history, languages, and knowledge systems, while also equipping students with the skills needed for a globalized world? How do we bring back the community-centered, experiential spirit of traditional education into the modern classroom? Many educators are now looking back to find a way forward. They are reintroducing indigenous languages, incorporating local history and oral literature, and promoting teaching methods that are more participatory and project-based. They are trying to bridge the gap between the school and the community, to make education relevant to the lives and realities of African students once more. The story of education in Africa is a powerful reminder that education is never just about facts and figures. It's about identity, values, and power. It's about who gets to tell the story, whose knowledge is considered valid, and what kind of future we are building for the next generation. The journey from the community circle to the classroom row was a seismic shift, and understanding it is key to understanding the Africa of today and shaping the Africa of tomorrow. Ever wondered what it was really like to attend one of the first mission schools in Africa? We often hear about the spread of education, but what was actually on the lesson plan? The story is far more complex than just learning to read and write. It's a tale of cultural exchange, deliberate choices, and a hidden curriculum that aimed to reshape an entire continent. Today, we're pulling back the curtain on the early mission schools and exploring the powerful, often unspoken, messages taught within their walls. Let's dive in. When you picture a school, you probably think of subjects like math, science, and literature. But in the early mission schools established across Africa, the curriculum was designed with a very specific purpose in mind. Yes, students learned foundational skills. Reading and writing were absolutely crucial, but not just for the sake of literacy itself. These skills were the keys to unlocking one primary text: the Bible. The ability to read the scriptures was paramount. Religious instruction wasn't just another subject. It was the very heart of the entire educational project. A typical day for a student would be filled with memorizing Bible verses, singing Christian hymns, and studying the lives of European saints and missionaries. The goal was conversion, and education was the most effective tool to achieve it. This focus on religion had a profound ripple effect on everything else that was taught. Let's look at history and geography. When students opened their history books, they weren't learning about the great empires of Mali or Songhai, or the rich oral traditions of their own people. Instead, the lessons centered almost exclusively on European history. They learnt about Roman emperors, British kings, and the voyages of explorers like Vasco da Gama and Christopher Columbus. The narrative presented Europe as the center of the world, the engine of progress and civilization. Similarly, geography lessons transported students to faraway lands. They would trace the rivers of Europe, memorize the capitals of foreign nations, and learn about the industrial cities of England. The vast and diverse geography of Africa itself, with its unique ecosystems and ancient trade routes, was often overlooked or presented simply as a land of jungles and deserts waiting to be discovered and mapped by outsiders. This curriculum created a mental map where Africa was on the periphery and Europe was the core. It subtly taught students that what was important, what was worth knowing, came from outside their own continent. So, if the curriculum was filled with European history, geography, and religion, what was left out? The answer is simple and staggering. Almost everything African cultures, languages, belief systems, and histories were not just ignored, they were actively suppressed. Missionaries, often with genuine but misguided intentions, viewed many aspects of traditional African life as obstacles to Christian conversion and civilization. Local religions were systematically labeled as paganism or witchcraft. Deeply rooted indigenous knowledge, passed down through generations, knowledge about medicine, agriculture, and the environment was often dismissed as mere superstition. This wasn't a passive omission, it was an active process of cultural erasure. Traditional ceremonies, which were the bedrock of community life, were condemned. Vibrant arts, music, and storytelling that defined African societies were discouraged, seen as primitive or ungodly. Students were taught to be ashamed of their heritage. They were told that their parents' beliefs were wrong, that their ancestors' ways were backward. This created a deep and painful conflict for many young people, caught between the world of their families and the new world presented at school. The school became a space where their identity was systematically dismantled and replaced with a new one. The underlying message, the hidden curriculum, was subtle but incredibly powerful. To become educated was to become more European. Success was measured by how well a student could adopt European languages, customs, and ways of thinking. Wearing Western-style clothing, speaking English or French without a local accent, and showing a deep knowledge of European culture were all signs of a successful education. The ideal graduate was someone who had shed their African identity and embraced a new, modern one. This concept, education as Europeanization, was the silent engine driving the entire mission school system. This wasn't necessarily a sinister plot hatched in a boardroom. Many missionaries truly believed they were helping. They saw their work as a benevolent act of saving souls and bringing the light of civilization to what they considered a dark continent. They genuinely thought that by replacing African culture with European culture, they were offering a better life. But intent doesn't change the outcome. The result was the creation of a new class of educated Africans who were often alienated from their own communities. They had the tools of literacy and a Western education, but they had also been taught to look down upon their own heritage. This legacy is incredibly complex. On one hand, these schools did produce a generation of leaders who would go on to fight for independence. The very skills of reading, writing, and political thought taught in mission schools were turned against the colonial powers. Figures like Nelson Mandela, Jomo Kenyatta, and Kwame Nkrumah were all products of a mission education. They used the master's tools, so to speak, to dismantle the master's house. The schools inadvertently planted the seeds of their own undoing by creating an educated elite who could articulate a vision for a free and independent Africa. On the other hand, the cultural damage was immense. The dismissal of African knowledge systems has had long-lasting effects. The psychological impact of being taught that your own culture is inferior is a wound that generations have had to heal. For decades after independence, many African education systems continued to mirror the colonial model, struggling to decolonize their curricula and reclaim their own histories and cultures. The debate over what should be taught in schools whose history, whose literature, whose language continues to this day across the continent. It is a direct legacy of the hidden curriculum established in those first mission schools. So, when we look back at the history of education in Africa, we see a story with two sides. It's a story of opportunity, literacy, and the birth of new nations. But it's also a story of cultural loss, psychological conflict, and the imposition of a foreign worldview. The mission schools were not just buildings where children learned to read. They were battlegrounds for culture, identity, and the very soul of a continent. Understanding this hidden curriculum is essential to understanding the Africa we see today, its triumphs, its challenges, and its ongoing journey to define its own future. Hello, and welcome to our channel. Today, we're diving into a topic that shaped the very soundscape of a continent. The profound linguistic transformation of Africa, driven in large part by the arrival of missionary schools. It's a story of communication, culture, and change that continues to resonate today. Before we explore the impact, let's paint a picture of pre-colonial Africa. It wasn't just a vast landmass, it was a vibrant tapestry of human societies, each with its own unique way of seeing the world. And at the heart of this diversity was language. We're talking about thousands of distinct languages, from the complex click consonants of the Khoisan languages in the south, to the rich tonal systems of the Niger-Congo family across West and Central Africa. These weren't just tools for basic communication. Each language was a living library, a vessel carrying centuries of history, intricate philosophies, oral literature, and a unique sense of identity. Think about it. Every proverb, every song, every name for a plant or an animal held a piece of a community's collective wisdom. The way a language structured its sentences could reveal how a culture perceived time, relationships, and the spiritual world. It was this incredible linguistic wealth that European missionaries encountered as they established schools across the continent, primarily from the 19th century onwards. Now, these missionaries often arrived with a dual purpose: to spread their faith and to provide what they considered a modern education. And in their view, a key part of that education was language. To them, European languages like English, French, Portuguese, or German were the languages of progress, of scripture, and of the wider world they represented. As a result, one of the most immediate and lasting changes introduced by missionary schools was the shift in language. The school became the primary site where a new linguistic order was established. Imagine being a child in a village in, say, Disinweve Century, Kenya, or Nigeria. You've grown up speaking your mother tongue, maybe Kikuyu or Jur. It's the language of your home, your games, your stories. Then, you go to the mission school. Suddenly, you're in an environment where your language is not just absent, it's often actively discouraged. Speaking your local tongue might lead to punishment, while fluency in English or French is rewarded with praise, better opportunities, and social status. The European language was presented as the key to success, not just in the classroom, But in the emerging colonial society, this created a powerful incentive for students and their parents to prioritize learning the new tongue over maintaining their own. This process wasn't uniform everywhere, of course. The policies varied depending on the specific missionary group and the colonial power they were associated with. The French, for instance, pursued a policy of assimilation, aggressively promoting French as the sole language of instruction to create a class of French-speaking African elites. The British, on the other hand, sometimes adopted a more pragmatic approach, occasionally using local languages in the early years of primary education as a bridge to learning English, but the ultimate goal was almost always the same: proficiency in the European language. So what was the effect of this linguistic replacement? On one hand, it undeniably created a new class of educated Africans who could navigate the colonial administration. It gave them access to new forms of knowledge, literature, and technology. It also, ironically, provided a common language for people from different linguistic groups to communicate with each other, which would later become a crucial tool in anti-colonial movements and nation-building. Leaders from diverse ethnic backgrounds could unite and organize using the shared colonial language. However, the downsides were profound and are still being felt. The elevation of European languages inherently devalued African ones. They were often dismissed as vernaculars or dialects, unfit for serious intellectual or administrative work. This created a sense of cultural inferiority. Generations of children grew up learning that the language of their ancestors was somehow less important, less sophisticated than the language of the colonizer. This linguistic hierarchy seeped into the social fabric. Speaking English or French with a certain accent became a marker of education and class, creating new social divisions within communities. More tragically, this shift led to a gradual erosion of indigenous linguistic diversity. As younger generations focused on mastering European languages for social and economic mobility, their fluency in their own mother tongues began to decline. When a language is no longer spoken by children, its future is in jeopardy. And when a language dies, the world loses more than just words. It loses that unique library of culture, history, and knowledge it contained. The intricate oral traditions, the nuanced philosophical concepts, the deep ecological knowledge embedded in the names of local flora and fauna, all of it becomes harder to access. And eventually, it can be lost forever. This process is often called linguistic imperialism, where the language of a dominant power is imposed upon others, disrupting the local linguistic ecology. The missionary school was the primary vehicle for this process in many parts of Africa. It effectively rewired the communicative brain of entire communities, creating a linguistic reality that privileged the foreign over the indigenous. Even after independence, the legacy of this linguistic shift has been difficult to undo. Many African nations adopted the colonial language as their official language for practical reasons. It was seen as a neutral choice in a multilingual country and was already entrenched in the systems of government, law, and higher education. But this has perpetuated the challenge. Today, across the continent, there's a vibrant and ongoing debate about language policy. Educators, activists, and governments are grappling with how to revitalize and promote indigenous languages, how to give them the prestige they deserve, and how to integrate them more fully into education and public life. There's a growing movement to reclaim this linguistic heritage. We see bilingual education programs, the publishing of books and media in African languages, and a renewed sense of pride in speaking one's mother tongue. People are realizing that you can be modern and global while also being deeply rooted in your own culture and language. The two are not mutually exclusive. So, the story of missionary schools and language in Africa is a complex one, with a legacy of both opportunity and loss. They opened new worlds for many, but often at the cost of devaluing the worlds that were already there. Worlds that were spoken into existence through thousands of unique and beautiful languages. Understanding this history is crucial to appreciating the linguistic landscape of Africa today, and the ongoing efforts to ensure that the continent's rich tapestry of voices continues to be heard for generations to come. Hello, and welcome to the channel. Today, we're diving into a topic that sits at the very heart of culture, identity, and power. The lasting impact of colonial languages on education and opportunity around the world. It's a story that's far more complex than just learning a new vocabulary. It's about how language was used, and continues to be used, as a powerful tool that shaped societies, created hierarchies, and defined who gets a seat at the table. So, grab a coffee, get comfortable, and let's explore this together. Imagine being a child, stepping into a classroom for the first time, full of excitement and curiosity. But from day one, you're told that the language you speak at home, the language your parents taught you, the language of your stories and songs, is not welcome. Instead, you're expected to learn, read, and even pray in a completely foreign tongue. This was the reality for millions of children in colonized regions across Africa, Asia, and the Americas. This wasn't just a gentle suggestion, it was a strict requirement. The entire curriculum was structured around a European language, be it English, French, Spanish, or Portuguese. All subjects, from mathematics to history, were taught in this new language. Even religious instruction, a cornerstone of many colonial education systems, was conducted exclusively in the language of the colonizer. Students were expected to adopt it not just for academics, but for their spiritual lives as well. This created a deep disconnect between the world of school and the world of home. For many, the pressure was immense. And what happened if a child slipped up? What if, out of habit or comfort, they spoke a few words in their native language to a friend in the schoolyard? The consequences could be severe. In many colonial schools, speaking your mother tongue was a punishable offense. Children faced punishments ranging from public humiliation and corporal punishment to being forced to wear signs of shame. Imagine being punished simply for being yourself, for using the words that feel most natural. This wasn't just about discipline. It was a systematic method of devaluing local cultures and languages, teaching children from a very young age that their heritage was somehow inferior. Now, you might be thinking, what was the logic behind this? At first glance, the reasoning presented by colonial administrators and missionaries seemed almost practical. Their primary goal, especially for religious missions, was to spread their faith, teaching everyone a single European language was seen as the most efficient way to communicate complex theological concepts and religious texts to a diverse population that spoke hundreds of different local languages and dialects. It streamlined the process. Instead of translating the Bible into countless indigenous languages, a monumental task, they could teach one language to a select group of locals who could then help disseminate the teachings. From a purely logistical standpoint, it made a certain kind of sense. It was a shortcut. This approach was also justified from an administrative perspective. Colonial governments needed a class of local clerks, administrators, and intermediaries to help run the vast territories they controlled. Training them in the colonial language made communication and governance much smoother. It created a standardized system that the colonial power could easily manage. So, on the surface, the push for a single, dominant language was framed as a practical necessity for religion, education, and administration. It was sold as a tool for progress and unity, a way to bring disparate groups into a single, modern framework. But as we'll see, a tool can easily become a weapon. Over time, something fundamental shifted. The colonial language evolved from being a mere instrument of communication into something far more powerful. It became a symbol of status, intelligence, and modernity. Speaking it fluently wasn't just a skill, it was a marker of being civilized and educated. Local languages, in contrast, were often dismissed as primitive, undeveloped, or inadequate for complex, intellectual thought. This linguistic hierarchy wasn't an accident. It was carefully constructed. The language of the colonizer was elevated, while indigenous languages were systematically suppressed and marginalized. It was no longer just about practical communication. It had become an ideology, a way of reinforcing the power dynamics between the colonizer and the colonized. With this shift, the colonial language became the ultimate gatekeeper. It controlled access to virtually every path of upward mobility. Think of it like a locked door, and fluency in the colonial language was the only key. If you wanted to get a formal education beyond the most basic level, you had to master it. If you aspired to a government job, even a low-level one, it was a non-negotiable requirement. Want to enter the world of commerce, law, or medicine. The language of business and academia was the colonial language. It became the passport to a better life, creating a clear and rigid divide in society. This wasn't just an educational barrier. It was an economic and social one. The system was designed so that success was almost impossible without assimilating linguistically. The consequences of this system were profound and are still felt today. Those individuals and families who were able to master the colonial language gained a significant advantage. They were the ones who could attend secondary schools and universities, often established by the colonizers themselves. They secured the best jobs in the civil service and the emerging modern economy. They formed a new elite, a class of people who had access to opportunities and influence that were completely out of reach for the vast majority of the population. This access created a cycle of advantage. Educated parents could provide better opportunities for their children, ensuring that the benefits of linguistic assimilation were passed down through generations. This created a new social stratification, often overriding traditional social structures, with language proficiency as the primary determinant of one's place in society. And what about those who didn't, or couldn't, master the new language? They were systematically left behind. This wasn't a small minority. This was the majority of the population. Farmers, artisans, and laborers who continued to speak their native languages found themselves on the wrong side of the linguistic divide. They were excluded from formal education, shut out of government jobs, and marginalized in the new economy. Their inability to speak the colonial language was interpreted not as a lack of opportunity, but as a lack of intelligence or ambition. They were trapped in a cycle of poverty and exclusion, their own rich cultural and linguistic heritage rendered worthless in the New World Order. This created deep-seated inequalities that have persisted for decades, long after the colonial flags were lowered. The legacy of this linguistic gatekeeping is one of the most enduring and damaging aspects of the colonial era. The economic and social disparities that began with a language requirement in a colonial classroom continue to shape the destinies of millions today. So, as we reflect on this history, it's clear that language is never just about words. It's about power, identity, and access. The story of colonial languages and education shows us how a tool for communication can be transformed into a barrier, creating divisions that last for generations. While the world has changed, many of these linguistic hierarchies still exist, influencing everything from job prospects to social status in post-colonial nations. Understanding this past is crucial for building a more equitable future, one where all languages are valued and where no child is left behind because of the tongue they speak. Have you ever wondered how empires, with just a handful of officials, managed to govern vast territories and millions of people? In colonial Africa, one of the key answers lies in a fascinating and complex story. The rise of a new African educated elite. It's a story that begins not in the halls of government, but in the humble classrooms of missionary schools. Let's dive into how this new class of people came to be, and the pivotal, often contradictory, role they played in the colonial world. Before the widespread arrival of European powers, African societies had diverse and sophisticated systems of education. Knowledge was passed down through apprenticeships, oral traditions, and specialized institutions. But with the colonial scramble for Africa came a new force: Christian missionaries. Their primary goal, of course, was evangelization, to spread the Christian faith. But to do this effectively, they needed locals who could read the Bible, understand theological concepts, and help translate their message. The solution: schools. These mission schools were the first widespread institutions offering formal, Western-style education. They focused on what we call the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic. But they taught so much more. The curriculum was steeped in European culture, history, and, most importantly, language. For an African student, learning to read and write in English, French, or Portuguese was like unlocking a new world. It opened doors to knowledge and communication that were previously inaccessible. Alongside literacy, a deep understanding of Christian theology was central. Students weren't just learning a religion. They were being integrated into a new moral and intellectual framework. From these schools, a new group began to emerge within African societies. They were a tiny minority, but they possessed a powerful set of skills that set them apart. They were the educated elite. Initially, their career paths were closely tied to the missions that trained them. The brightest graduates became teachers in the very schools they had attended, helping to educate the next generation. Others, with their invaluable language skills, worked as translators, bridging the communication gap between missionaries and local communities. They became indispensable assistants, helping to run the day-to-day operations of the mission stations. But soon, another, even more powerful employer took notice. The colonial government. As European powers cemented their control, they faced a massive administrative challenge. How do you run a colony, collect taxes, enforce laws, and manage infrastructure with only a small number of European officials? The cost of bringing over and paying thousands of administrators from Europe was simply too high. They needed a local workforce, and where did they find one? They turned to the graduates of the mission schools. Suddenly, the skills learned in the mission classroom were in high demand for secular, governmental roles. An African man who could write neatly in English could become a clerk, meticulously recording data in a government office. Someone fluent in both a local language and a European one was invaluable as a court interpreter, a crucial link in the colonial justice system. Those with administrative aptitude became assistants, helping to implement policies and manage districts. From the perspective of the colonial authorities, this was an incredibly efficient arrangement. This educated elite became the essential cogs in the vast machinery of empire. They were the intermediaries, the junior partners who made the day-to-day administration of the colonies possible. They staffed the lower and middle ranks of the civil service, the railways, the post offices, and the police forces. Without them, the entire colonial project would have been unsustainable. However, there was a crucial condition. The colonial powers didn't just need an educated workforce. They needed a loyal *1. They needed people who would uphold the colonial system, not challenge it. And this is where the mission school education played a second, vital role for the colonizers. The schools did more than just teach skills. They instilled a particular worldview. The curriculum often glorified European culture and achievements while downplaying or ignoring African history and traditions. The religious instruction emphasized obedience, humility, and respect for authority, the very authority of the colonial state. The entire environment was designed to create what was hoped would be a loyal, compliant subject. The idea was to train Africans to be useful to the empire, but not to aspire to lead it. They were to be helpers, not successors. This created a deep and complex identity for the educated elite themselves. They were in a unique and often difficult position. On one hand, their education gave them status, better paying jobs, and a level of access that was denied to the vast majority of their countrymen. They were part of a new, privileged class. On the other hand, they were still subjects of a discriminatory colonial system. No matter how educated or westernized they became, they were rarely, if ever, treated as equals by the European colonists. They could rise in the administration, but only so far. The top positions were always reserved for whites. So, the missionary schools, created to save souls, ended up producing the very class of people needed to run the colonial state. They created an educated elite that was both a product of the colonial system and, in many ways, trapped within it. They were indispensable to the empire's function, yet simultaneously kept at arm's length by its rulers. This story is not just a piece of history. It has profound implications. The legacy of this educational system, its focus on European languages, and the complex identity of this first generation of Western-educated Africans shaped the future of the continent in ways we are still seeing today. In fact, many of the leaders who would later fight for independence came from this very same educated elite. They used the tools and ideas they learned in colonial schools, concepts like nationalism, democracy, and self-determination to ultimately challenge and dismantle the very system that had created them. It's a powerful reminder that the consequences of historical actions are often far more complex and unpredictable than anyone imagines. The mission school, intended as a tool for religious conversion and colonial stability, inadvertently planted the seeds of its own undoing. It created a class of people with the skills, the ideas, and the unique perspective to dream of a different future for Africa. Have you ever wondered why, for a long time, the path to higher education in many African nations seemed so narrow? Almost like a gate kept intentionally small. It's a complex story, and a big part of it begins with the arrival of missionary schools during the colonial era. These schools are often seen as a beacon of light, bringing literacy and new opportunities. And in many ways, they were. But there's another side of this story. A side about control, limits, and a carefully designed system that aimed to shape, not just educate, the minds of a generation. Let's pull back the curtain on the controlled gates of missionary education in colonial Africa. When missionaries set up schools across the continent, they brought with them a powerful tool: education. For many African families, this was the first chance their children had to learn to read, write, and engage with a world beyond their immediate community. It was a genuine opportunity, one that many seized with both hands. It opened doors to new jobs, new social statuses, and new ways of thinking. We can't and shouldn't ignore the positive impact these schools had on countless lives. They produced clerks, interpreters, nurses, and teachers who would become the backbone of new colonial administrations and economies. But here's the crucial question we need to ask. What was the ultimate goal of this education? Was it to create a class of African intellectuals, thinkers, and leaders who could stand on equal footing with their European counterparts? The historical record suggests a very different intention. The primary goal was evangelization, spreading the Christian faith. Education was a means to that end. A person who could read the Bible was a person who could be converted. The curriculum was therefore heavily centered on religious instruction. Reading, writing, and arithmetic were essential, but they were often taught within a framework of biblical stories and Christian morality. The aim was to create devout followers, not independent scholars. Beyond religion, there was a powerful political and economic motive at play, one that served the colonial system perfectly. The colonial administration needed a local workforce. They needed people who could fill the lower and middle rungs of the bureaucracy and commerce. They needed clerks to file papers, interpreters to bridge language gaps, and skilled laborers for plantations and workshops. Missionary education was perfectly tailored to meet this demand. It was designed to produce useful workers, not future leaders. The education provided was just enough to make someone an efficient employee within the colonial structure, but rarely enough to encourage them to question or challenge that structure. This brings us to the core of the issue: the deliberate limitations. Think of it as a tap that was intentionally kept from flowing freely. The education offered was broad at the base, but extremely narrow at the top. Primary education became relatively widespread in some areas, focusing on basic literacy, hygiene, and simple vocational skills. But what happened after primary school? For the vast majority, that was the end of the road. Secondary education was scarce, and higher education was almost non-existent on the continent for a very long time. Why was this the case? The fear of political resistance was a major factor. Colonial administrators and even many missionaries believed that advanced education was a dangerous thing in the hands of the colonized. An African educated in history, political philosophy, and law might start asking uncomfortable questions. They might start to see the injustices of the colonial system. They might start organizing for self-rule and independence. The infamous educated native was a figure of suspicion, seen as a potential troublemaker who would disrupt the established order. The Haitian Revolution, led by educated former slaves, was a specter that haunted colonial powers. They were determined not to repeat that history. So, the system was built to prevent that. The curriculum actively avoided subjects that could foster critical thinking about power and society. History was taught from a Eurocentric perspective, glorifying the civilizing mission of the colonizers. Literature focused on European classics. Local languages, histories, and cultures were often sidelined or completely ignored, portrayed as primitive or inferior. The message, both explicit and implicit, was that true knowledge and progress came from Europe, and the role of the African was to learn and assimilate, not to innovate or lead. This focus on practicality over philosophy was a hallmark of the system. The curriculum was heavily geared towards manual and agricultural skills. Students were taught carpentry, bricklaying, farming techniques, and other practical trades. For girls, the focus was often on domestic skills like sewing and cooking, preparing them to be good Christian wives and domestic workers. While these skills were certainly useful, the overemphasis on manual labor reinforced a racial hierarchy. It cemented the idea that Africans were best suited for physical work, while intellectual and leadership roles were reserved for Europeans. It was education for a specific, subordinate place in society. The few who did manage to break through this ceiling were exceptions that proved the rule. They were often the children of chiefs, or those with powerful connections, and their journey was incredibly difficult. To get a university degree, An African student in the early 20th century would almost certainly have to travel abroad to Europe or America. This was a costly and rare opportunity, accessible to only a tiny, privileged elite. And evident then, upon their return, these highly educated individuals often found themselves blocked from top positions, facing a glass ceiling that kept them from wielding real power. This legacy of controlled education had a profound and lasting impact on the continent. When African nations began gaining independence in the mid-20th century, they inherited education systems that were not designed to serve the needs of a sovereign nation. They were left with a severe shortage of university-educated professionals, engineers, doctors, scientists, and public administrators. The entire structure was geared towards basic, not advanced, learning. Post-independence governments faced the monumental task of completely rebuilding their education systems. They had to create universities from scratch, develop new curricula that centered African history and culture, and train a new generation of teachers. They had to shift the mindset from education for servitude to education for liberation and national development. This is a struggle that, in many ways, continues today. The debates around decolonizing education, promoting indigenous languages, and building world-class research institutions are all echoes of this colonial history. So, when we look at the story of missionary education, we see a picture of immense complexity. It was a source of undeniable opportunity, a key that unlocked literacy for millions, but it was also a gate, carefully controlled and deliberately limited. It was a system designed to create workers, not thinkers, followers, not leaders, subjects, not citizens. Understanding this dual nature is essential to understanding the educational landscape of Africa today and the long, ongoing journey to build systems that truly empower and liberate. When we look back at the history of missionary work in Africa, it's tempting to paint it with a single, broad brushstroke, but the reality is far more complex. A story filled with both genuine compassion and unintended consequences. Let's dive into this tangled history and explore the dual nature of a movement that forever changed a continent. Imagine being a European missionary in the 19th or early 20th century. You're fueled by a powerful, sincere belief. You're convinced you are part of a divine mission, a calling to bring light to what you perceive as darkness. For many, this wasn't about conquest or personal gain. It was about salvation. They genuinely believed that sharing their faith was the greatest gift they could offer. In theories, they were pioneers of moral progress, venturing into the unknown to uplift entire societies. The core belief was that Christianity held the key to a better future for Africa. Missionaries saw themselves as agents of positive change, and in many tangible ways. They were. Picture the scene. Vast regions where brutal practices like the slave trade still persisted. Many missionaries stood as staunch abolitionists, using their influence and moral authority to fight against this horrific exploitation. They weren't just preaching from a pulpit, they were actively challenging the systems of oppression they encountered. Their work often extended far beyond the spiritual realm. In places where modern medicine was non-existent, missionaries built the very first hospitals. They established clinics that treated diseases, delivered babies, and saved countless lives. They didn't stop there. They set up social services, providing food, shelter, and a safety net for the most vulnerable. These weren't just side projects. They were central to their vision of a Christian society, one that cared for the sick and the poor. For many Africans, the local mission was the only place to turn for medical care or assistance in times of crisis. These acts of service left a lasting, positive legacy that can still be seen today in the form of established hospitals and community centers that began as humble mission outposts. However, there's another side to this story, a side that's deeply intertwined with the colonial mindset of the era. The educational model that missionaries introduced was a powerful tool, but it came with a heavy cost. It was built on an unspoken, and sometimes spoken, assumption of cultural superiority. The curriculum, the language of instruction, the very values taught in the mission schools were all imported from Europe. Think about what this meant in practice. European culture, its history, its art, its social norms was presented as the gold standard, the pinnacle of civilization. It was the ideal that African students were expected to aspire to. In this framework, local traditions, languages, and belief systems were often viewed not just as different, but as inferior. They were frequently portrayed as primitive superstitions, as obstacles on the path to modernity and progress. Students were taught to look down upon their own heritage, to see the ways of their ancestors as something to be ashamed of and left behind. This created a profound and painful cultural tension. For an African child entering a missionary school, life became a balancing act between two completely different worlds. On one hand, you had the world of your ancestors. This was the world of community, of oral histories passed down through generations, of spiritual connection to the land, and a rich tapestry of cultural practices that defined your identity. It was home. On the other hand, you had the world of the classroom. This was a world of books, of foreign languages, of new ideas about science, religion, and society. It promised opportunities, a path to a different kind of life, a way to navigate the new colonial reality. But to succeed in this world, you often had to distance yourself from the other. The school taught that the beliefs you learned at your grandmother's knee were wrong. The language you spoke with your family was deemed less important than English or French. This internal conflict was immense. It forced individuals to question their very identity. Am I the person my family raised me to be, or am I the person the school wants me to become? Can, ibe, bot. This struggle wasn't just an internal, psychological one. It created rifts within families and communities. The educated school people were sometimes seen as outsiders by their own kin, disconnected from the traditions that held the community together. They were caught in the middle, belonging fully to neither world. The missionary project in Africa was therefore a paradox. It brought medicine and literacy, challenged the slave trade, and offered new opportunities. It was driven by people who often had sincere, benevolent intentions, yet it also acted as a powerful agent of cultural change that often devalued and dismantled indigenous traditions, creating a legacy of cultural loss and identity crises that reverberates to this day. Understanding this duality is crucial. It's not about simple condemnation or praise. It's about acknowledging the complex, intertwined threads of progress and pain, of help and harm that are woven into the very fabric of modern African history. This story teaches us that good intentions are not always enough. When we try to help others, it's vital to approach with humility, to listen, and to respect the value of different cultures and ways of life. The history of missionary work in Africa is a powerful reminder that progress for one person can sometimes mean loss for another, and the lines between uplifting a society and undermining it can be incredibly thin. Have you ever wondered how schools, places of learning and growth, became tools for building empires? It's a fascinating and sometimes uncomfortable story. Let's travel back in time to Africa, where the first seeds of Western-style education were sown not by governments, but by missionaries. Initially, their goal was simple: to spread their faith. They believed that teaching people to read the Bible in their own languages was the most effective way to win converts. So, they set up small schools, often under the shade of a large tree or in a simple mud brick hut. The curriculum was basic reading, writing, and a heavy dose of religious instruction. For the missionaries, education was a spiritual calling. But something unexpected started to happen. These small mission schools were incredibly popular. For many African communities, this was their first exposure to formal literacy and the wider world it promised. The ability to read and write opened up new possibilities, and soon, demand for education outstripped what the missionaries alone could provide. They expanded, building more schools, training local teachers, and creating a network that stretched across vast territories. Word of their success traveled far and wide, and it wasn't long before it reached the ears of another powerful group on the continent: the colonial administrators. Colonial governments were facing a huge problem. They had claimed enormous territories, but they didn't have nearly enough people to actually run them. Governing millions of people across thousands of square miles with just a handful of European officials was an impossible task. They needed a local workforce, a bridge between themselves and the masses. And that's when they had a light bulb moment. They looked at the missionary schools and saw not just souls being saved, but a solution to their administrative nightmare. They saw a ready-made system for producing the clerks, interpreters, low-level officials, and policemen they desperately needed. Imagine being a colonial governor. You need to collect taxes, but you can't speak the local languages. You need to enforce new laws, but your decrees are meaningless to people who can't read them. You need to build railways and manage plantations, but you lack the foremen and bookkeepers to do so. The mission schools were the answer. An educated African could serve as a translator, explaining government policies to local chiefs. They could work as a clerk in the district office, keeping records and managing paperwork. They could become a tax collector, a vital link in the chain that extracted wealth from the colony and sent it back to the empire. Suddenly, these educated individuals became the essential gears in the colonial machine. This realization sparked a major shift. Colonial governments, which had previously shown little interest in educating the local population, began to actively partner with the missionary societies. They offered funding, land grants, and official recognition. In return, they got to influence the curriculum. This was the turning point. Education was no longer just a private, religious endeavor. It became a public, political project, co-opted by the state for its own purposes. The goals began to change. While religious instruction remained, it was now supplemented with subjects that would create a compliant and useful colonial subject. The curriculum started to look very different. The focus shifted to practical skills needed for the colonial economy and administration. Students learned arithmetic to become better clerks. They learned geography, but it was often a geography of the British Empire, designed to instill a sense of its vastness and power. They learned history, but it was the history of their colonizers, celebrating European achievements while often ignoring or downplaying rich African histories. The language of instruction was almost always the language of the colonizer: English, French, or Portuguese. This was a deliberate strategy. A shared language unified the administration and created an elite class that was culturally closer to the colonizers than to their own people. The goal was no longer just to create a good Christian, but to create a good colonial citizen, someone who was literate, numerate, disciplined, and most importantly, loyal to the empire. This new system of education was designed with very specific limits. The colonial powers had no intention of creating a class of highly educated intellectuals who might one day challenge their rule. The idea was to provide just enough education to be useful, but not enough to be dangerous. Primary education was widespread because it produced the low-level workers they needed. However, secondary and higher education were extremely limited and reserved for a very select few. The system was designed to be a pyramid, with a broad base of basic literacy and a tiny, narrow peak. They wanted assistants, not replacements. They needed people to follow orders, not to give them. The education was meant to train hands and backs, not to nurture critical minds that might question the very foundation of colonial rule. So, what started as a missionary project to spread the word of God was systematically transformed. The seeds of literacy and faith planted by missionaries grew into a vast, state-sponsored educational system. But this system was not designed for the liberation of the African mind. It was engineered for the stability and efficiency of the colonial empire. The school, once a place of purely spiritual hope, became a factory for producing the workforce that would help Europeans govern Africa. It was a powerful and deeply ironic transformation. The missionaries had opened the book, but the colonial state was now deciding which pages could be read. Of course, this story is more complex than it seems. The colonial powers may have intended to create a compliant workforce, but they also inadvertently sowed the seeds of their own downfall. The very education they provided, limited as it was, gave a new generation of Africans the tools to challenge colonialism. They used the colonizers' language to read about ideas like freedom, democracy, and self-determination. They used their administrative skills to organize political parties and independence movements. Leaders like Jomo Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah, and Leopold Sedar Senghor were all products of this colonial education system. They took the knowledge that was meant to control them and turned it into a weapon for liberation. So, in the end, the schools became a battleground of ideas. They were instruments of control, but also cradles of resistance. They were meant to solidify the empire, but they ended up producing the very leaders who would dismantle it. The history of colonial education is a powerful reminder that knowledge can never be completely contained. Once you teach someone to read, you can't control what they think. The missionaries lit a small candle of literacy in the hopes of illuminating a path to heaven, but in doing so, they also lit a fire of political consciousness that would eventually burn down the colonial house. It's a testament to the unpredictable and transformative power of education. Picture this: small, humble classrooms, often just a single room under a thatched roof, dotting the vast landscapes of Africa, Asia, and the Americas. In these rooms, Missionaries teach reading, writing, and scripture. It's a scene that seems benevolent, a simple act of spreading faith and literacy. But what if I told you that these modest beginnings were the seeds of something far more powerful, something that would shape the destiny of entire continents? This is the story of how the classroom became a weapon, an instrument of empire. It all starts with those early missionaries. Their primary goal was, of course, conversion. To read the Bible, people needed to be literate. So, schools were established. For a time, these were small-scale, independent efforts. But colonial governments, watching from the sidelines, began to see an incredible opportunity. They saw that these classrooms weren't just creating converts. They were creating a new kind of person, one whose worldview could be molded. This realization sparked a massive transformation. Colonial administrations started to invest in, co-opt, and eventually build a continent-wide system of education. The goal was no longer just religious instruction. It was about creating subjects, not citizens. The curriculum was carefully crafted. History lessons began not with the rich, complex stories of the local people, but with the arrival of the Europeans. The great kings, queens, and heroes of Europe were presented as the main characters of world history, while indigenous leaders were either ignored or portrayed as primitive obstacles to progress. Geography classes taught students the map of the empire, making them feel like a small, distant part of a grand, powerful whole, with the colonizing country at its center. Literature classes introduced the works of European authors, presenting them as the pinnacle of culture and intellect, while local oral traditions and stories were dismissed as folklore or superstition. Even science and math were taught with a specific slant, emphasizing the technological and intellectual superiority of the colonizing power. The language of instruction itself was a powerful tool. By enforcing the use of the colonial language English-French, Portuguese, and punishing students for speaking their native tongues, the system created a linguistic hierarchy. The colonizers' language became the language of power, of government, of success. To get ahead, you had to master it. This had a profound psychological effect, subtly teaching generations that their own languages, and by extension their own cultures, were inferior. This system was designed to create a specific type of individual, the colonial intermediary, a class of clerks, low-level administrators, and soldiers who were educated just enough to serve the empire, but not enough to question it. They were taught to admire the colonizers' culture, to aspire to their way of life, and to see their own traditions as something to be left behind. This created a deep internal conflict, a sense of being caught between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. Think about the psychological impact. Imagine being a child and being taught every single day that your history doesn't matter. Your language is backward, and your culture is uncivilized. The school, a place that should be about empowerment and discovery, instead becomes a site of cultural erasure. It taught compliance, obedience, and an acceptance of the colonial order as natural and inevitable. The goal was to colonize the mind. If you can control how people think, how they see themselves, and how they see the world, you don't need as many soldiers or guns to maintain control. The control becomes internal. But this is not just a story of oppression, it's also a story of incredible resistance and adaptation. The very tool designed for control education was turned against the empire. Students who were sent to these schools learned about concepts like liberty, democracy, and self-determination. From the colonizers' own books, they saw the hypocrisy between the ideals preached and the reality of colonial rule. These educated individuals, the very ones the system was meant to pacify, became the leaders of independence movements. They used their command of the colonial language to communicate with each other across ethnic and regional divides, forging national identities where none had existed before. They used their knowledge of law and politics to challenge the empire on its own terms, arguing for their rights in international forums. The classroom, intended to be a factory for compliant subjects, accidentally became an incubator for revolutionaries. Figures like Nelson Mandela, Jomo Kenyatta, and Mahatma Gandhi were all products of a colonial education system, and they all brilliantly subverted its original purpose. Even within the system, there was quiet resistance. Teachers would secretly teach local history after hours. Students would whisper stories in their native languages in the playground. Communities started their own independent schools to preserve their culture and offer a different kind of education, one rooted in their own values and traditions. These acts, small and large, kept cultures alive and sowed the seeds of future freedom. Today, the legacy of this system is complex and still felt across the post-colonial world. Many nations are still grappling with educational structures inherited from their former rulers. They face the challenge of decolonizing their curricula, of reclaiming their histories, and of centering their own cultures and languages in the classroom. It's a difficult, ongoing process of untangling the threads of a system designed for control and reweaving them into one designed for true liberation and empowerment. The story of colonial education is a powerful reminder that knowledge is never neutral. It is always shaped by power, and it can be used to control or to liberate. It shows us how an institution as seemingly benign as a school can become a battleground for identity, culture, and freedom. The journey from those small missionary classrooms to the birth of new nations is a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to learn, to question, and ultimately to break free. So the next time you think about the purpose of education, remember this story. Remember that it's about more than just facts and figures. It's about shaping who we are, how we see our place in the world, and what kind of future we want to build. Thanks for watching. If you found this story interesting, consider subscribing for more deep dives into the hidden histories that shape our world. See you next time. Picture this. It's the late 1800s. Africa, a continent of incredible diversity, with thousands of distinct cultures and powerful kingdoms, is on the verge of a massive, unprecedented change. For centuries, European powers had mostly stuck to the coastlines, setting up trading posts for goods, gold, and sadly, people. But something shifted. The gears of industry in Europe were turning faster than ever, hungry for raw materials and new markets. This hunger sparked a race, a frantic and often brutal competition that would reshape the map of Africa forever. We call it the Scramble for Africa. From about 1881 to the start of World War I in 1914, European nations moved from being coastal traders to full-blown conquerors. It was a whirlwind of land grabs. Diplomats in faraway European capitals, like Berlin, drew lines on maps, carving up territories with little to no regard for the ethnic, linguistic, or political realities on the ground. Suddenly, ancient kingdoms were split, rival groups were forced into the same colony, and communities were separated by arbitrary borders. Britain, France, Portugal, Germany, Belgium, Spain, and Italy all staked their claims, driven by a mix of economic ambition, national pride, and a sense of so-called civilizing mission. But how do you control vast new territories, filled with millions of people who didn't ask for you to be there? Military force was one answer, but it's expensive and unsustainable. To truly govern, you need to build systems. You need to create a structure that keeps the colonial engine running smoothly. And one of the most powerful, most subtle, and longest-lasting tools they built was the education system. Colonial education wasn't about uplifting the local population in the way we think of education today. It was a calculated instrument of control. Let's break down how it worked. The primary goal of most colonial schools was to produce a specific type of African individual. They needed clerks, low-level administrators, interpreters, and foreman people who could act as intermediaries between the European rulers and the African population. They needed a workforce that could read and write just enough to follow orders, manage records, and collect taxes. It wasn't about fostering critical thinking or empowering individuals to challenge the status quo. In fact, it was the exact opposite. The curriculum was carefully designed to reinforce colonial ideology. History lessons often started not with the rich history of African empires like Mali, Songhai, or Great Zimbabwe, but with the arrival of the Europeans. African history was either ignored or presented as a dark, primitive age waiting for European enlightenment. Geography focused on Europe, teaching African students more about the rivers of France or the cities of England than about their own continent. The message was clear. Everything important, everything civilized, came from Europe. Language was another key tool. The language of the colonizer, English, French, or Portuguese, was made the language of instruction, of government, and of opportunity. To get a good job, to advance in society, you had to master the European language. This created a new, educated elite who were often culturally disconnected from their own communities. It also devalued indigenous languages, treating them as inferior or unsuitable for modern life. This linguistic shift had a profound psychological impact, suggesting that one's own culture and heritage was the French, for example, pursued a policy of assimilation. Their goal was to create black Frenchmen, Africans who adopted French culture, language, and values. In theory, these assimilated individuals could become French citizens, but in reality, this was a path available to only a tiny, privileged few. It created a deep divide between the assimilated elite and the vast majority of the population. The British, on the other hand, often favored a system of indirect rule, working through existing local leaders. Their education system reflected this. They were less focused on cultural assimilation and more on creating a practical, loyal, administrative class. But the outcome was similar. An education system designed to serve the needs of the empire, not the aspirations of the African people. In places like British Nigeria or the Gold Coast, schools like Akimoda College or King's College were established, but they were designed to produce gentlemen in the British mold, trained to manage the colony on Britain's behalf. Let's not forget the crucial role of missionaries. Often, missionaries were the first to establish formal schools in many parts of Africa. Their primary goal was religious conversion, and literacy was a means to that end. They wanted people to be able to read the Bible. While they did provide access to education where none existed before, it was deeply intertwined with Christian proselytizing and the promotion of European cultural norms. Traditional beliefs and practices were often condemned as pagan or savage, further eroding local culture. The school and the church became powerful twin institutions in the colonial project. So, what kind of curriculum were students learning? It was heavily focused on rote memorization. Critical thinking, questioning, authority, and creativity were not encouraged. In fact, they were often punished. The system was designed to produce obedience and conformity. Students learned vocational skills that were useful to the colonial economy: basic agriculture for cash crops, like cocoa or cotton, carpentry or masonry. Higher education was extremely limited. Very few Africans were given the chance to become doctors, lawyers, or engineers. Why? Because that would create a class of highly educated professionals who could potentially challenge colonial rule. The system was designed with a built-in glass ceiling. The psychological impact of this education was immense. It instilled a sense of inferiority, a belief that African culture, knowledge, and ways of life were backward. The term for this is colonial mentality, an internalized attitude of ethnic or cultural inferiority felt by a colonized people. The most desirable jobs, the highest social status, were all associated with the colonizer's world. This created complex social dynamics and identity crises that persisted long after the colonial flags were lowered. But here's the great irony. The colonizers lit a fire they couldn't control, even with all its limitations. Colonial education exposed a generation of Africans to ideas of liberty, equality, and self-determination, the very same Enlightenment values that Europeans claimed to champion. They read about the American and French revolutions. They learned about democracy and nationalism. The skills of reading and writing that were meant to create compliant clerks also allowed future leaders to write powerful articles, print revolutionary newspapers, and organize independence movements. Leaders like Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Leopold Sedar Senghor of Senegal, and Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria were all products of colonial education systems, and many even studied abroad in Europe and America. They used the master's tools to dismantle the master's house. They took the language of the colonizer and used it to articulate a vision of freedom and independence for their people, uniting diverse ethnic groups against a common oppressor. So, in a way, the colonial education system, designed for control, accidentally planted the seeds of its own destruction. When African nations began gaining independence in the mid-20th century, they inherited these colonial education systems, and they faced a massive challenge. How do you decolonize the mind? How do you reform a system built to serve a foreign power and make it serve the needs of a new, independent nation? This is a struggle that continues to this day across the continent. Nations have worked to rewrite their history books, to promote indigenous languages, and to create curricula that foster innovation and critical thinking rather than just obedience. It's a complex legacy. On one hand, colonial education was an instrument of oppression, cultural erosion, and economic exploitation. On the other hand, it inadvertently provided the tools and ideas that fueled the fight for liberation. Understanding this history is crucial. It helps us see why certain inequalities and social structures persist, and it shows us the deep connection between knowledge, power, and identity. The story of colonial education is not just a story about schools. It's a story about the fight for the soul of a continent. Hello, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're diving deep into a topic that's often overlooked, but incredibly powerful. How colonial powers used education not just to teach, but to rule. It's a story of classrooms turned into instruments of governance, and it reshaped an entire continent. Let's get started. When we think of the first formal schools in many parts of Africa, we often picture missionary-led classrooms. And for a long time, that was the reality. Religious missions were the pioneers, setting up schools with the primary goal of spreading Christianity. They taught reading and writing, mostly so people could read the Bible. This was the first wave, the initial crack in the door. But it wasn't long before colonial administrators, watching from the sidelines, had a major realization. They saw the potential in what the missionaries had started. They recognized that education could be so much more than a tool for religious conversion. It could be a tool for control. Imagine you're a colonial governor in the early 20th century. Your territory is vast, your resources are limited, and your authority feels precarious. You need a local workforce to run the mines, build the railways, and staff the lower levels of your administration. Where do you find them? You could use force, but that's expensive and creates resistance. Or you could create them. This is where education came in. Colonial governments began to see schools as factories for producing a specific type of worker. They didn't need a population of philosophers or scientists. They needed clerks, translators, low-level officials, and foremen. The curriculum was designed accordingly. The focus was on basic literacy, simple arithmetic, and vocational skills. The goal wasn't to empower people with broad knowledge, but to equip them with just enough skills to be useful to the colonial economy. It was about creating a compliant and efficient labor force. But training workers was only one piece of the puzzle. The deeper, more ambitious goal was to shape minds and manufacture loyalty. Colonial powers understood that true, lasting control wasn't just about physical dominance. It was about winning hearts and minds, or at least creating a sense of inevitability about their rule. Schools became the primary vehicle for this project. History lessons were rewritten to glorify the empire and portray the colonizers as benevolent modernizers, bringing civilization to a dark continent. Local histories, traditions, and heroes were either ignored or actively denigrated. Geography lessons focused on the mother country, making it the center of the world. Literature was all about European classics. The message, repeated day after day, was clear. European culture is superior, and colonial rule is a natural, positive development. Students were taught to admire the empire, to see its leaders as role models, and to aspire to be more like their colonizers. This psychological dimension of colonial education was arguably its most powerful and insidious aspect. It aimed to create a generation that accepted colonial rule not because they were forced to, but because they believed it was for their own good. As this realization dawned on colonial authorities across Africa, a major shift occurred. Education was too important to be left solely to the missionaries, who had their own agendas. What followed was a continent-wide movement to formalize and centralize education under government control. Colonial departments of education were established, policies were drafted, budgets were allocated, and a more systematic approach was implemented. The number of government-run and government-aided schools began to multiply, spreading from the coastal cities further into the interior. This wasn't a haphazard process. It was a calculated expansion of state power. Each new school was an outpost of the empire, a place where the colonial government's vision could be directly implanted into the minds of the next generation. This expansion created a tiered system. There were a few elite schools for the children of chiefs and the emerging middle class, who were groomed for junior administrative roles. Then there were masses of basic schools designed to produce laborers. The structure of the system itself was a reflection of the colonial social hierarchy they wanted to create and maintain. With this expansion came the need for standardization. If you want to control what thousands of students are learning across a vast territory, you can't have every teacher doing their own thing. So, curricula were standardized. Official syllabi were issued from the colonial capital, dictating exactly what subjects should be taught, which textbooks should be used, and what ideas should be emphasized. European languages, like English, French, or Portuguese, were enforced as the medium of instruction, often at the expense of local languages. This not only created a communication barrier, but also reinforced the idea that indigenous languages and cultures were inferior. This standardization wasn't about ensuring quality for all. It was about ensuring uniform ideological output. It was a way to mass-produce a certain type of colonial subject, one who spoke the master's language and thought along the lines the administration had laid out for them. And how do you ensure that everyone is following the standardized curriculum? You introduce standardized examinations. Exams became the ultimate tool of control. They determined who could advance to the next level of education, who could get a job in the civil service, and who would be relegated to manual labor. These exams were, of course, set and marked by the colonial authorities. They tested rote memorization of the approved curriculum. Success wasn't about critical thinking or creativity. It was about proving you had absorbed the colonial worldview. This system created intense competition for a very limited number of spots in higher education and government jobs. It channeled the ambitions of the brightest students towards serving the colonial state, making them complicit in the system of their own subjugation. The examination certificate became a golden ticket, a symbol of having made it within the colonial system. It was a powerful way to co-opt the talented and ambitious, turning potential leaders of resistance into pillars of the administration. Let's be very clear about the ultimate purpose of this entire system. It was not designed primarily for African advancement. While some individuals did benefit and used their education to later challenge the very system that created them, that was an unintended consequence. The core design principle was imperial efficiency. The entire educational apparatus, the schools, the curriculum, the exams was calibrated to serve the needs of the colonial government and the imperial economy. It was about producing a workforce that was just skilled enough. It was about creating a local administrative class that was loyal and subservient. It was about minimizing dissent and maximizing control. The goal was to make the empire run more smoothly, more cheaply, and with less friction. African development was a secondary concern. If it was a concern at all, any progress that occurred was incidental to the main objective of maintaining and strengthening colonial rule. The system was built on a fundamental contradiction. It offered a ladder of opportunity, but it was a ladder that was deliberately kept short, with very few rungs leading to the top. So, the classroom, a space we associate with enlightenment and opportunity, was transformed. It became a strategic location in the project of colonial governance. It was where the economic needs of the empire were met by training workers. It was where the political needs were met by fostering loyalty and obedience. And it was where the cultural project of empire was advanced by promoting European values and denigrating African ones. The teacher was not just an educator, but an agent of the state. The textbook was not just a source of information, but a piece of propaganda. The diploma was not just a proof of learning, but a certificate of compliance. This transition from missionary school to a state-controlled system marks a crucial chapter in the history of colonialism. It shows us that the most effective tools of power are not always guns and laws, but sometimes they are chalkboards and primers. The legacy of this system is complex and is still debated today, influencing modern education systems across the continent. It's a powerful reminder that education is never neutral. It always serves a purpose. Have you ever wondered how a handful of European officials managed to govern millions of people across the vast African continent during the colonial era? It's a question that reveals a fascinating and often overlooked part of history. The image we often have is of European governors and district officers single-handedly running entire territories. But the reality was far more complex. The colonial state, as massive as it was, would have collapsed under its own weight without a crucial, indispensable group: educated Africans. Today, we're diving deep into the story of how the colonial empire was actually run, not just from the top down, but from the inside out. Let's start with the sheer scale of the operation. Running a colony wasn't just about planting a flag and making grand pronouncements. It was a bureaucratic machine, and like any machine, it needed thousands upon thousands of workers to keep its gears turning. Think about the paperwork alone. Every trade deal, every tax record, every legal document had to be processed, filed, and managed. This required an army of clerks, people who could sit at desks day in and day out, ensuring the administrative engine of the empire didn't grind to a halt. These were the people processing the documents that shaped daily life. Then there was the language barrier. European administrators arrived speaking English, French, Portuguese, or German. The people they governed spoke hundreds, if not thousands, of different local languages and dialects. How could a British officer in Nigeria, for example, communicate his orders to a community in a remote village? He couldn't. He needed interpreters. These individuals were the vital linguistic bridges, translating not just words, but also cultures, customs, and intentions. An order misunderstood could lead to chaos, so the role of the interpreter was absolutely critical for maintaining a semblance of control and communication. Next, consider the colonial project's goal of expansion and social engineering. A key part of this was education. The colonial powers needed to expand their own systems of schooling, but they weren't sending thousands of teachers from Europe. Instead, they trained local people to become teachers. These African teachers were tasked with educating the next generation, instilling not just literacy and numeracy, but also the values and worldview of the colonizer. They were on the front lines of a cultural and intellectual expansion, spreading the colonial education system village by village. And finally, there was the matter of law and order. Colonial law had to be enforced, but again, you didn't have legions of European police officers patrolling every town and countryside. The day-to-day enforcement of colonial law, from arresting suspects to managing crowds, was carried out by locally recruited police officers. These men were the physical manifestation of colonial authority on the ground, tasked with upholding a legal system that was often alien and imposed upon their own communities. Clerks, interpreters, teachers, police officers. The list goes on. The colonial state had an insatiable appetite for labor. Here's the paradox. Though, despite this massive need for manpower, the number of Europeans actually living and working in the colonies was astonishingly small. In a place like Nigeria, with a population of tens of millions, you might have only a few thousand British officials. In the vast territories of French West Africa, a handful of French administrators governed millions. The ratio was often staggering, sometimes one European official for every 50,000, or even 100,000, Africans. So how on earth did they do it? How did so few maintain control over so many? The answer lies in a deliberate and calculated strategy. The creation of a local auxiliary workforce. The colonial powers knew they couldn't run their empires alone. It was logistically impossible and financially unsustainable. They needed local collaborators, assistants who could fill the countless roles required to make the system function. They needed people on the inside. But they couldn't just recruit anyone. They needed people with a specific set of skills, a specific mindset, and a specific loyalty to the colonial structure. This is where education became the ultimate tool of empire. The mission schools, and later, government schools established across the continent, became the training grounds for this new class of African assistants. The curriculum wasn't just about reading, writing, and arithmetic in the traditional sense. Its primary purpose was to produce a new type of graduate, one perfectly suited for a role within the colonial bureaucracy. What did these graduates look like? First and foremost, they were individuals who could read and write proficiently in the colonial languages English, French, Portuguese. This skill was the entry ticket into the administrative world. It allowed them to read official memos, write reports, and communicate directly with their European superiors. They were the scribes of the empire, recording its history and its commands in the language of the colonizer. But it was more than just language. These schools also taught students to understand and navigate European administrative systems. They learned about European legal concepts, bookkeeping methods, and bureaucratic procedures. They were trained to think in terms of files, forms, and official channels. They were socialized into the culture of the office, the logic of the State Department. In essence, they were being molded to work seamlessly within the structures of empire, to become cogs in the very machine that governed their own people. And so, these educated Africans became the true backbone of colonial administration. They were the ones who staffed the government offices in the capital cities and the remote district headquarters. While the European officer might be the face of the administration, it was the African clerk behind the desk who processed the land titles, issued the licenses, and collected the taxes. They were the ones who kept the meticulous records that were the lifeblood of any bureaucracy. Every birth, every death, every transaction that the state cared about was noted down by these local records. Their role went beyond passive paperwork. They were active agents in the system. They helped enforce colonial policy, explaining new regulations to local chiefs, helping to organize labor for public works projects, and reporting back to their superiors on the mood of the populace. They were the intermediaries, the middlemen who made the abstract policies decided in a European capital a concrete reality in an African village. They were the sergeants in the police force, the head teachers in the schools, the senior clerks in the treasury. Without their labor, without their skills, and without their integration into the system, the colonial empire as we know it would have been simply impossible to maintain. The cost of sending enough Europeans to fill all these roles would have been astronomical. The logistical challenges would have been insurmountable. The entire colonial project was predicated on the ability to train and co-opt a segment of the local population to help run the show. This created a complex and often contradictory position for these educated Africans. They enjoyed a status and economic security that was unavailable to most of their compatriots. They were part of a new elite. Yet, they were also instruments of a system of foreign domination. They were simultaneously elevated and subordinate, powerful in their local context, but always junior to their European counterparts. Their story is not a simple one of collaboration or resistance. It's a nuanced tale of ambition, opportunity, and compromise within a deeply unequal system. So, the next time you think about the colonial era, look beyond the figure of the European governor. Picture the bustling government office, filled with African clerks. Imagine the courtroom, where an African interpreter stands between the European judge and the local defendant. See the classroom, where an African teacher introduces a new generation to a foreign language. It is in these everyday scenes that we find the hidden workforce that made the empire run. They were the essential, indispensable gears in the colonial machine. Have you ever wondered why, for decades after independence, many African nations struggled with a shortage of doctors, engineers, and scientists? The answer isn't simple, but a huge piece of the puzzle lies in a system that was never designed to build nations, but to control them. Colonial education. It's a story not of upliftment, but of deliberate limitation. Let's get one thing straight from the start. Colonial education was not a benevolent gift bestowed upon Africa. It was a calculated tool of empire. The colonial powers, Britain, France, Belgium, Portugal, they weren't building schools out of the goodness of their hearts. They were building a system to serve their own economic and political needs. And a key part of that system was ensuring that the colonized population remained manageable, productive, and, most importantly, subordinate. So, what did that mean in practice? It meant that education was carefully, and I mean carefully controlled. The European authorities had a deep-seated fear. They knew that knowledge is power. They feared that if Africans became too educated, they would start asking uncomfortable questions. They might start reading about concepts like liberty, self-determination, and human rights. They might start to see the glaring hypocrisy of being ruled by foreign powers who championed these very ideals back in their own countries. An educated population, reasoned, would inevitably demand rights. They would question the legitimacy of colonial authority. They might organize trade unions, political parties, and resistance movements. In short, education was seen as a direct threat to the stability and profitability of the entire colonial project. The last thing they wanted was a population capable of critical thought and organized opposition. So, the solution was simple and sinister. Deliberately limit the scope and quality of education available to the vast majority of Africans. The goal was not to create well-rounded, enlightened citizens. The goal was to produce a specific type of colonial subject. One who was just educated enough to be useful, but not educated enough to be a problem. This led to the creation of what we can call a narrow educational pyramid. At the very broad base of this pyramid were the millions of Africans who received only the most basic schooling. For many, this meant just a few years of primary education, often in missionary schools. What were they taught? They were taught enough to read simple texts, like the Bible or government notices. They learned basic arithmetic, enough to work as junior clerks, low-level administrators, or laborers on plantations and in mines. The curriculum was designed to instill discipline, obedience, and an acceptance of the colonial hierarchy. It was education for the main takeaway was how to follow instructions, not how to give them. Think about it. The entire colonial hacienda, government offices, the trading companies, the farms needed a local workforce that could handle basic paperwork and communication. So, they created a system that produced exactly that. Paritrareli, if ever, equipped people with the skills to analyze, to innovate, or to challenge the system itself. They were being trained to be cogs in a machine, not the engineers who designed it. Now, let's look further up the pyramid. As Jumavab, it gets incredibly narrow, very quickly. What about secondary education? This was available to a much smaller, more select group. And higher education. Opportunities for university-level studies were almost non-existent for the vast majority. For most of the colonial period, there were very few universities on the entire continent. Institutions like Fora Bay College in Sierra Leone or Makaria in Uganda were rare exceptions, and even they started as something less than full-fledged universities. If an African wanted to become a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, they usually had to find a way to travel to Europe or America, a path that was only open to an incredibly tiny, often privileged, elite. This wasn't an accident. It was a deliberate policy. The colonial powers did not want to create a large class of highly educated African intellectuals. Why would they? A handful of African lawyers or doctors could be managed, perhaps even co-opted into the colonial system as a token elite. But a large, vibrant class of professionals and thinkers. That was a recipe for revolution in their eyes. This structure, this educational pyramid, had devastating long-term consequences. It created a society with a massive skill gap. You had a few highly educated individuals at the very top, many of whom would later become the leaders of the independence movements. Ironically, proving the colonialists' fears correct. But below them, you had millions of people with only minimal schooling. When independence came, often suddenly, these new nations were left in a precarious position. They had the political freedom, but they lacked the human capital to build a modern state. They had a flag and a national anthem, but they didn't have enough trained engineers to build roads and bridges. They didn't have enough doctors to run hospitals. They didn't have enough scientists to develop agriculture. They didn't have enough qualified teachers to build a new education system that could serve everyone. They were forced to rely on foreign experts, which in many ways continued a cycle of dependency. The very structure designed to maintain colonial control became one of the biggest obstacles to post-colonial development. It's a powerful and sobering legacy. The story of colonial education is a stark reminder that education is never neutral. It always serves a purpose. It can be a tool for liberation, empowerment, and progress. Or, as it was in colonial Africa, it can be a tool for control, division, and the deliberate suppression of human potential. Understanding this history is crucial. It helps us appreciate the incredible challenges that post-colonial African nations faced, and the resilience they have shown in trying to build new futures from the foundations they were left with. Have you ever wondered why some development patterns persist in post-colonial Africa? Why certain industries boomed while others lagged? And how education played a role in all of this? Today, we're diving deep into a complex and often overlooked aspect of history. The economic and educational legacy left behind by colonialism. It's a story that connects plantations, mines, and railways to the very structure of the classroom, and its echoes can still be heard today. Let's start with the economic engine of the colonial era. European powers didn't establish colonies for sightseeing. They were there for resources. And to extract those resources, they needed one crucial element in vast quantities: labor. The entire colonial economic structure was built on the backs of African people. Think about the massive plantations that sprung up across the continent. Coffee in Kenya, cocoa in Ghana, rubber in the Congo. These weren't small family farms. They were large-scale agricultural enterprises designed for export, and they required thousands upon thousands of workers for planting, tending, and harvesting. This wasn't just about agriculture. The ground beneath Africa was rich with diamonds, gold, copper, and tin. The mining industry became a cornerstone of colonial wealth. To dig these resources out of the earth, colonial administrations needed miners, and lots of them. Conditions were often brutal. The pay was minimal, and the work was dangerous. But the demand for labor was insatiable. Then there was the infrastructure. To get all these raw materials from the interior to the ports for shipment back to Europe, they needed to build. This meant constructing railways, roads, and harbors. Who built them? Again, it was African labor. These massive infrastructure projects were engineering marvels, but they were also instruments of extraction, designed specifically to streamline the flow of resources out of the continent. So you have this huge demand for workers on plantations, in mines, and on construction sites. The colonial economy was essentially a gigantic machine, and African labor was the fuel that kept it running. The system was designed to extract wealth efficiently, and every part of the colonial administration, including education, was eventually aligned to serve this primary goal. This brings us to the classroom. How do you ensure a steady supply of workers with just the right skills to keep this economic machine humming? You design an education system specifically for that purpose. This is a critical point to understand. The education offered to many Africans during the colonial period wasn't about fostering critical thinking, nurturing leadership, or encouraging innovation in the same way education was structured back in Europe. Instead, it was often highly practical and geared towards meeting the immediate needs of the colonial economy. So, what did this look like in practice? In many colonial schools, the curriculum was heavily weighted towards vocational training. Instead of a deep dive into literature, philosophy, or advanced sciences, the focus was on skills that were directly applicable to the jobs available. Students were taught agriculture, but not necessarily the science of crop rotation for sustainable local farming. It was often about how to efficiently cultivate the cash crops needed for export. They learned manual trades, like carpentry and masonry, which were essential for building and maintaining colonial infrastructure. They were given basic technical skills, just enough to become proficient mechanics or machine operators in the mines and factories. Now, on the surface, this might not sound all that bad. Aren't practical skills useful? Of course, they are. And for many individuals, this training provided a pathway to employment, a way to earn a wage in the new cash-based economy. It offered a different life from traditional subsistence farming. But we have to look at the bigger picture and ask, what was the ultimate goal? The education system was designed to prepare Africans not to lead industries, but to work within them. It was about creating a compliant, semi-skilled workforce that could fill the lower and intermediate rungs of the economic ladder. The system was producing workers, not innovators. It was creating employees, not entrepreneurs. Think about the difference. An innovator asks, how can we do this better? Or what new thing can we create? An employee is trained to ask, how do I do this task correctly? An entrepreneur builds a new business from the ground up. A worker is hired to perform a role within an existing business. The colonial education system was explicitly geared towards the latter. There was a clear ceiling. Higher education was extremely limited and accessible to only a tiny elite, the kind of education that creates engineers who design new systems, scientists who make new discoveries, or economists who shape national policy was largely reserved. The focus was on creating a class of clerks, interpreters, foremen, and skilled laborers who would serve as the essential intermediaries between the European administrators and the mass workforce. This created a structure where the top levels of management, planning, and ownership remained firmly in European hands. The system it met the labor needs of the colonies, while simultaneously limiting the potential for Africans to challenge the economic status quo or build independent economic power. And this pattern, this legacy of an education system designed for labor rather than leadership, would echo far into the future. When African nations began gaining their independence in the mid-20th century, they inherited this structure. They had a population that was trained for specific jobs within an extractive economy, but a severe shortage of high-level professionals, entrepreneurs, and technical experts needed to diversify and build truly sovereign economies. They inherited school systems that needed a complete overhaul, a shift in curriculum and philosophy away from vocational servitude towards national development and innovation. Reforming these deep-seated structures has been one of the greatest challenges for post-colonial African nations. They had to redefine the very purpose of education. From serving a colonial machine to empowering their own citizens to build a new future, the legacy is complex. On one hand, colonial education did introduce literacy and certain skills to parts of the population where none existed before. On the other hand, its fundamental design limited economic and intellectual autonomy. It created a dependency that many countries are still working to overcome. Understanding this history is not about assigning blame, it's about gaining a clearer perspective on the present. It helps us understand the roots of certain economic challenges, the importance of investing in higher education and R&D, and the ongoing struggle to build economies that are not just productive, but also innovative, independent, and equitable. The story of Africa's development is a story of overcoming this legacy, of repurposing the tools of the past to build a future defined not by extraction, but by empowerment and self. Have you ever wondered why, in many parts of the world, people know more about Shakespeare than their own local epic poets? Or why the history taught in schools sometimes feels like it's missing huge chunks of the story? Today, we're diving deep into a topic that shaped the minds and cultures of entire continents. Colonial education. It's a story not just about books and classrooms, but about identity, power, and the subtle ways history is written and when we think about the colonial era, we often focus on the economic exploitation or the political domination. But one of the most powerful and lasting tools of colonialism was education. It wasn't just about teaching people to read, write, or perform a specific job. It was a comprehensive project to reshape culture from the inside out. Colonial powers understood a fundamental truth. If you can control what people learn, you can influence how they think, what they value, and how they see themselves and the world around them. So, what did this look like in practice? Let's step into a typical colonial classroom in Africa during the late 19th or early 20th century. The curriculum was almost a mirror image of what a child in London, Paris, or Lisbon would be learning. The history lessons weren't about the great empires of Mali or the Kingdom of Kush. Instead, students memorized the lineage of European kings and queens. They learned about the Napoleonic Wars and the Industrial Revolution, events that took place thousands of miles away, on a continent most would never see. The heroes they read about were figures like Christopher Columbus or David Livingstone, portrayed as brave explorers and pioneers of civilization. Think about the geography lessons. Students would meticulously draw maps of Europe, naming its rivers and mountain ranges. They could point to the Seine in Paris, but might not be able to name the major rivers in their own region. The world map they studied always had Europe right at the center, visually reinforcing its importance. Africa, often labeled with vague terms like the Dark Continent, was depicted as a place to be discovered, mapped, and civilized by outsiders. Its own rich history of trade, innovation, and complex societies was rendered invisible. Literature class was no different. Students were introduced to the great works of European literature, Chaucer, Molière Gate. While these are brilliant works of art, they were presented as the universal standard of literary excellence. Local oral traditions, epic poems, passed down through generations, and intricate storytelling were dismissed as folklore or primitive fables, not worthy of serious academic study. The message was clear. Real culture, real art, real history came from Europe. This constant bombardment of European-centric knowledge did more than just educate. It created a profound psychological shift. Imagine being a young, bright student in this system. Day after day, you learn that all the significant achievements in science, art, and philosophy originated elsewhere. Your own ancestors, if mentioned at all, are often portrayed in a negative light as uncivilized, warring, or passive recipients of history. You learn to admire a foreign culture while subtly being taught to look down upon your own. This wasn't an accidental byproduct. It was often an intentional strategy. Colonial administrators wrote openly about their goals. They aimed to create a class of evolved natives, people who were African by blood but European in taste, in opinion, in morals, and in intellect. This new elite would serve as intermediaries, helping to administer the colony because they shared the values and worldview of the colonizers. They were taught to see their own societies as backward and in need of saving. This process is what the writer Ngujois Thiong'o called the colonization of the mind. He argued that the most dangerous bomb was the cultural bomb, which annihilates a people's belief in their names, their languages, their heritage, and ultimately, in themselves. When you are taught that your history is insignificant and your culture is inferior, it fosters a sense of alienation and what some scholars call a colonial mentality. You begin to internalize the idea that progress means becoming more like the colonizer. The effects of this were far-reaching and lasted long after the colonial flags were lowered. For generations, many Africans viewed Europe as the ultimate center of knowledge, progress, and civilization. Success was often measured by one's mastery of a European language, one's knowledge of European culture, or one's ability to navigate European social norms. This created a disconnect between the educated elite and the wider population, who continued to live within traditional cultural frameworks. Even the languages of instruction played a huge role. By enforcing English, French, or Portuguese as the language of government, business, and higher education, colonial powers relegated indigenous languages to the private sphere, the home, or the village market. Language isn't just a tool for communication, it's a carrier of culture, a repository of a community's unique worldview and wisdom. To devalue a language is to devalue the culture it represents. This linguistic hierarchy created barriers and reinforced the idea that local languages were not sophisticated enough for modern discourse. But the story doesn't end there. The legacy of colonial education is complex. On one hand, it undeniably created a class of educated individuals who would, ironically, become the very leaders of the independence movements. They used the tools and ideas they learned, concepts of liberty, nationalism, and self-determination to fight against colonial rule. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, and Leopold Sedar Senghor were all products of this system, but they turned its logic on its head to argue for freedom. On the other hand, the cultural and psychological impact has been much harder to shake. Even after independence, many post-colonial nations struggled with their educational systems. For decades, curricula remained largely unchanged, still reflecting a colonial worldview. The heroes in the textbooks were slow to change. The stories told were slow to be replaced. It takes generations to decolonize a curriculum, to reclaim and reintegrate one's own history and culture into the heart of the educational system. This process of decolonization is happening right now, all across the continent and in the diaspora. Scholars, educators, and artists are working tirelessly to unearth and celebrate African histories, philosophies, and art forms. They are rewriting textbooks to place African civilizations at the center of their own story. They are championing indigenous languages and insisting that they are just as capable of expressing complex, scientific, and philosophical ideas as any other. This is not about rejecting knowledge from other parts of the world. It's about creating a balance. It's about recognizing that every culture has its own genius, its own contributions to the human story. It's about building an educational system where a child can learn about the pyramids of Giza and the ruins of Great Zimbabwe with equal pride, where they can read both Shakespeare and Chinua Achebe and understand the value of each. So, the next time you think about education, remember that it's never neutral. The stories we choose to tell our children, the heroes we ask them to admire, and the histories we prioritize, all have the power to shape their identity and their place in the world. The legacy of colonial education is a powerful reminder that the battle for the mind is just as important as the battle for land. It shows us that true liberation isn't just about political independence. It's also about cultural and intellectual freedom. Ever wonder how an empire can accidentally sow the seeds of its own destruction? It's a fascinating paradox. And it's exactly what happened in Africa during the colonial era. The tool that was meant to solidify control ended up becoming the very weapon that dismantled it. Let's dive into how colonial education, of all things, fueled the fight for African independence. Picture this. European powers have carved up Africa, establishing colonies across the continent. To run these vast territories, they need a local workforce. They need clerks, low-level administrators, interpreters, and teachers. So they introduce a system of Western-style education. But this wasn't about creating equal partners. The primary goal was to produce a compliant, subordinate class that could help manage the colonial machine. The curriculum was often limited. designed to teach basic literacy and numeracy, along with a healthy dose of European cultural superiority. The idea was to create subjects, not citizens. However, something unexpected happened. While the majority of Africans had little to no access to this education, a small, select group managed to go further. They attended missionary schools, and a very fortunate few even traveled to universities in Europe and America. These individuals became lawyers, doctors, journalists, and senior civil servants. They formed a new, educated elite. They could read, write, and speak the language of their colonizers fluently. They weren't just learning they were absorbing ideas about liberty, justice, and self-determination. The very principles the Western world claimed to champion. This is where the paradox truly kicks in. These educated Africans started to see the glaring hypocrisy of colonial rule. They read about the French Revolution's call for liberty, equality, fraternity, and the American Declaration of Independence's assertion that all men are created equal. Yet, when they looked around, they saw a system built on racial hierarchy, economic exploitation, and the denial of basic human rights to their own people. The education they received gave them the vocabulary and the intellectual framework to articulate this injustice. They began to use their skills to fight back. African lawyers, trained in British or French law, started using the colonizers' own legal systems to challenge discriminatory policies and defend the rights of their people in court. They knew the law inside and out, and they could expertly point out the contradictions and injustices within the colonial legal structure. They were no longer just subjects to be ruled. They were formidable adversaries, playing the game on the colonizers' own turf. Man will. African journalists and writers founded newspapers and published articles that spread ideas of nationalism and resistance. Using the colonizers' language, they could reach a broader, international audience, exposing the brutalities of the colonial regime to the world. They crafted powerful narratives of African identity and aspirations for freedom, countering the colonial propaganda that depicted Africans as backward and incapable of self-government. These publications became vital tools for mobilizing the public and building a shared sense of purpose. Think of it as the original social media campaign for independence, spreading ideas from person to person, village to village. Teachers, another key part of this new elite, played a crucial role. While some taught the prescribed colonial curriculum, others subtly infused their lessons with messages of African pride, history, and the dream of a self-governing future. They were nurturing the next generation of thinkers and activists, planting the seeds of liberation in young minds. They taught students to question, to think critically, and to imagine a world beyond colonial domination. Across the continent, these educated leaders began to organize. They formed political parties, trade unions, and welfare associations. These organizations initially started by demanding moderate reforms, better wages, more representation in government, an end to forced labor. But as their calls were ignored or met with repression, their demands grew bolder. The fight for reform evolved into a full-blown struggle for independence. Let's look at some of the giants who emerged from this crucible. In Ghana, there was Kwame, educated in the United States and Britain. He returned home, armed with political theories and organizing strategies. He understood the power of mass mobilization and used his powerful oratory skills to galvanize the people of the Gold Coast, leading them to become the first sub-Saharan African nation to gain independence in 1957. In Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta, who had studied anthropology in London, became a leading figure in the fight against British rule. He used his understanding of both Western political thought and traditional Kikuyu culture to unite his people. He could argue against colonial officials in perfect English one day and inspire a crowd of farmers in their native tongue the next. In Senegal, the poet and politician Léopold Sédar, a brilliant scholar who studied in Paris, championed the concept of negritude, a celebration of black identity and culture. He used his intellectual prowess to argue for a path to independence that preserved African cultural heritage while engaging with the modern world. He became Senegal's first president. And of course, in South Africa, Nelson Mandela, a lawyer by training, initially sought to challenge the apartheid system through nonviolent legal means. His education gave him the tools to see the profound injustice of the system and to articulate a vision for a non-racial, democratic South Africa. While his struggle took a different path, his intellectual foundations were forged in this same environment. These leaders, and countless others like them across Africa, represent the ultimate unintended consequence of colonial education. The empire had created a system to produce clerks and assistants, but it had inadvertently forged its own grave. It gave them the language to debate their colonizers in international forums, the legal knowledge to challenge their laws, and the philosophical ideas to demand their freedom. The colonizers thought they were creating loyal subjects who would help maintain the empire. Instead, they created a cadre of revolutionary intellectuals who understood the system so well that they knew exactly how to dismantle it. They took the master's tools, not just to build their own houses, but to tear down the master's house first. The knowledge that was supposed to ensure submission became the ultimate instrument of liberation. It's a powerful lesson in history. It shows that ideas are unstoppable. Once you teach people to read, you can't control what they'll read. Once you teach them to think critically, you can't control what they'll think about. And once they start thinking about freedom and justice, it's only a matter of time before they demand it for themselves. The rise of African independence movements is a testament to the enduring power of knowledge and the unbreakable spirit of people determined to be free. It's changing. After 2 devastating world wars, European powers like Britain and France found their grip on their vast overseas territories weakening. At the same time, a generation of African leaders, many educated in the West, returned home with a powerful vision of self-determination. They organized, they protested, they negotiated, and slowly but surely, the tide turned. Colonial governments, seeing the writing on the wall, began preparing for a handover of power. It was a period of immense hope and exhilarating possibility. The dream of independence was finally becoming a reality. But independence is more than just a political event. It's not just about changing the people in the State House or redesigning the national flag. It's about fundamentally reshaping a society. And here's where the story gets complicated. When the colonial administrators packed their bags and sailed home, they didn't take everything with them. They left behind the entire framework of the modern state they had constructed. The roads, the railways, the government buildings, and something much deeper, much more ingrained. The institutions, think about it. The schools your grandparents attended, the way government offices were organized, even the exams students had to pass to get ahead. These weren't created in a vacuum. They were designed by colonial powers for colonial purposes. Their primary goal wasn't necessarily to empower the local population for its own sake, but to create a small, manageable class of clerks, junior administrators, and workers to help run the vast machinery of empire. The entire system was built to serve an external master. So, what happens when the master leaves, but the machinery remains? This was the critical challenge facing the first generation of independent African leaders. They inherited nations, but they also inherited the operating systems of those nation systems, designed for control and extraction, not for liberation and development. And this inheritance would have profound and lasting consequences that are still being felt across the continent today. It's a story of unintended legacies, difficult choices, and the long, slow process of truly becoming free. Let's start with education. Schools are often seen as engines of progress, and in many ways, they were. Colonial missionaries and governments built schools where none had existed before, introducing literacy and modern knowledge to millions. But what was being taught, and why? The curriculum was almost always a carbon copy of what was being taught back in London, Paris, or Lisbon. African children learned about English kings and French rivers, memorizing poems and histories that had no connection to their own lives, their own cultures, or their own ancestors. The languages of instruction were English, French, or Portuguese. Local languages were often dismissed as vernacular and unsuitable for serious academic thought. This created a linguistic hierarchy. To succeed, to get a good job, to be seen as educated, you had to master the language of the colonizer. This wasn't just a practical matter. It had a deep psychological impact. It sent a clear message that local knowledge and culture were somehow inferior. The purpose of this education system was very specific. It wasn't designed to create a nation of critical thinkers, innovators, or entrepreneurs. It was designed to produce a reliable workforce for the colonial administration. The goal was to train people who could read, write, and follow instructions, people who would fit neatly into the lower rungs of the colonial ladder. The very best and brightest might be sent to universities in Europe, but the overall system was geared towards maintaining the status quo, not challenging it. Then you have the examination systems. Think of the Cambridge School Certificate or the French bac. These exams were the gateways to opportunity. Passing them meant you could get a government job or go to university. Failing them often meant a life of manual labor. But these exams were set and marked thousands of miles away. The standards, the questions, the entire framework was foreign. An African student's future was being decided based on a system that had little to do with their own context or needs. Now, imagine you are a leader of a newly independent nation in, say, 1965. You've just taken power. You have a whole country to run. A population with huge expectations for a better life. You need doctors, engineers, teachers, and civil servants. And you need them fast. What do you do with the education system you've inherited? Do you tear it all down and start from scratch? But with what? You don't have new textbooks, new curricula, or thousands of newly trained teachers ready to go. The most practical, immediate option is to just keep the old system running. And that's largely what happened. Across Africa, newly independent nations continued to use the same colonial curricula and examination systems for years, sometimes decades, after independence. The language of instruction remained the same. The focus on European history and literature often continued. The goal of education subtly shifted from serving the empire to serving the new national government, but the structure itself remained remarkably intact. This created a generation of citizens who were, in a sense, educated away from their own cultures. This legacy extends far beyond the classroom. It's deeply embedded in the administrative structures of the state itself. The colonial state was not a democratic one. It was an authoritarian bureaucracy. The governor at the top had immense power. Decisions were made in the capital and passed down through a rigid chain of command of district officers and local chiefs. The system was designed for efficiency and control, not for public participation or accountability. Its job was to collect taxes, enforce laws, and keep order, all for the benefit of the metropole. When independence came, African leaders stepped into these same roles. They became the new presidents and prime ministers, sitting in the same offices, using the same legal frameworks, and presiding over the same top-down administrative structures. The district officer might now be called a district commissioner, and he was now an African, not a European. But his function and his relationship to the people in his district often remained very similar. This inheritance of a centralized, authoritarian state structure had huge implications for the development of democracy. The new governments had the tools of control readily available. They inherited laws that allowed for dissension without trial, for the banning of political opposition, and for the control of the press, all originally put in place by the colonial powers to suppress dissent. In the hands of new leaders, some of whom were facing internal divisions and external pressures, these tools were often too tempting to resist using. So, instead of building new, more democratic and participatory forms of governance from the ground up, many new states simply repurposed the old colonial machinery. The state remained a distant, powerful entity that ruled over the people, rather than a servant of the people. This is not to say the new leaders were malicious. They were facing incredible challenges. They were trying to forge unified nations out of diverse ethnic groups that had been artificially thrown together by colonial mapmaking. They needed to establish authority and get things done. The colonial state, for all its flaws, was the only model they had. This created a fundamental paradox. The very movements that had fought for freedom ended up governing through the institutions of their former oppressors. The dream was liberation, but the reality was often the continuation of old power structures, just with new faces at the top. This isn't a simple story of good guys and bad guys. It's a story of complex historical forces and incredibly difficult choices. So, what does this all mean for Africa today? The legacy of these institutions is everywhere. Debates about language policy in schools, whether to prioritize English or French versus indigenous languages, are a direct continuation of this history. Struggles for decentralization and more local control over government are a reaction against the inherited centralized state. The very shape of civil services and public administrations in many countries can be traced back to their colonial origins, but the story isn't one of passive victory. Over the decades, there have been incredible efforts to decolonize these institutions. Universities across the continent have developed new curricula focused on African history, literature, and philosophy. Activists and thinkers have championed the use and development of indigenous languages. There have been waves of constitutional reforms aimed at making states more democratic and accountable. It's a long and ongoing struggle. It's the process of taking that inherited machinery and trying to re-engineer it, piece by piece, to serve a new purpose: the genuine liberation and prosperity of African peoples. Understanding this history is not about assigning blame. It's about understanding the present. It helps us see why certain problems persist and why certain patterns of power seem so hard to break. The shadow of the colonial state is long, but it is not permanent. By recognizing where these structures came from and what they were designed to do, we can better understand the immense and ongoing project of building a truly post-colonial future. It is a testament to the resilience and creativity of the continent that this work continues, generation after generation. Imagine you're sitting in a classroom, eager to learn. But everything, the teacher's words, the books, the exams, is in a language you don't speak at home, a language that feels foreign, distant. This wasn't a hypothetical for millions across Africa during the colonial era. It was their reality. We often think of colonial education in terms of schools, subjects, and discipline. But what if I told you the single most powerful tool of control wasn't any of those things? It was something far more fundamental. It was language. Language became the ultimate gatekeeper. It determined who got an education, who could get a job in the colonial administration, and who could climb the ladder of the new economy. Across the continent, European languages, English, French, Portuguese, became the golden keys to opportunity. To not speak them was to be locked out of the modern world being built around you. But this created a profound and lasting dilemma. Because when you force an entire society to think, dream, and articulate its future in a foreign tongue, you're not just changing how they speak, you're changing how they see themselves and the world. This is the story of language and the colonial mind. Let's rewind to the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Colonial powers are carving up Africa, and they bring a new system of education. The primary goal wasn't necessarily to enlighten the local population in a broad, humanistic sense. It was practical. The colonies needed clerks, low-level administrators, interpreters, and workers who could follow instructions. They needed a local elite, a buffer class, that could help govern the vast territories. The most efficient way to create this class? Teach them the colonizers' language. So, mission schools and government schools popped up, and the medium of instruction was almost always European. From the very first day, an African child learned a crucial lesson: the language of my parents. The language of my culture, my history, and my traditions is not the language of power. It's not the language of progress. The language that matters is the one spoken by the white man in the administrator's office. This created an immediate hierarchy. Those who picked up English or French quickly were seen as intelligent, modern, and promising. Those who struggled were left behind. Think about the psychological impact of this. Your native tongue, the one you use to express love, tell stories, and connect with your community, it's relegated to the home, to the private sphere. In the public sphere, the world of government, commerce, and advancement, it's useless. The celebrated Kenyan writer Ngujwa Thiong'o describes this experience vividly in his book, Decolonizing the Mind. He talks about the shame associated with speaking his native Gikuyu at school. Children would be punished, sometimes even publicly humiliated, for slipping into their mother tongue. They were forced to wear signs that said, "I am stupid" or "I am a donkey." The message was clear and brutal: your language, and by extension your culture, is a source of shame. This linguistic hierarchy didn't just stay within the school walls. It bled into every aspect of society. To get a job as a clerk in a government office, you had to be fluent in the colonial language. To read the newspaper, to understand the laws being passed, to participate in any meaningful way in the new colonial state, you needed that language. An elite was formed, not necessarily based on traditional leadership or merit in a broader sense, but on linguistic proficiency. This created new social divisions. The educated class, who spoke the European language, often became disconnected from their own communities, who did not. They lived in different worlds, operating on different terms. This created what's often called a double consciousness. The educated African had to navigate two identities. At work or in official settings, they performed their role in a European language, adopting its mannerisms and thought patterns. At home, they might revert to their mother tongue, but the lines were often blurred. The colonial language started to seep into their private lives, seen as more sophisticated, more modern. People would sprinkle their conversations with English or French words to signal their education and status. The language of the colonizer became aspirational. But what happens when you adopt another language so completely? You also adopt its worldview. Language isn't just a set of words. It's a carrier of culture, history, and values. Every language has its own way of seeing the world, its own unique metaphors, its own way of structuring reality. When you learn English, you're not just learning vocabulary and grammar. You're learning a certain way of thinking that was shaped by English history and culture. The literature you read is English literature. The historical figures you study are European figures. The concepts of law, politics, and even beauty are filtered through a European lens. Your own cultures, heroes, stories, and philosophies fade into the background. They might seem less important, less universal. The colonial language becomes the lens through which you view your own reality, and often that lens distorts the picture. It can make you see your own traditions as primitive, your own history as insignificant, and your own people as lacking. This is the deepest and most insidious power of linguistic colonization. It colonizes the mind. It makes the colonized see themselves through the eyes of the colonizer. The writer Frantz Fanon spoke about this phenomenon. He argued that for the colonized person, to speak a language is to take on a world, a culture. By mastering the colonizer's language, the colonized individual feels they are becoming whiter, that they are elevating themselves and moving closer to the center of power. But it's an illusion. They are never fully accepted into the colonizer's world, yet they have become alienated from their own. They exist in a state of cultural limbo. Now, let's be clear. The ability to speak a global language like English or French is undoubtedly a huge advantage in today's interconnected world. It opens doors to international communication, science, and commerce. The issue isn't the languages themselves. The issue is the historical context of their imposition and the resulting devaluation of indigenous languages. After independence, many African nations faced a difficult choice. What should be the official language of the new country? Many of these nations were multi-ethnic and multilingual. Choosing one indigenous language over others could spark ethnic tensions and conflict. So, for the sake of unity and practicality, many new governments kept the colonial language as the official one. It was seen as a neutral option. English, French, or Portuguese remained the language of government, the courts, higher education, and international relations. But this decision had long-term consequences. It meant that the linguistic hierarchy established during the colonial era was, in many ways, preserved. Access to power and opportunity was still largely dependent on mastering a European language. The cultural dilemma continued. Generations of Africans have been educated almost entirely in a foreign tongue, often at the expense of fluency in their own mother tongues. Today, there's a growing movement across Africa to reclaim and revitalize indigenous languages. Writers like Ngugi wa Thiong'o made the radical decision to stop writing in English and write only in his native Geek. He argues that for African literature to be truly African, it must be written in African languages. There are pushes for more bilingual education, where students learn in both their mother tongue and a global language. There's a recognition that you don't have to choose. You can be rooted in your own culture, while also engaging with the wider world. The legacy of linguistic colonialism is complex and ongoing. It's a story of power, identity, and resistance. It shows us that language is never just about communication. It's about who has the power to name the world, to tell the stories, and to define reality. The struggle to decolonize the mind is, in many ways, a struggle over language. It's about finding a voice that is authentic, that honors the past, and that can confidently speak its own future. Thank you so much for watching. This is a topic with so many layers, and I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. What role has language played in your own life or community? Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more deep dives into history and culture. See you next time. In every classroom across Africa, from the bustling cities to the quietest rural villages, there's an invisible force at play. It's a silent determiner of who succeeds and who struggles, who gets a seat at the table and who is left behind. This force is language. It's the very medium through which all knowledge is supposed to travel, the fundamental building block of our entire education system. But what happens when that building block is a foreign one? For millions of students across the continent, The language spoken in their classroom is completely different from the language spoken in their homes. Imagine a child who grows up speaking Yoruba, Zulu, Shona, Wolof, or Amharic. They learn their first words, tell their first stories, and understand the world around them in their mother tongue. Then, they step into a classroom where everything from math problems to history lessons is taught in English, French, Portuguese, or Arabic. Suddenly, they are not just learning a new subject. They are learning it in an entirely new language. This is the reality for a vast number of African children. This isn't an accident of history. It's a direct legacy of colonialism. When European powers carved up the continent, they brought with them not just new borders and new governments, but new languages. These languages, English, French, Portuguese, became the languages of power, administration, and, crucially, education. Local languages were often dismissed as unmodern or unsuitable for formal instruction. The goal was to create a small, educated elite who could serve the colonial administration. Education wasn't for everyone. It was for a select few, and the language of instruction was the first and most significant barrier to entry. After independence, many African nations faced a difficult choice. Hundreds, sometimes thousands, of local languages spoken within their new borders. Which one do you pick as the national language of instruction? Choosing one local language over another could spark ethnic tensions and political instability. The so-called neutral colonial language often seemed like the easiest, safest option to foster national unity. It was also seen as the language of global opportunity, a gateway to international trade, science, and diplomacy. So, the system remained. The colonial linguistic structure was inherited, not dismantled. But what is the real cost of this decision? Let's go back to that child in the classroom. When you force a child to learn in a language they don't understand, you're essentially asking them to perform a constant, exhausting act of translation. Before they can even begin to grasp a new concept in biology or physics, they first have to decode the language it's being taught in. This creates a huge cognitive load. Learning becomes about memorization, not genuine understanding. Students learn to repeat phrases and pass exams without ever truly internalizing the knowledge. They can't ask nuanced questions, express complex ideas, or engage in creative, critical thinking, because they don't have the linguistic tools to do so. It's like trying to build a house with someone else's tools that you've barely been taught how to use. The impact goes far beyond just academic performance. Language is deeply intertwined with identity and culture. When a child is taught that the language of their parents, their community, and their heritage is not good enough for the classroom, what message does that send? It creates a disconnect. It devalues their own culture and creates a sense of alienation. They start to see their own language as inferior, and the foreign language as the key to success and modernity. This is a profound psychological wound, one that can last a lifetime. It shapes how people see themselves and their place in the world. Moreover, this linguistic divide creates and perpetuates social inequality. The children who succeed are often those from wealthier, urban families who may have more exposure to the colonial language at home or can afford private tutors. They have a head start. Meanwhile, children from rural or less privileged backgrounds who speak only their mother tongue are immediately at a disadvantage. The education system, which should be a ladder for social mobility, instead becomes a filter that reinforces existing class structures. The language of instruction becomes a gatekeeper, locking out millions from achieving their full potential. So, how does this affect the way people think? When education is focused on rote memorization in a foreign tongue, it stifles innovation. You can't think outside the box if you're constantly struggling just to understand the box itself. The knowledge that is passed down is often Western-centric, disconnected from the local context and indigenous knowledge systems that have been developed over centuries. Think about it. Entire worlds of science, agriculture, medicine, and philosophy, all encoded in local languages, are effectively erased from the formal education system. We lose access to this incredible wealth of human knowledge simply because it isn't articulated in English or French. This is not to say that learning European languages is a bad thing. In our globalized world, multilingualism is a powerful asset. The ability to speak English, French, or Portuguese opens up incredible opportunities. The issue is not about excluding these languages, but about asterisk. When asterisk and asterisk How asterisk they are introduced. The key, according to countless studies and education experts, is mother tongue-based, multilingual education. The model is simple. Start by teaching children in the language they already know and understand. Let them build a strong foundation in literacy and critical thinking in their mother tongue. This is the language they use to dream, to question, to create. Once they are confident learners in their own language, then you gradually introduce the national or international language as a second language. The evidence for this approach is overwhelming. Children who learn in their mother tongue for the first few years of school perform better across the board. They have higher literacy rates, better scores in math and science, and are more likely to stay in school. They also learn the second language more effectively because they already understand the concepts of reading and learning. They're not learning to read while also learning a new language. They are simply applying their existing skills to a new linguistic code. Several African countries are beginning to embrace this change. Ethiopia, for example, has made significant strides in implementing mother tongue education in its primary schools, with promising results. In Nigeria and South Africa, there are growing movements and pilot programs pushing for a greater role for indigenous languages in the classroom. But the challenges are immense. There's a lack of funding, a shortage of trained teachers, and a need to develop standardized materials like textbooks in hundreds of different languages. There is also resistance from some parents who have been conditioned to believe that an English or French education is the only path to success for their children. We have to undo decades of this internalized belief. The debate over language in African education is not just about pedagogy. It's about social justice. It's about reclaiming cultural identity and unlocking the human potential of an entire continent. Imagine a generation of African scientists, engineers, and artists who were educated in a way that affirmed their identity, who were encouraged to think critically in the language of their hearts, and who were able to bridge the gap between indigenous knowledge and global innovation. What problems could they solve? What futures could they build? The language of the classroom may seem like a small detail, but it has the power to shape the destiny of millions. It's the invisible architecture of opportunity. By changing that architecture, by building our educational systems on the strong foundation of our own languages, we can create a more equitable, more innovative, and more confident future for all of Africa. The journey is long, but it is one we must take. Hello and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're diving deep into a topic that shapes our world in ways we often don't even realize. Language. But not just any language. We're talking about how colonial powers used language not just to speak, but to rule. Let's explore how language became one of the most effective tools of power and administration during the Age of Empires. Imagine you're a European power in the 18th or 19th century. You've just acquired a massive territory on another continent. This new colony isn't a blank slate. It's a vibrant, complex tapestry of hundreds of different ethnic groups, each with its own culture, traditions, and, crucially, its own language. In some regions, you might find thousands of distinct languages and dialects spoken within the borders you've just drawn on a map. Now, from the perspective of a colonial administrator, this linguistic diversity is not a rich cultural heritage. It's a problem. A huge one. How do you govern a population you can't communicate with? How do you issue decrees, collect taxes, enforce laws, and recruit local labor when your orders can't be understood? The answer was found not in learning the local languages, but in imposing their own. This wasn't just about convenience. It was a strategic move to centralize power and create a new, hierarchical social order. So, the great European empires began a massive sociolinguistic project in the vast territories controlled by the British Empire. From India to Nigeria, from the Caribbean to Malaysia, English was systematically promoted. For the French, in their colonies across West Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific, the mission was to spread the French language. Similarly, the Portuguese pushed their language in places like Brazil, Angola, and Mozambique. This pattern was repeated across the board. The language of the colonizer became the language of the colonized government. This imposition of a single, foreign language served several key purposes for the colonial administration. First and foremost, it created a streamlined, efficient system of governance. A governor in a colonial capital could issue a directive in English, French, or Portuguese, and that directive could be sent down a chain of command, understood by every colonial officer, district commissioner, and local clerk, right down to the village level. It standardized everything from legal documents and court proceedings to land deeds and tax records. Without a common administrative language, the day-to-day business of running an empire would have been nearly impossible. It simplified the complex task of ruling over millions of people who were culturally and linguistically diverse. But it was about so much more than just administrative efficiency. By making their language the official language, colonial powers instantly created a new form of currency. Linguistic capital. Suddenly, knowing the colonizer's language became the key to opportunity, social mobility, and power within the colonial system. It was the gatekeeper. Think about it. If you wanted a job in the colonial civil service, even a minor one like a clerk or a translator, you had to know English or French. If you wanted to engage with the legal system, you had to do it in the colonizer's language. If you wanted to participate in the new cash economy, whether in trade or commerce, fluency in the European language was a massive advantage. This created a clear and deliberate division within the local population. A small, new elite class emerged. Those who had mastered the colonial language. They were the ones who could mediate between the colonial rulers and the general population. They became the intermediaries, the bureaucrats, the local leaders who were favored by the administration. This new elite often gained their status not through traditional hierarchies, but through their linguistic skills. Conversely, those who didn't speak the colonial language were effectively locked out. They were marginalized, unable to access education, unable to secure government jobs, and unable to navigate the new legal and economic systems that were being imposed upon them. Their own languages, which had been the lifeblood of their communities for centuries, were devalued. Where is sinus? Local or vernacular? Good enough for the home or the village market, but not for the serious business of power, law, and progress. This was a powerful way to reinforce the colonial hierarchy, placing the European language and culture at the very top, and everything else far below. So, how did they achieve this widespread linguistic shift? The primary engine for this transformation was the school. Colonial education systems were established not just to teach reading and writing, but specifically to teach reading and writing asterisk in the colonial language. Asterisk schools became the front line of cultural and linguistic assimilation. From a very young age, children were immersed in English, French, or Portuguese. Their own mother tongues were often discouraged, sometimes even punished. The curriculum itself was imported from Europe. Students would learn about the history, literature, and geography of the colonial motherland, further reinforcing the idea that the colonizer's culture was the universal standard of knowledge and civilization. Graduates from these schools were the perfect candidates for the colonial machine. They were linguistically proficient, culturally assimilated to a degree, and ready to fill the lower and middle ranks of the administration. This educational system was incredibly effective. It produced generations of people who saw the world through the lens of the colonial language. For many, it became their primary language for intellectual thought, professional life, and even personal expression. The impact of this policy was profound and long-lasting. On one hand, it did connect disparate communities within a single colonial territory. People who spoke different local languages could now communicate with each other using the shared colonial language. In some cases, this new shared language, or lingua franca, helped foster a sense of national identity among people who had previously been divided. Ironically, the very language introduced to control them later became a tool for them to unite and organize against colonial rule during independence movements. Leaders from different ethnic groups could use English or French to coordinate their efforts and build a national resistance. However, the negative consequences were immense and are still felt today. The imposition of colonial languages led to what linguists call language death or linguicide. Hundreds, if not thousands, of indigenous languages have been lost or are critically endangered because they were systematically marginalized. When a language dies, it's not just words that disappear. It's a whole worldview, a unique way of understanding the universe. Centuries of oral history, poetry, and traditional knowledge. The cultural loss is incalculable. Even today, in many post-colonial nations, the language of the former colonizer remains the official language, or at least one of them. It's still the language of government, higher education, and international business. This creates ongoing social and educational challenges. A child might grow up speaking one language at home, but is then required to learn and be educated in a completely different language at school. This can create significant barriers to learning and contribute to educational inequality. The debate over which language should be used in schools and government is a passionate and often politically charged issue in many countries around the world. So, when we look back at the colonial period, it's essential to see language for what it was. A sophisticated and powerful instrument of control. It was used to build an administrative state, to create social hierarchies, and to project cultural dominance. It was a tool that simultaneously enabled the functioning of empire while also sowing the seeds of its own eventual challenge. The linguistic landscapes of our modern world are a direct legacy of this history, a complex inheritance of power, resistance, and identity that continues to evolve. The next time you hear English spoken in New Delhi, French in Dakar, or Portuguese in Luanda, remember that it's more than just a means of communication. It's a living echo of a colonial past that fundamentally reshaped the world. Have you ever thought about how the language you speak can open or close doors for you? It's a powerful idea, and it has deep historical roots. Today, let's dive into how language, specifically colonial languages, became the ultimate gatekeeper of opportunity, shaping societies and individual destinies in ways we still feel today. Imagine living in a place where suddenly the language of your ancestors, the one you grew up speaking, isn't enough anymore. A new language, brought by ships from a distant land, becomes the key to a better life. This was the reality for millions of people across Africa, Asia, and the Americas during the colonial era. Languages like English, French, and Portuguese weren't just for communication. They were instruments of power and control. Initially, colonial powers needed local intermediaries, people who could bridge the gap between the rulers and the ruled. A small group of locals were educated in the colonial language to serve as clerks, translators, and low-level administrators. This created a new, small, educated elite. But what started as a practical necessity soon evolved into a rigid social structure. The ability to speak, read, and write in the colonizer's language became the dividing line between those who had access to power and those who did not. Over time, this linguistic divide became deeply entrenched. It wasn't just about getting a job with the colonial administration anymore. Mastery of the colonial language became an absolute requirement for almost any kind of professional or social advancement. It became the symbol of being modern, educated, and civilized in the eyes of the ruling power. Local languages and the rich cultures they carried were often devalued, seen as backward or unsophisticated. The message was clear. To get ahead, you had to adopt the language of the colonizer. Let's break down how this worked in practice. Think of it like a series of locked gates, each one requiring a specific linguistic key. If you wanted to become a teacher, for instance, you needed English. In British colonies, the entire education system was modeled after the one in Britain. Textbooks were in English, exams were in English, and the language of instruction was English. So, if you dreamed of educating the next generation, you first had to master the language of Shakespeare and Dickens. It didn't matter how wise or knowledgeable you were in your own language. Without English, the classroom door remained firmly shut. This created a cycle where English proficiency was taught and reinforced, further solidifying its importance. Now, what if your ambitions were in public service? If you wanted to work in government, you needed French. In French colonies, from West Africa to Southeast Asia, the administrative system was a mirror of the one in Paris. All official documents, laws, and communications were in French. To climb the ladder of the civil service, to have any say in the governance of your own land, you had to be fluent in French. This meant that the corridors of power were filled with the sounds of a foreign tongue, and decisions affecting millions were made in a language many of them couldn't understand. French became the language of bureaucracy and authority, a crucial key to influencing public life. And what about higher education? If you wanted to study at a university, you often needed Portuguese. In places like Brazil, Angola, and Mozambique, the most prestigious universities were established based on the Portuguese model. The professors, the literature, the scientific papers, everything was in Portuguese. To pursue advanced knowledge, to become a doctor, an engineer, or a lawyer, You had to first master the language of Lisbon. Your intellectual potential was measured by your ability to articulate complex ideas in Portuguese. This effectively barred many brilliant minds from accessing higher learning simply because they hadn't mastered the colonial language. Do you see the pattern here? English for teaching, French for government, Portuguese for university. Each language controlled access to a vital sector of society. Language became the ultimate gatekeeper of opportunity. It wasn't just a tool for communication. It was a barrier, a filter that determined who could advance and who would be left behind. This system created deep social divisions. It created a class of people who, by virtue of their linguistic skills, had access to better jobs, higher social status, and greater wealth. Meanwhile, the vast majority who spoke only their native languages were excluded from these paths to advancement. This legacy is incredibly complex and still impacts the world today. In many post-colonial nations, the colonial language remains the official language, or the language of business and higher education. Debates still rage about the role of these languages versus indigenous ones. On one hand, proficiency in a global language like English or French can connect people to the global economy in a world of information. On the other hand, it perpetuates the old power structures and can lead to the marginalization of local languages and cultures. Think about this psychological impact. Imagine being told that the way you speak, the language of your family and your community, is not valuable. Imagine having to adopt a new identity, a new way of speaking, just to be seen as worthy of success. This created a sense of cultural alienation for many, a feeling of being caught between two worlds. The pressure to assimilate linguistically was immense, and it often came at the cost of one's own cultural heritage. The story of language as a gatekeeper is a powerful reminder of how social structures are built and maintained. It shows us that access to opportunity is rarely just about talent or hard work. Often, it's about having the right keys. During the colonial era, the master key was language. It locked and unlocked doors to education, power, and prosperity, shaping the destinies of millions and creating inequalities that have echoed through generations. Even today, we see echoes of this. Think about the importance of English in the international business world or in the scientific community. While the context is different, the principle remains. Language can still function as a gatekeeper. Understanding this history helps us be more aware of the invisible barriers that people might face. It encourages us to value linguistic diversity and to question systems that privilege one language over another. It's a call to ensure that opportunity is not gated by the language a person speaks, but is open to all, based on their true potential and abilities. The story of colonial languages is not just a history lesson, it's a living part of our world. It challenges us to think critically about power, identity, and what it truly means to have an equal chance at success. By recognizing how language was used to control access to opportunity, we can work towards building a more inclusive future where every voice and every language is heard and valued. Have you ever thought about your first day of school? The excitement, maybe a little bit of fear, the new crayons, the new friends. For most of us, it was a big step, but imagine if that step wasn't just into a new building, but into an entirely new world of language. Today, we're diving deep into a topic that affects millions of children across the African continent, the profound linguistic challenge they face when they start their formal education. This isn't just about learning ABC. It's about navigating a completely different linguistic reality from the one they've known their entire lives. Let's set the scene. Picture a vibrant community somewhere in Africa. A 6-year-old child, let's call her Amara, is getting ready for her first day of school. At home, she speaks a local language, let's say Wolof. It's the language of her lullabies, her games, the stories her grandmother tells, the jokes she shares with her friends in the neighborhood. It's more than just words. It's the fabric of her identity, her culture, and her connection to everyone she loves. Her world is built on the sounds and rhythms of Wolof. She is confident, expressive, and curious in this language. It's the tool she uses to understand everything around her. Now, Amara walks through the school gates. She's excited, holding her new backpack. She sits down at her desk, and the teacher starts to speak. But the words are strange. They don't sound like the words her mother uses. They sound like English, or French, or Portuguese. Suddenly, the world of school becomes a puzzle. The teacher points to a picture of an apple and says a word Amara has never heard. The songs they sing are in this new, foreign tongue. The colorful posters on the wall are covered in letters that form words she can't decipher. The language of her home, her heart, her very being, has been left at the school gate. Inside these walls, a new language reigns supreme, and she is a foreigner in her own country's classroom. This is the reality for countless children. They live a life of dual linguistics. At home, they're fluent, comfortable, and articulate. They can tell elaborate stories, ask complex questions, and express nuanced emotions. But in the classroom, they are often rendered silent. They struggle to understand the simplest instructions. Asking a question becomes an intimidating task, not because they lack curiosity, but because they lack the words in the required language. Think about it. How do you ask for permission to use the restroom if you don't know the phrase? How do you say you don't understand when you can't even form that sentence? This creates a chasm between the child's inner world and their educational experience. The classroom, which should be a place of empowerment, can feel like a place of confusion and alienation. This struggle intensifies as school progresses. The textbooks are a mountain of unfamiliar vocabulary and complex sentence structures. Imagine trying to read a story or a history lesson in a language you're only just beginning to learn. You're not just trying to understand the plot or the historical events. You're trying to decode every single sentence. It's like trying to solve a puzzle and read a book at the same time. Homework instructions become a source of anxiety. The child brings the worksheet home, and their parents, who might also only speak the local language, are unable to help. They can't translate the instructions or explain the concepts. The child is left alone, wrestling not with the academic task itself, but with the linguistic barrier that surrounds it. This isn't a failure of intelligence or effort. It's a systemic hurdle that is incredibly difficult to overcome. Now, let's talk about the ripple effect that this has on other subjects. This is where the challenge becomes truly critical. Consider a subject like mathematics. Math is often called a universal language, but the concepts are taught and explained through a specific linguistic medium. Words like numerator, denominator, multiplication, quotient, variable. These are complex ideas. Now, imagine trying to grasp the concept of division when you don't even understand the word division or the teacher's explanation of how to do it. The problem isn't the numbers. The problem is the language wrapping the numbers. A child might be a logical, brilliant thinker, fully capable of understanding mathematical principles, but they get stuck because the language of instruction is a locked door. They might fail a math test, not because they can't add or subtract, but because they couldn't understand the word problem. The same applies to science. How can a student learn about photosynthesis, ecosystems, or the water cycle if the terminology is completely foreign? These are abstract, multi-step concepts. Explaining them requires precise language. When the student is busy translating each word in their head, their cognitive capacity to actually understand the scientific concept is dramatically reduced. It's like trying to watch a movie with subtitles in a language you barely know while also trying to follow a complex plot. You miss the nuances, the connections, and the bigger picture. The student falls behind, not because they are incapable of being a great scientist or mathematician, but because they were handed a toolkit in a language they couldn't use. This can lead to a devastating loss of potential, as bright students are mislabeled as slow or uninterested simply because of a language barrier. So, what we have here is a dual burden. For many of these African students, school is not a single task of learning new subjects. It is a double marathon. They are running two races simultaneously. In one lane, they are trying to learn algebra, history, and biology. In the other lane, they are trying to learn an entirely new language from scratch. Every single school day, they are engaged in this immense cognitive task. They have to translate, interpret, and learn simultaneously. It's mentally exhausting and can lead to frustration, disengagement, and a feeling of inadequacy. We expect them to perform at the same level as a native speaker of the language of instruction, but we forget they are carrying this extra, invisible weight on their shoulders every single day. This is a complex issue with deep historical and colonial roots, and the solutions are not simple. Many educators and policymakers are actively working on this, exploring mother tongue-based multilingual education, where children begin learning in their home language and gradually transition to others. This approach helps build a strong foundation, allowing them to grasp core concepts first before adding the challenge of a new language. It validates their identity and culture and bridges the gap between home and school. But the implementation of such programs faces its own set of challenges, from funding to teacher training to creating materials in hundreds of different languages. The journey of that 6-year-old child stepping into a new linguistic world is a powerful reminder of the resilience and determination of students across the continent. Their struggle is often silent and unseen, but it's a critical factor in their educational outcomes and their future opportunities. Understanding this challenge is the first step toward creating more inclusive, effective, and equitable education systems for all. It's about ensuring that the door to education is truly open and not locked by a language they have yet to learn. Have you ever stopped to think about language, not just as a way to order a coffee or a chat with friends, but as the very architect of your thoughts? It's a profound idea, isn't it? That the words we use don't just describe our world, they actively build it. Today, we're diving deep into this fascinating connection between language, culture, and the very structure of our minds. Let's start with a big question. Do you think in words, or do you think in concepts that you then translate into words? For centuries, philosophers and linguists have debated this. The dominant theory today is something called linguistic relativity. It suggests that the language you speak influences how you perceive and categorize the world around you. It's not that you can't understand a concept if you don't have a word for it, but the words you do have act like signposts, directing your attention to certain details while letting others fade into the background. Think about colors. In English, we have a distinct word for blue, but in some languages, the same word is used for both blue and green. Does this mean they can't see the difference? Not at all! But experiments have shown that English speakers can distinguish between shades of blue slightly faster than speakers of those languages. Our language has carved out a specific category for blue, making it more readily accessible in our minds. This goes far beyond just colors. It shapes our perception of time, space, and even our own identity. Some languages, for instance, don't have a simple past or future tense. Instead, they might describe events based on how certain you are that they happened or will happen. Imagine how that would change your entire outlook on life, focusing less on a linear timeline and more on a spectrum of certainty. Our sense of self is also deeply tied to language. The stories we tell ourselves about who we are, our memories, our aspirations, these are all constructed with the linguistic tools we've been given. Language provides the narrative framework for our personal identity. Now, let's take this idea to a continent rich with linguistic diversity. Africa, with over 2,000 living languages. Africa is a treasure trove of unique worldviews, each one encapsulated in its own linguistic system. These aren't just different sets of vocabulary. They are distinct cognitive universes. African languages carry centuries of indigenous knowledge, passed down through generations. This knowledge is deeply intertwined with concepts of community, spirituality, and the environment. Consider the concept of community. In many Western cultures, the focus is heavily on the individual, but in many African societies, the group is paramount. This is reflected in the language. For example, the famous Southern African concept of Ubuntu is often translated as, "I am because we are." But that simple translation barely scratches the surface. It's a complex philosophy of interconnectedness, compassion, and shared humanity that is woven into the very fabric of languages like Zulu and Xhosa. It's not just a word, it's a way of being that the language reinforces with every utterance. Spirituality is another area where language reveals a different way of seeing the world. Many African languages have rich vocabularies for describing the spiritual realm, the ancestors, and the life force that animates all things. These aren't abstract, philosophical terms. They are practical, everyday words used to navigate the world. They reflect a reality where the physical and spiritual are not separate, but are two sides of the same coin. The environment, too, is described with incredible precision. Languages spoken by communities that have lived in a particular ecosystem for millennia will have incredibly specific terms for plants, animals, weather patterns, and soil types knowledge that is vital for survival and is often lost when the language disappears. This brings us to the challenge of untranslatable words. These are sometimes called conceptual gaps. They're not just words that require a long explanation. They are concepts that simply don't have an equivalent in another culture's way of thinking. We mentioned Ubuntu. Another example from Japan is komaribi, which refers to the scattered light that filters through the trees. English needs a whole phrase to describe this, but in Japanese, a single word captures that specific, beautiful experience. It highlights what that culture values and pays attention to. Similarly, many African languages have concepts that defy easy translation. Tewola for Teranga in Senegal is often translated as hospitality, but it's so much more. It's a code of conduct, a sense of national pride, and a moral obligation to welcome strangers with warmth, generosity, and respect. It's an entire cultural ethos packed into a single word. When you lose a word like Teranga, you don't just lose a piece of vocabulary. You risk losing the cultural practice and the worldview it represents. This is why the shift in education across many parts of the world is so concerning. When education systems abandon local languages in favor of foreign ones, like English or French, there's a profound and often devastating impact. On the surface, it might seem practical, a way to connect students to the global economy. But underneath, a cognitive and cultural disconnection is taking place. Children go to school and learn to think about science, math, and history in a language that is completely detached from their home life, their heritage, and their community's wisdom. The conceptual worlds they inhabit at home, rich with ideas like Ubuntu or Teranga, and deep knowledge of their local environment, become separated from the world of formal education. This creates a split. Indigenous knowledge is devalued, seen as unscientific or old-fashioned simply because it isn't articulated in the language of the classroom. Students might become fluent in a global language but lose fluency in the language of their own identity. This isn't just a loss for them, it's a loss for all of humanity. We lose access to thousands of years of human experience, observation, and wisdom. This challenge is magnified by the structure of modern education itself, which is largely based on written texts. But what happens to knowledge that has been passed down orally for generations? Many cultures, particularly in Africa, have sophisticated oral tradition storytelling, proverbs, poetry, and songs that serve as libraries of knowledge. These are not just quaint folk tales. They are complex systems for storing and transmitting information about history, law, ethics, and the natural world. Integrating these oral traditions into a classroom built around textbooks and written exams is incredibly difficult. How do you grade a proverb? How do you test the moral lesson of a story? The rigid structure of modern schooling often has no room for the dynamic, interactive nature of oral knowledge systems. The rhythm, the performance, the audience participational are lost when you simply write the story down on a page. The elder, who is the living library of this knowledge, is replaced by a textbook that can never capture the same depth or nuance. So, what does this all mean for us? It means we need to radically rethink our attitude towards language. We must see languages not as interchangeable tools, but as irreplaceable vessels of culture and thought. We need to support efforts to revitalize and preserve endangered languages, recognizing that each one holds a unique key to understanding the human experience. In education, we need to find creative ways to build bridges between indigenous knowledge and modern curricula. This could mean bilingual education programs that give equal weight to local and global languages. It could mean inviting elders and community knowledge keepers into the classroom, treating their wisdom with the same respect we give to a university professor. The architecture of our thoughts is a beautiful, complex structure built by the languages we speak. By embracing linguistic diversity, we don't just save words, we preserve entire worlds of thought, entire ways of being human. And in doing so, we enrich our own understanding of ourselves and the incredible tapestry of human consciousness. What are some unique concepts from your language that are hard to translate? I'd love to read about them in the comments below. Have you ever wondered what education looked like in Africa before the arrival of colonial powers? It's a fascinating question because long before formal classrooms, as we know them today, the continent was a vibrant hub of knowledge, innovation, and learning. This wasn't a system of textbooks and exams, but a living, breathing education woven into the fabric of daily life. Today, we're going to explore this rich world of indigenous African knowledge and understand the profound shift that occurred with the introduction of colonial education. Imagine a society where your pharmacy was the forest, and your textbook was the wisdom of your elders. This was the reality for many African communities. Indigenous knowledge systems were incredibly sophisticated and tailored to the specific environments people lived in. Take medicine, for example. Traditional healers possessed a deep understanding of botany, using specific plants and herbs to treat a wide range of ailments. This wasn't guesswork. It was a science passed down through generations of careful observation and practice. They knew which leaves could reduce a fever, which roots could soothe a stomach ache, and how to prepare remedies that were both effective and safe. This knowledge was a cornerstone of community health and well-being. Then there was agriculture. African farmers were brilliant innovators. They developed techniques like terracing on steep hillsides to prevent soil erosion, intercropping different plants to maximize yields and repel pests, and creating irrigation systems that made farming possible in arid regions. They had an intimate knowledge of local weather patterns, soil types, and plant cycles. This wasn't just about growing food. It was about sustainable land management, ensuring that the environment could support communities for generations to come. They understood the delicate balance of the ecosystem long before the term sustainability became a global buzzword, and it didn't stop there. African societies also had advanced knowledge of astronomy. People navigated vast distances across land and sea by observing the stars. They used the movement of celestial bodies to create complex calendars, which were essential for determining the best times for planting and harvesting, as well as for marking important cultural and religious festivals. This was a practical, applied science. The night sky wasn't just a beautiful sight. It was a map, a clock, and a guide. This vast body of knowledge covering everything from medicine and farming to philosophy and governance was transmitted in unique and powerful ways. It wasn't written down in books but was passed on orally. Storytelling was a key educational tool. Epic tales, myths, and legends were not just for entertainment. They carried within them the history, values, and wisdom of a people. A story about a clever spider might teach lessons about wit and strategy, while an epic about a founding ancestor would instill a sense of identity and shared purpose. Proverbs were another powerful method of teaching. These short, witty sayings contained profound truths about life, relationships, and society. A single proverb could encapsulate a complex philosophical idea, making it easy to remember and apply in daily situations. Think of them as compressed nuggets of wisdom. Apprenticeship was also fundamental. A young person aspiring to be a blacksmith, a weaver, a healer, or a musician would learn by doing, working alongside a master craftsman for years. This hands-on training ensured not only the transfer of technical skills, but also the ethical and spiritual values associated with the craft. Education was holistic. It was about shaping a complete person, not just filling a head with facts. It was deeply connected to community, spirituality, and the natural world. Every member of the community was both a learner and a teacher. Then came a period of immense change. With the arrival of European colonial powers, a new system of education was introduced. Colonial schools were established, often by missionaries, with a very different purpose. The primary goal was not to build upon the existing knowledge systems, but to replace them entirely. The curriculum was designed to serve the administrative and economic needs of the colonial empire. Inside these new classrooms, the world looked very different. African children were taught European history, geography, and literature. They learned about kings and queens in distant lands, rivers and mountains on another continent, and scientific discoveries made by European men. The rich tapestry of their own history, the brilliance of their ancestors' agricultural techniques, and the profound wisdom of their local philosophies were nowhere to be found. In fact, these indigenous knowledge systems were often dismissed as primitive, superstitious, or unscientific. The language of instruction was another major barrier. Children were forced to learn in English, French, or Portuguese, languages that were foreign to them and their communities. This created an immediate disconnect. Imagine trying to grasp complex concepts in a language you barely understand. Indigenous languages, the very vessels that carried centuries of knowledge and cultural identity, were devalued and often forbidden in the classroom. This act alone began to sever the link between the older generation, who held the traditional knowledge, and the younger generation being educated in the colonial system. Over time, This created a profound and damaging gap. A person who went through the formal colonial education system might be able to name all the rivers in Europe but might not know the medicinal properties of the plants growing in their own backyard. They might be able to recite European poetry but be unable to understand the proverbs of their own elders. Formal education became increasingly disconnected from the lived realities and needs of African communities. This created a kind of internal conflict for many educated Africans. They were caught between two worlds. The knowledge gained in school was seen as modern and valuable, granting access to jobs and social status within the new colonial structure. However, it often came at the cost of feeling alienated from their own culture and heritage. The knowledge of their elders, which had sustained their communities for centuries, was now seen as irrelevant or backward. This isn't to say that colonial education brought no benefits at all. It introduced literacy and numeracy on a wider scale and opened up access to certain aspects of global knowledge. Many of the leaders of Africa's independence movements were, ironically, products of this very system. They used the tools they acquired through colonial education to challenge colonial rule itself. However, the long-term impact of erasing indigenous knowledge from the formal curriculum has been significant. It led to a loss of cultural confidence and a dependency on external, Western-centric models of development and problem. Why look for local solutions to agricultural challenges when the textbooks only talk about farming methods from Europe or America? Why value traditional medicine when the official health system dismisses it? The consequences of this educational shift are still felt today across the continent. There's a growing recognition that this gap needs to be bridged. A movement is underway to decolonize education. This doesn't mean rejecting all Western knowledge, but rather integrating it with the rich intellectual heritage of Africa. It's about creating a new synthesis of curriculum that is both locally relevant and globally aware. Universities and schools across the continent are beginning to reintroduce indigenous knowledge into their programs. Scientists are now working with traditional healers to study the efficacy of medicinal plants, validating ancient wisdom with modern research methods. Agricultural experts are looking to traditional farming techniques for lessons in sustainability and climate resilience. Historians are rewriting the narratives to center African perspectives and achievements. The process of decolonizing education is about restoring balance. It's about acknowledging that Africa has always been a continent of thinkers, innovators, and scientists. It's about giving young Africans an education that reflects their own reality, celebrates their heritage, and equips them with the tools to solve the challenges of their own communities. It's about ensuring that the wisdom of the elders is not lost, but is passed on alongside new knowledge to create a stronger, more self-reliant future. This journey of rediscovery and integration is one of the most exciting intellectual movements happening in the world today. It's a powerful reminder that there are many ways of knowing, and that a truly complete education is one that honors the wisdom of the past while embracing the possibilities of the future. What are your thoughts on this? Have you seen examples of indigenous knowledge being integrated into modern life in your own community? Let us know in the comments below. We'd love to hear your perspective. Imagine walking into your school, a place that's supposed to be for learning, but being told that the language you speak at home, the language your parents taught you, is forbidden, not just discouraged, but actively punished. This was the reality for countless children in colonial schools across the world. Today, we're diving deep into the often overlooked story of linguistic imperialism in colonial education and its lasting scars. When European powers established colonies, they didn't just bring soldiers and administrators. They brought their entire cultural and educational systems. A key part of controlling a population was controlling how they thought and communicated. And what better place to start than with the children? In many colonial schools, from Africa to Asia and the Americas, language policies were brutally simple. Speak the colonizer's language or face the consequences. This wasn't a gentle suggestion. It was a rule enforced with an iron fist. Students caught speaking their native tongues be it Swahili, Igbo, Hindi, or any of the thousands of indigenous languages were often subjected to punishment. This could range from physical discipline, like being caned, to being assigned extra, grueling chores. The message was clear and cruel. Your language is wrong. Think about the psychological impact of that. A child's first language is their connection to their family, their culture, their very identity. When you punish a child for speaking it, You're not just correcting a behavior. You're telling them that a fundamental part of who they are is shameful. You're severing that connection to their heritage. To accelerate this process of linguistic assimilation, some schools implemented systems that were psychologically devastating. One of the most infamous was the use of a marker of shame. This could be a wooden sign, a specific object, or even a snail shell, called a symbol in some parts of West Africa. The first child caught speaking their local language would be forced to wear or carry this object. Their only way to get rid of it was to catch another classmate speaking their native language and pass the marker on to them. At the end of the school day, the unfortunate child left holding the marker would be punished. Can you imagine the environment this created? It turned classmates into informants. It sowed distrust and fear among friends. Children, desperate to avoid punishment, would actively listen for a slip-up from their peers. It was a twisted game designed to make them police each other, internalizing the colonial agenda and becoming agents of their own cultural suppression. The goal was to make the colonizers' language English, French, Portuguesa, only acceptable language for education, for administration, and ultimately, for aspiration. The long-term effects of these policies were profound and are still felt today. On a personal level, generations of people grew up associating their own mother tongues with backwardness, punishment, and shame. They were taught, implicitly and explicitly, that success, intelligence, and modernity were exclusively linked to the colonial language. This created a deep-seated linguistic insecurity. Many began to believe that their own languages were inferior, incapable of expressing complex or scientific thought, a myth created and perpetuated by the colonial system. This created a society-wide hierarchy of languages. European languages were placed at the very top of the pyramid. They were the languages of power, of government, of well-paying jobs, and of social mobility. Below them, far below, were the indigenous languages, relegated to the home, the village market, and the uneducated. This linguistic hierarchy didn't just magically disappear when the colonial flags were lowered and independence was declared. It had become ingrained in the social fabric. Even in post-colonial nations, this legacy persists. The official language of business and government is often still the former colonial language. Access to higher education and the best career opportunities frequently depends on fluency in English, French, or Portuguese. This creates a linguistic divide, a class barrier where those who have mastered the colonial language have a significant advantage over those who have not. It perpetuates inequality, often marginalizing rural communities or those without access to elite schools where these languages are taught proficiently. Furthermore, this has had a devastating effect on the indigenous languages themselves. When a language is not used in schools, in government, or in the media, and when its speakers are made to feel ashamed of it, it begins to die. Children are not taught it, or they choose not to speak it to avoid stigma. Every 2 weeks, a language disappears from our planet, and with it, a unique way of seeing the world, a repository of history, culture, and knowledge. Many of the world's endangered languages are in regions that were formerly colonized. The policies of those colonial schools, set in motion over a century ago, are still contributing to this silent extinction. But the story doesn't end there. There is a growing movement around the world to reclaim and revitalize indigenous languages. Communities are fighting back. They are establishing language immersion schools, creating new media in their mother tongues, and lobbying for their languages to be recognized and used in official capacities. People are realizing that being multilingual is a strength, not a weakness, and that linguistic diversity is a vital part of our shared human heritage. They are working to undo the psychological damage, teaching new generations to take pride in the languages of their ancestors. It's a long and difficult journey to heal these wounds. The hierarchy created by colonial education is a stubborn one, but understanding this history is the first step. Recognizing that the prestige of certain languages and the stigma of others is not a natural phenomenon, but a constructed one, a direct result of deliberate policies of suppression. It reminds us that language is never just about words. It's about power, identity, and resistance. The battle to save and celebrate these languages is a battle for cultural survival and for a more just and equitable world. Imagine this. You've just led your country to a hard-won independence. The celebrations are over, and now the real work begins. You have to build a new nation, create a new identity, and unite a population that's been divided by colonial rule. One of the first and toughest questions you face is, what language will we speak? This wasn't a simple choice. It was a dilemma that would shape the future of entire continents. And nowhere was this more complex than in post-colonial Africa. When African nations began gaining their independence in the mid-20th century, they inherited borders that were drawn not by culture or ethnicity, but by European powers at a conference table in Berlin. These artificial lines carved up ethnic groups and lumped together communities that had never been part of the same state before. Many new nations found themselves with dozens, sometimes even hundreds, of distinct indigenous languages spoken within their borders. Think about Nigeria, for example, with over 500 languages, or Cameroon, with around 250. How do you pick just one to be the official language of government, law, and education? Choosing one indigenous language over all the others was a political minefield. Let's say you're the first president of a new country. If you pick the language of your own ethnic group, the other groups might see it as favoritism. They could feel marginalized, that their culture and identity are being treated as second. This could easily spark resentment, political instability, and even conflict. The dream of a united nation could shatter before it even truly begins. The goal was to build unity, not create new divisions. So, promoting one indigenous language above hundreds of others was often seen as too risky, a recipe for internal strife. So, what was the alternative? In a surprising twist of history, many leaders looked to the language of their former colonizers. It might seem strange, right? Why would a newly free nation choose to keep the language of the very power it just overthrew? Well, the reasoning was actually quite practical and, in their eyes, pragmatic. Colonial languages like English, French, and Portuguese had a unique advantage. They were seen as neutral. Since they weren't native to any single ethnic group within the country, adopting them as the official language wouldn't give an unfair advantage to any one group. It was a compromise, a way to level the playing field and sidestep the explosive issue of linguistic favoritism. There was another major factor. The entire infrastructure of the state was already running on the colonial language. For decades, all government administration, legal documents, parliamentary debates, and higher education had been conducted in English, French, or Portuguese. The civil servants, the judges, the teachers, the entire educated elite, who were now tasked with running the country, were fluent in this European language. To suddenly switch everything to an indigenous language, or multiple languages, would have been a logistical nightmare. It would mean translating every law, every textbook, and retraining an entire generation of professionals. It was simply easier and more efficient to keep the existing system in place. Furthermore, these colonial languages were languages of global power. They were the keys to international diplomacy, trade, and higher learning. For a new nation trying to find its footing on the world stage, being able to communicate in a major global language was a huge asset. It connected them to international organizations like the United Nations, facilitated trade agreements, and allowed their students to access universities and scientific knowledge. From around the world, in a sense, keeping the colonial language was a strategic move to avoid isolation and plug into the global network. It was a tool for modernization and development, a bridge to the outside world. And so, a pattern emerged across the continent. In former British colonies like Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda, English remained the official language. It's the language you hear in Parliament, in the high courts, and in university lecture halls. Similarly, in former French colonies like Senegal, Cape d'Ivoire, and Cameroon, French retained its official status. It's the language of government and commerce. And in Angola, Mozambique, and Cape Verde, Portuguese continued to be the language of official business. A legacy of Portuguese rule, the language of the colonial classroom, the language of the administrator, survived the fight for independence. This decision, however, wasn't without its own set of problems. While it solved the issue of internal rivalry, it created a new kind of division. It created a linguistic gap between the small, educated elite, who were fluent in the European language, and the vast majority of the population who spoke only their local, indigenous languages. This often meant that to participate fully in the nation's political or economic life, you had to master a foreign tongue, access to power, to good jobs, to justice, was often dependent on your fluency in English, French, or Portuguese. Your mother tongue, the language of your home and your heart, was often not enough. This has had a profound impact on culture and identity. Many African writers, thinkers, and activists have debated this issue for decades. The great Kenyan writer Ngugi Thiongo, for instance, famously decided to stop writing in English and start writing in his native Gi. He argued that using European languages to describe African experiences was a form of colonization of the mind, believed that true mental and cultural liberation could only come from developing and celebrating Africa's own languages. On the other hand, writers like Chinua Achebe argued that the English language could be adapted and reshaped to carry the weight of the African experience. He saw it as a tool that could be claimed and used for new, creative purposes. Today, the linguistic landscape in Africa is incredibly dynamic and complex. Many countries are grappling with how to balance the practical benefits of a global language with the cultural importance of their indigenous tongues. We see many nations adopting policies that recognize both. For example, South Africa has 11 official languages, including English and Afrikaans, alongside 9 indigenous languages. Other countries are making efforts to promote indigenous languages in schools and media, trying to elevate their status. You'll see TV shows, hear radio programs, and find newspapers in local languages, all part of a movement to reclaim and revitalize linguistic heritage. The rise of digital technology and social media is also changing the game. Young Africans are blending languages in creative new ways online, creating hybrid forms that mix English or French with their local languages. This is creating new forms of expression and identity that defy old colonial boundaries. The language debate in Africa is far from over. It's an ongoing conversation about identity, power, and what it means to be a nation. The choices made in the wake of independence continue to shape the continent today, a fascinating legacy of the struggle to define a future on one's own terms. It's a story of compromise, strategy, and the enduring power of language to both unite and divide. Imagine you're a first grader, just starting school. You're excited, maybe a little nervous. You walk into the classroom, and the teacher starts speaking in a language you've never heard before. All the books, all the lessons, everything is in this foreign tongue. How would you feel? Confused? Overwhelmed? Frustrated? This isn't a hypothetical scenario. For millions of children across Africa, it's their reality, and it's at the heart of one of the most critical debates in African education today. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're diving deep into a topic that affects the future of an entire continent. The language of learning in Africa. It's a complex issue, a tug-of-war between preserving local heritage and embracing global opportunities. On one side, there's a powerful argument for teaching children in their mother tongues. On the other, there's the undeniable pull of colonial languages like English, French, and Portuguese. So, what's the right path forward? Let's explore. The story begins with colonialism. When European powers carved up the continent, they brought their languages with them. These languages weren't just for communication. They were tools of administration, power, and prestige. English, French, and Portuguese became the languages of government, of business, and, most importantly, of education. And education in the colonial language was seen as a ticket to a better life, to social mobility, and to a place in the New World Order. This created a linguistic hierarchy where European languages were placed at the top, and indigenous African languages were devalued, often seen as vernaculars unfit for serious academic thought. This legacy didn't just disappear with independence, it's deeply embedded in the educational systems of many African nations, even today. Now, let's look at the case for mother tongue education. A growing body of research, including studies by organizations like UNESCO, shows something that feels intuitively right. Children learn best in a language they already understand. When a child is taught subjects like math or science in their mother tongue, they can focus on understanding the actual concepts, not on deciphering a foreign language at the same time. Think about it. Learning to read is hard enough. Imagine learning to read in a language where the sounds and symbols are completely new to you. Studies across the continent have shown that students in mother tongue or bilingual programs often have better reading comprehension, higher test scores, and lower dropout rates. They participate more in class. They ask more questions, and they develop a stronger foundation for all future learning. When you start your education in a language you're comfortable with, it builds confidence. It validates your identity and your culture. It sends a powerful message that your language, and by extension your heritage, is valuable. This early cognitive boost can be a game changer, setting students up for academic success down the line. It's not just about academics. It's about a child's psychological well-being and their connection to their community. But, of course, the story isn't that simple. This brings us to the other side of the debate. The global advantage of colonial languages. In our interconnected world, proficiency in a language like English or French is undeniably a massive asset. These are the languages of international business, diplomacy, science, and technology. They are the languages of the internet. For an African student aspiring to be a software engineer, a doctor working with international organizations, or an entrepreneur seeking global investment, fluency in one of these languages is not just helpful, it's often essential. Parents recognize this. Many families across Africa will push for their children to be educated in English or French, even if it means struggling in the early years. They see it as a pragmatic choice, an investment in their child's future economic prospects. They worry that focusing solely on a local language might limit their child's opportunities, trapping them in a local context when a global stage is available. So, governments and educators face a tremendous challenge. How do you reconcile these two powerful and seemingly contradictory realities? How can you create an education system that honors local identity and cognitive development, while also equipping students with the tools to compete and collaborate on a global scale? This is the core of the language dilemma. So what are the solutions being tried on the ground? Well, there's no one-size-fits-all answer, because Africa is a continent of incredible linguistic diversities, with over 2,000 languages spoken. Different countries are experimenting with different models. One popular approach is the transitional bilingual model. In this system, children begin their first few years of primary school learning entirely in their mother tongue. This allows them to build a strong foundation in literacy and numeracy. Then, around grade 3 or 4, a colonial language like English or French is introduced as a subject, and it gradually becomes the main medium of instruction in later years. The idea is to build a bridge from the known to the unknown, leveraging the mother tongue as a scaffold for learning the second language. Ethiopia is a fascinating case study. With its mother tongue first policy, instruction in the early primary grades is conducted in various local languages. The results have been promising in many areas, showing improved learning outcomes. Another model is additive bilingualism, which aims for students to become fully bilingual and biliterate fluent in both their mother tongue and a language of wider communication. South Africa, with its 11 official languages, has policies that aspire to this, though implementation has been incredibly complex and challenging. The goal is to add a language without subtracting the other. You don't have to lose your mother tongue to gain a global one. However, implementing these policies is fraught with difficulties. One of the biggest hurdles is resources. Creating high-quality textbooks, learning materials, and curricula in hundreds of different languages is a monumental task. It requires significant financial investment and political will. Then there's the challenge of teacher training. You need teachers who are not only fluent in the local language, but are also trained in the specific pedagogical techniques for teaching in that language. In many regions, teachers themselves were educated in a colonial language and may not be comfortable or equipped to teach complex subjects in their mother tongue. There's also the social and political dimension. In many countries, language is tied to ethnic identity and politics. Choosing one local language as the medium of instruction over another can be seen as favoring one ethnic group, which can create social tensions. This is why some countries have stuck with the colonial language as a seemingly neutral compromise, even though it puts all no-native speakers at a disadvantage. The prestige associated with colonial languages also persists. Many people still view them as superior or more modern, creating social pressure that undermines mother tongue initiatives. Overcoming these deep-seated attitudes is a slow and difficult process. So, where does this leave us? The debate over language in African education is far from over. But what's clear is that the old model of simply imposing a foreign language from day one is failing to many children. The future likely lies in flexible, context-specific, bilingual and multilingual approaches. It's It's about recognizing that language is not just a tool for communication. It's the lens through which we see the world. By embracing linguistic diversity and starting with the language of the child's heart, African education systems can unlock so much untapped potential. The ultimate goal is to nurture students who are firmly rooted in their own culture but also have the wings to fly in a globalized world. Students who can code in Python and also recite poetry in Yoruba or Swahili. Students who can read Shakespeare and also cherish the oral histories passed down by their elders. This isn't an either-or choice. It's about building a multilingual future where all languages are respected and every child has the chance to succeed. The path is complex, but it's a journey worth taking for the next generation of African leaders, innovators, and thinkers. What are your thoughts on this? If you're from a country that has grappled with this issue, I'd love to hear about your personal experiences in the comments below. Let's continue the conversation. Thank you so much for watching. And if you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more content. See you next time. Have you ever stopped to think about what language really is? Is it just a set of grammar rules and vocabulary words we memorize in school? Or is it something much, much deeper? In Africa, a continent of incredible diversity, language is the thread that weaves together the past, present, and future. It's not just how people talk, it's who they are. Language is identity. It's the first lullaby a mother sings to her child. The stories elders pass down by the fireside, the inside jokes shared between friends. Echlangwa from Swahili to Yoruba, from Isikosa to Amharic, carries within it a unique history, a distinct way of seeing the world. It's a worldview, a library of cultural knowledge built over generations. When you learn a language, you're not just learning words. You're stepping into a different reality, a different way of understanding relationships, nature, and even time itself. Think about it. The way a language describes colors, or family, or respect, tells you so much about the values of the people who speak it. Losing a language isn't just losing words. It's like a library burning down, with entire worlds of knowledge and perspective turning to ash. For hundreds of millions of Africans today, navigating this rich linguistic landscape is just a normal part of life. Multilingualism isn't an exception, it's the rule. Picture this. A young woman in Accra might wake up and speak GA with her family over breakfast. When she heads to the bustling Makola market to shop, she might switch to Twi to bargain with a vendor. Then, she goes to her university lecture, where the instruction is entirely in English. This is a daily reality for so many. It's a superpower, really. The ability to seamlessly move between different linguistic and cultural worlds is an incredible cognitive skill. This isn't just code switching, it's world switching. This linguistic tapestry is a huge strength. It fosters flexibility, creativity, and a deep, intuitive understanding of different cultures. It allows for vibrant artistic expression, from Nollywood films that blend English with Pidgin and local languages, to the globally celebrated music of artists like Burna Boy or Angelique Kidjo, whose lyrics are a rich fusion of their linguistic heritage. This diversity is the cultural engine of the continent. However, this complex reality wasn't born in a vacuum. It's also a direct reflection of historical forces, particularly the long shadow of colonialism. The languages spoken in boardrooms, government offices, and university halls are often not the ones spoken in the home. Why is that? To understand this, we need to step back in time, into the colonial classroom. When European powers colonized Africa, they brought more than just new borders and economic systems. They brought their languages, and with them a new system of education. The colonial school was not just a place to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic. It was a site where the very relationship between language, knowledge, and power was fundamentally rewired. Suddenly, proficiency in English, French, or Portuguese became the key to opportunity, the gatekeeper to social mobility and influence. In these schools, African languages were often discouraged, or even outright banned. Children were punished for speaking the language of their parents, the language of their identity. They were taught that their mother tongues were primitive or unofficial, unsuitable for serious academic thought or modern life. The message was clear and powerful: to be educated, to be modern. To be successful, you had to leave your own language at the school gate. you had to adopt the colonizer's tongue. This created a deep and painful divide. It separated the educated elite from the rest of the population, and it created a sense of shame around indigenous languages and the cultures they represented. Knowledge passed down through generations in oral traditions was suddenly devalued, dismissed as mere folklore, while the Western literary canon was held up as the universal standard of wisdom. This legacy continues to shape education across the continent today. The debate over the language of instruction is one of the most critical issues in African education. On one hand, using a global language like English or French can connect students to international discourse, science, and technology. It opens doors to a globalized world. On the other hand, forcing a child to learn complex subjects like physics or philosophy in a language they don't speak at home can be a massive barrier to true understanding. Studies have shown that children learn best in their mother tongue, especially in the early years. When they are taught in a language they are comfortable with, they grasp concepts more quickly, participate more confidently, and develop stronger critical thinking skills. Forcing them into a foreign language too early can lead to rote memorization instead of deep comprehension, and it can alienate them from their own cultural context. So, what is the way forward? How can Africa harness the strength of its multilingualism while dismantling the colonial structures that still linger in its educational systems? The answer is complex, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution for a continent with over 2,000 languages. But a powerful movement is underway. Educators, scholars, and policymakers are increasingly championing multilingual education models. These models don't force a choice between local and colonial languages. Instead, they embrace both. They advocate for using mother tongues as the primary language of instruction in early grades, building a strong foundation for learning. Then, as students get older, they can gradually add national and international languages to their repertoire. This additive approach celebrates linguistic diversities of a resource, not a problem. We're seeing exciting innovations happening all across the continent. In Ethiopia, there's a policy of using local languages in primary schools. In South Africa, universities are working to develop the academic vocabulary of languages like isiSulu and Sesotho, so they can be used to teach science and engineering. Digital technology is also playing a huge role. Apps are being developed to teach and preserve endangered languages. Animators are creating cartoons in local languages, making learning fun and relatable for children. Writers and publishers are creating a new wave of African literature, not just in English or French, but in a multitude of African languages, telling stories that resonate with local realities. This is about more than just pedagogy. It's an act of decolonization. It's about reclaiming the power to define what knowledge is valuable and in which language that knowledge should be expressed. It's about restoring pride and dignity to languages that were once suppressed. It's about ensuring that the next generation of African leaders, scientists, and artists are grounded in their own cultural heritage, while also being able to engage with the entire world. The journey is long, and the challenges are real. It requires political will, investments in teacher training, and the development of quality learning materials in hundreds of languages. But the goal is transformative. Imagine a future where an African child can learn about quantum physics in Yoruba, discuss political theory in Lingala, and write poetry in Wolof, all while being fluent in English or French. That's a future where language is no longer a tool of division or a marker of colonial power, but a bridge to understanding, a celebration of identity, and a key to unlocking the continent's immense human potential. The power and politics of language in Africa are not just an academic topic. They are a lived reality, a historical struggle, and a vibrant, hopeful story of reclamation and empowerment that is being written every single day, become the foundation for post-colonial education. Let's dive in. To understand why these systems were so hard to dismantle, we first have to understand what they were built for. Colonial education was never about empowering the local population in a broad sense. Its primary goal was efficiency. The colonial administrations needed a small local workforce to help run the vast territories they controlled. They needed clerks, low-level administrators, translators, and assistants. The education system was the factory that produced these workers. It was designed to create a specific type of individual. Someone literate in the colonial language, familiar with European administrative methods, and, crucially, loyal to the colonial power. The curriculum reflected this. It focused heavily on the language, history, and culture of the colonizing country. African students learned about the kings and queens of England or the rivers of France, often knowing more about European geography than their own. Their own histories, languages, and cultures were either ignored or presented as primitive and unimportant. This was a deliberate strategy. By elevating European culture and devaluing African culture, the system created a sense of inferiority. It taught students that success and modernity were linked to how well they could assimilate into the colonizers' world. The ultimate goal was to create a small elite class that was culturally disconnected from its own people but useful to the colonial state. It was a system of education, yes, but it was also a powerful tool of psychological control. So, when independence came, African leaders were faced with a dilemma. They had just one political freedom, but they inherited an educational infrastructure built on these colonial principles. They needed to run a country, build an economy, and establish a national identity. And to do that, they needed educated people. Where would they find them? The only system available to produce them was the very one left behind by the colonizers. It was a ready-made machine. It had teachers, schools, textbooks, and a structure for examinations. Starting from scratch was a monumental task that few, if any, newly independent nations had the resources or time for. They were dealing with countless other pressing issues, from building roads and hospitals to unifying diverse ethnic groups under one national banner. In this context, simply keeping the existing education system running seemed like the most practical, if not ideal, option. It was a choice born out of necessity. The immediate need for skilled personnel to run the new government bureaucracies and industries outweighed the long-term goal of creating a truly African-centered education. The system was already there, and it worked, at least in the sense that it produced graduates. And so, the colonial model, with all its inherent biases and limitations, was carried forward into the post-colonial era. Let's talk about the language of instruction. This is perhaps one of the most visible and lasting legacies of colonial education. In most former British colonies, English became the official language of government, business, and, critically, education. In former French colonies, it was French. For a new nation made up of dozens, sometimes hundreds, of different ethnic groups, each with its own language, choosing a single indigenous language as the national standard was politically explosive. Which group's language would be chosen? How would you avoid accusations of favoritism and prevent ethnic tensions from boiling over? Adopting the colonial language seemed like a neutral solution. It was a language that, in theory, belonged to no single ethnic group within the country. It provided a common tongue for a diverse population and, importantly, connected the new nation to the rest of the world for trade, diplomacy, and higher education. But this neutral choice came at a huge cost. For millions of children, school became an alienating experience. They entered a classroom where they were forced to learn in a language they didn't speak at home. Their own mother tongues were often dismissed or even punished. This created a huge barrier to learning from the very first day of school. Imagine trying to understand math or science in a foreign language. It's like having to solve two puzzles at once. You have to decipher the language and then understand the concept. This immediately put children from non-elite, rural backgrounds at a significant disadvantage. The ones who succeeded were often those who already had some exposure to the European language, usually children of the small, educated elite. So, the language of instruction didn't just affect learning. It became a powerful tool for social stratification. It created a divide between a small, Western-educated elite who could navigate the corridors of power and the vast majority of the population who were excluded. The language that was supposed to unify the nation ended up reinforcing old inequalities and creating new ones. Then there was the curriculum. As we mentioned, colonial curricula were designed to glorify the colonizer. After independence, you might expect that these would be the first things to go. And in some cases, they were. New textbooks were written that included African history, geography, and literature. There was a conscious effort to reclaim and celebrate the continent's rich heritage. This was part of a wider cultural and intellectual movement, with thinkers and writers calling for a decolonization of the mind. They argued that true freedom couldn't be achieved until Africans broke free from the mental and cultural chains of colonialism. However, changing a curriculum is more than just rewriting textbooks. The entire structure of knowledge is considered important. what is instead, and how it's taught is deeply embedded. Many African universities remained closely tied to their European counterparts. The standards for what constituted a good education were still set by Western academic institutions. To get a degree that was recognized internationally, you had to follow a curriculum that was compatible with those in London, Paris, or Lisbon. The examination systems, like the Cambridge or London GCE exams, were also a powerful force for conformity. To pass these exams, schools had to teach the prescribed syllabus, which often had little relevance to the local context. So even when there was a genuine desire to create a more African-centered education, the external pressures to conform to international standards were immense. The system had a built-in inertia. It was easier to tweak the existing model than to build a completely new one. And so, for many students, education continued to be a process of memorizing foreign facts for foreign exams, rather than developing critical thinking skills to solve local problems. This brings us to the core issue. Independence gave African nations political control, but it didn't automatically grant them educational freedom. The structures left behind were not just buildings and books. They were a way of thinking. They defined what knowledge was valuable, who was considered educated, and what path led to success. This system produced a new generation of leaders who were, in many ways, products of the colonial mindset. They were brilliant and capable, but their training had prepared them to manage a system, not to fundamentally transform it. They were more comfortable operating within the familiar European models of governance, law, and education than they were in imagining something radically new and different. The consequences of this are still being felt today. Many education systems in Africa continue to struggle with issues of relevance and quality. They are often criticized for producing graduates who lack the practical skills needed for the modern economy. There's a disconnect between what is taught in schools and the realities of life and work on the continent. The emphasis on rote learning for exams, a holdover from the colonial era, often stifles creativity and critical thinking, and the language issue remains a major challenge, contributing to high dropout rates and low learning outcomes for many children. But the story isn't all negative. Over the past few decades, there's been a growing movement across the continent to truly decolonize education. Educators, policymakers, and activists are asking tough questions. What should an African education look like in the 21st century? How can we create systems that are rooted in African cultures and values while also preparing students for a globalized world? There are exciting innovations happening everywhere. Countries are putting more emphasis on teaching in local languages. In the early years of schooling, curricula are being reformed to include more local content, indigenous knowledge systems, and skills for entrepreneurship. There's a push for new teaching methods that encourage problem solving and collaboration. The journey is long and complex, but the conversation has shifted. The goal is no longer just to provide access to education, but to provide an education that empowers, that liberates, and that is truly African. In the end, the story of education in post-colonial Africa is a powerful reminder that true independence is a process, not a single event. Lowering a flag is easy. Dismantling a system of thought that has been embedded for generations is the work of a lifetime. The political revolution of the 1960s was just the first step. The educational revolution is still unfolding today, in classrooms and universities across the continent, as a new generation fights to define its own future on its own terms. Imagine the world in the middle of the 20th century, a time of incredible upheaval, a period of breathtaking change, and nowhere was this change more profound, more dramatic, than across the vast and diverse continent of Africa. For decades, even centuries, huge swaths of the continent had been carved up, controlled, and ruled by European colonial powers. Empires that stretched from London, Paris, and Lisbon seemed unshakable. Their grip on Africa's resources, people, and destiny. But something was stirring. A new wind was blowing. The world had just emerged from the devastation of a second global war, a conflict fought in the name of freedom and self-determination. And the irony was not lost on the millions living under colonial rule. How could nations fight for freedom abroad while denying it to others? This question echoed in the hearts and minds of a new generation of Africans, a generation that was educated, organized, and unwilling to accept the status quo. Across the continent, a powerful idea began to take root and spread like wildfire. Independence, it was more than just a political slogan. It was a deep burning desire for self-respect, for dignity, for the right to shape one's own future. Suddenly, what once seemed impossible felt inevitable. The tide of history was turning. In cities and villages, from the coasts of West Africa to the highlands of the East, the momentum was building. You could feel it in the air. Protests, once small and easily suppressed, now filled the streets with thousands of determined voices chanting for freedom. New political parties were formed, led by charismatic figures who could articulate the aspirations of their people. Leaders like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, and Leopold Sedar Senghor in Senegal became symbols of this new dawn. They were not just politicians, they were visionaries, poets, and intellectuals who dared to dream of a post-colonial Africa. Generations who had known nothing but life under foreign rule began to demand something new, something that was rightfully theirs. They demanded freedom. The call was unifying and powerful. It transcended ethnic lines, language barriers, and geographical distances. The goal was clear: to dismantle the colonial structures that had dominated their lives for so long. And then, it began to happen. The first domino fell in 1957, when the British colony of the Gold Coast, under the leadership of Nkrumah, became the independent nation of Ghana. The celebration was felt across the entire continent. It was proof. It was possible. One by one, the pillars of empire began to crumble. Between the late 1950s and the 1970s, a wave of independence swept across Africa. In 1960 alone, an incredible 17 nations declared their sovereignty. It was the year of Africa. Empires that once seemed permanent, eternal even, were dissolving before the world's eyes. The map of Africa was being redrawn, not by European diplomats in a distant capital, but by Africans themselves. This was a moment of incredible euphoria, of immense pride and boundless optimism. The flags of new nations were raised for the first time, anthems were sung with passion, and the future seemed bright. But as the celebrations subsided, the morning after independence brought with it a series of profound and difficult questions. The departure of the colonial powers left a massive void. It was one thing to win freedom, but it was another thing entirely to build a nation. What happens after the empire leaves? Suddenly, this abstract question became a very real, very urgent challenge. Who will run the government? The colonial administration was gone, leaving behind institutions that were designed to serve the empire, not an independent state. New leaders had to step in, often with little experience in governing on a national scale. They had to create new constitutions, build new judiciaries, and establish new diplomatic relationships. Then there was the economy. Who will manage the economy? For decades, African economies had been structured for one primary purpose: to extract raw materials and ship them to Europe. They were not designed for self-sufficiency or local prosperity. Now these new nations had to figure out how to build industries, create jobs, and manage their own resources for the benefit of their own people. The task was monumental. Who will build the future? This question loomed large over everything. The future of these new nations rested on the shoulders of their people. They needed engineers to build roads and bridges, doctors to run hospitals, and farmers to feed the growing population. They needed a skilled workforce, an informed citizenry, and visionary leaders for generations to come. And this led to what was perhaps the most critical question of all. A question that would determine the long-term success or failure of this great historical experiment. What will happen to the education system? Under colonial rule, education was limited and strategic. It was never intended to empower the entire population. The goal was to create a small, manageable class of clerks, interpreters, and low-level administrators to help run the colonial machine. The curriculum was imported directly from Europe. African students learned about British kings and French rivers, but often learned little to nothing about their own history, their own cultures, or their own continent. The system was designed to create subjects, not citizens. So, for the leaders of these newly independent nations, transforming the education system was not just a priority, it was a revolutionary act. It was fundamental to the entire project of nation building. Education was seen as the key to unlocking the potential of their people and securing a truly independent future. It was about decolonizing the mind. The challenges were immense. First, There was the issue of access. The vast majority of people had no access to schooling at all. New governments embarked on ambitious campaigns to build thousands of new schools, from primary schools in remote villages to national universities in the capitals. The goal was universal education, a radical idea at the time. They believed that every child, regardless of their background, deserved the chance to learn. Second, there was the curriculum. What should be taught in these new schools? It was no longer acceptable to teach a curriculum that ignored African history and glorified colonial conquerors. A massive effort was undertaken to create new textbooks and new courses that reflected African perspectives, celebrated African heritage, and taught the true story of the struggle for independence. It was about instilling a sense of pride and identity in the next generation. Third, there was the question of language. Should instruction continue in the colonial language, French or Portuguese, or should schools switch to indigenous African languages? This was a complex and often heated debate. Colonial languages offered a link to the global community, but using them risked perpetuating a form of cultural dependency. Promoting indigenous languages, on the other hand, was crucial for cultural identity, but presented challenges in a continent with thousands of different languages. And finally, what was the purpose of this new education? Was it to create an elite class to run the government? Or was it to equip the entire population with practical skills for development? Many others, inspired by socialist ideals, emphasized education for some. This meant focusing on vocational training, agriculture, and technical skills that could directly contribute to economic growth and reduce dependency on foreign aid and expertise. The university, once a place for the privileged few, was reimagined as an engine of national development, a place to solve African problems with African solutions. The story of Africa in the mid-20th century is a story of breaking chains and building anew. The fight for independence was not just about political power. It was a struggle for the soul of the continent. And at the heart of that struggle was the belief in the transformative power of education. The leaders of that era understood that true freedom is not just about having your own flag and your own anthem. It's about having your own voice, your own story, and the knowledge to build your own future. The journey has been long and filled with challenges, but the foundation they laid in those early years of independence continues to shape the destiny of Africa today. Have you ever wondered why so many things in different African countries feel strangely similar? From the way government offices are run, to the language spoken in parliament, to the very structure of the school day. It's not a coincidence. It's a ghost of the past, a powerful and often invisible force shaping the present. The institutional legacy of colonialism. When we talk about the end of colonialism in Africa, we often picture triumphant scenes, flags being lowered, new ones being raised, and charismatic leaders giving powerful speeches. It's a story of political independence, of new nations being born. But the story doesn't end there. In fact, for many, that's where a new, more complex chapter began. When colonial powers packed their bags and left, they didn't just leave behind buildings and borders. They left behind entire systems. Think of it like a blueprint. They left behind the administrative blueprints for running a state, the legal blueprints for justice, the economic blueprints for trade, and crucially, the educational blueprints for shaping minds. The new, independent African governments didn't just inherit a country. They inherited a pre-installed operating system, one that was never designed for them. Let's zoom in on one of the most powerful of these inherited systems. Education. Why education? Because it's the factory that produces the future citizens, leaders, and workers of a nation. Control the education system, and you control the future. Colonial powers understood this perfectly. The schools that existed during the colonial era weren't built out of a simple desire to educate the African population. They were built with a very specific purpose: to support the colonial machine. They needed a small class of locals who could read, write, and do basic arithmetic to work as clerks, low-level administrators, and interpreters. The goal wasn't to create critical thinkers or visionary leaders. The goal was to create efficient cogs for the colonial administration. So, when independence came, what did the new leaders find? They found themselves in charge of school structures, curricula, and examination systems that were fundamentally colonial in their DNA. The curriculum often prioritized European history over African history. Children in Nairobi or Lagos might learn more about the kings and queens of England than about the great empires of Mali or Zimbabwe. Literature classes focused on Shakespeare and Dickens, while ignoring the rich oral and written traditions of their own continent. Science was taught, but often in a way that disconnected it from local environments and indigenous knowledge. Then there was the language. In many countries, the language of instruction was French, or English, or Portuguese. To succeed in school, to pass exams, to get a good job, you had to master a foreign tongue. This created an immediate barrier for the vast majority of the population and often devalued local languages, branding them as informal or uneducated. This language policy wasn't just a practical choice. It was a powerful tool of cultural assimilation. It subtly communicated that real knowledge, real power, and real progress were spoken in a European language. And what about the exams? The examination systems were often carbon copies of those in the metropole. Students in Ghana might be taking exams set and marked in Cambridge. Success was measured by how well you could replicate the knowledge and thinking style valued by the colonial power. This created an academic hierarchy where the ultimate prize was often further education in Europe, leading to a brain drain of the brightest minds who might have otherwise stayed to build their own nations. These systems were designed for dependency, not independence. They were designed to produce subjects, not citizens. They promoted a sense of inferiority, the idea that real culture, real history, and real intellect came from somewhere else. Now, you might be thinking, well, if the systems were so bad, why didn't the new governments just scrap them and start over? It's a fair question, but the reality on the ground was incredibly complex. Imagine you're the leader of a brand new nation. You're juggling 1,000 urgent priorities. Building a national identity, managing ethnic tensions, establishing diplomatic relations, and trying to kickstart a fragile economy. The colonial education system, for all its deep-seated flaws, was already there. It was a functioning, albeit problematic, infrastructure. There were buildings, there were trained teachers, however few, and there was a generation of people who understood how it worked. To dismantle it overnight and build a brand new authentically African system from scratch would have been a monumental task. It would have required vast resources that these new nations simply didn't have. It would have required a huge pool of experts in curriculum design, teacher training, and educational policy who were free from the colonial mindset. Furthermore, these inherited systems were deeply entrenched. The promise of independence was often tied to the idea of modernization, and for many, the European-style education system was seen as the very symbol of modernity and the pathway to progress. The qualifications it offered were the currency needed to participate in the global economy, an economy whose rules were still largely written by the former colonial powers. Changing the system felt like a risk. It was easier and seemed safer to simply take over the existing machine and try to steer it in a new direction. So, many governments kept the structures in place. They tried to reform them from within, a process that continues to this day. They Africanized parts of the curriculum, adding local history and literature. They tried to promote national languages, but the foundational structure, the colonial blueprint, often remained. The emphasis on rote learning over critical thinking, the high-stakes final exams, the hierarchy of languages, these ghosts lingered in the hallways of the schools. This isn't just a history lesson. This legacy has profound real-world consequences today. It helps explain the ongoing debates about language policy in many African nations. It sheds light on why some education systems struggle to foster innovation and entrepreneurship, instead rewarding memorization. It's a key factor in the disconnect that can exist between the skills taught in school and the actual needs of the local economy. The challenge of decolonizing education isn't about simply tearing down what exists. It's about a much deeper, more difficult process of reimagining. It's about asking fundamental questions. What is the purpose of education in an independent African nation? What kind of citizens do we want to create? How can we build systems that celebrate and leverage indigenous knowledge, that foster critical thinking relevant to local challenges, and that empower young people to build a future on their own terms, not based on a colonial echo? Many educators, activists, and policymakers across the continent are actively engaged in this very struggle. They are developing new curricula, pioneering teaching methods, and championing the use of African languages in education. They are working to exorcise the ghosts of the past and build an educational future that is truly African. Understanding this institutional legacy is crucial. It's not about blaming the past for all present-day problems. It's about understanding the starting point. It's recognizing that these nations did not begin with a blank slate. They began with a blueprint designed for someone else's benefit. The story of post-colonial Africa is the story of trying to redraw that blueprint, one line at a time, while living in the house that was already built. It's a slow, challenging, but vital process of transformation. Imagine this. The year is 1960. A wave of independence is sweeping across Africa. New flags are being raised, new anthems are being sung, and a powerful sense of hope and possibility fills the air. But beneath the celebrations, a monumental task looms. Decades, even centuries, of colonial rule have ended. But what comes next? How do you build a nation from scratch? This wasn't just about politics. It was about building the very fabric of society. And at the heart of that challenge was one single, powerful idea. Education. When African leaders took charge, they inherited nations rich in culture and spirit, but critically short on the human resources needed to run a modern state. Think about it. You need doctors to heal the sick, engineers to build roads and bridges, teachers to educate the next generation, and administrators to run the government. Under colonial rule, these roles were overwhelmingly held by Europeans. Africans had been systematically excluded from higher education and professional training. Suddenly, with independence, there was a massive vacuum. Entire professional classes needed to be created, not in a generation, but right now. The urgency was palpable. It was a race against time. So, where did they turn? To the classroom. Education wasn't just seen as a path to a better life for an individual. It was seen as the master key to unlocking national development, economic prosperity, and true self-determination. Leaders like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana and Julius Nyerere in Tanzania championed education as the cornerstone of their new nations. Their speeches were filled with passionate calls for learning, framing it as a patriotic duty. The slogan wasn't just freedom, it was freedom in education. This wasn't a luxury, it was a matter of national survival. And so began one of the most ambitious educational expansions in human history. Governments across the continent poured a huge portion of their national budgets into building schools. Where there were once only a handful of primary schools, now hundreds, even thousands, were being constructed in cities and remote villages alike. The sound of children's laughter and learning filled places that had only known silence or the sounds of labor. For the first time, millions of children whose parents and grandparents never had the chance to even hold a book were walking into classrooms. It was a revolutionary moment. The sight of a child in a school uniform became a powerful symbol of progress, a tangible sign that the future would be different from the past. The expansion wasn't just happening at the primary level. The need for leaders and thinkers meant to focus on higher education as well. Before independence, there were very few universities on the entire continent. Suddenly, new national universities were being established, becoming beacons of intellectual life and national pride. The University of Ibadan in Nigeria, Makerere University in Uganda, the University of Ghana. These institutions were meant to be the crucibles where the new African elite would be forged. To fill these new lecture halls, ambitious scholarship programs were launched, sending the brightest young minds to study abroad in Europe, America, and the Soviet Union, with the expectation that they would return with the skills to build their home countries. The atmosphere on these new university campuses was electric. There was a sense of mission, a feeling that you weren't just studying for a degree, you were preparing to lead a nation. Students debated politics, philosophy, and the future of Africa with an intensity born from the high stakes of the era. They were the pioneers, the first generation to receive a university education in a free Africa. The pressure was immense, but so was the optimism. They were going to be the doctors, the engineers, the economists that their country so desperately needed. Everything felt possible. But this incredible, rapid expansion came with its own set of enormous challenges. Building schools is one thing, staffing them with qualified teachers is another. There was a severe shortage of trained educators, and many new teachers were put in front of a class with minimal training. Class sizes swelled, with sometimes one teacher responsible for over 100 students. Resources were stretched thin. Textbooks, blackboards, even basic supplies like chalk and pencils were often in short supply. The dream of education was powerful, but the reality on the ground was often a struggle, and there was a deeper, more complex problem lurking within the system. In the frantic rush to expand, there was little time for reform. The quickest, most practical solution was to simply adopt and scale up the education system that the colonizers had left behind. This seemed logical at the time. The framework was already there, after all. But this meant that the curriculum, the language of instruction, and even the very philosophy of education were often inherited directly from Britain, France, or Portugal. So, you had a situation where children in Kenya were learning more about British kings and the geography of the British Isles than they were about their own nation's history or the geography of East Africa. The literature they studied was Shakespeare and Dickens, not the rich oral traditions and stories of their own people. The language of the classroom was English or French, which immediately put children who spoke indigenous languages at home at a disadvantage. This created a kind of cultural disconnect. The education system was meant to build a new, independent African identity, but it was often doing so using the tools and worldview of the former colonial powers. This wasn't an oversight. Many African intellectuals and leaders were keenly aware of this contradiction. They debated fiercely about the need to decolonize the curriculum, to create an education system that was truly African in its content and perspective. They argued for the inclusion of African history, African languages, and African arts. They wanted an education that affirmed a child's identity, rather than one that implicitly taught them that foreign knowledge was superior. But changing a curriculum is a slow, difficult process. It requires developing new textbooks, training teachers in new ways of thinking, and challenging deeply ingrained assumptions. In the face of the immediate crisis of needing to produce skilled graduates as quickly as possible, these deeper reforms often took a backseat. The priority was getting people through the system, even if the system itself was flawed. As the years went by, the consequences of this expansion without reform became clearer. The inherited system was often elitist, designed to produce a small administrative class rather than to provide practical skills for the masses. It emphasized academic subjects over vocational and technical training, which meant that many graduates had degrees but lacked the practical skills needed for the job market. This led to the problem of educated unemployment, a frustrating paradox where countries had a surplus of arts graduates, but a desperate shortage of plumbers, electricians, and agricultural technicians. The education system was creating a new elite, but it was not always meeting the diverse economic needs of the nation as a whole. Looking back at this era, it's easy to be critical. It's easy to point out the flaws, the missed opportunities, and the unintended consequences. But we have to remember the sheer scale of the challenge and the incredible sense of urgency that defined the time. The leaders and educators of the post-independence generation were pioneers, navigating uncharted territory with limited resources and immense pressure. They made difficult choices, and some of those choices had long-lasting repercussions. But their commitment to education was absolute. They laid a foundation, and despite the cracks, it was a foundation upon which future generations could build. They opened the doors of learning to millions for the first time, and in doing so, they fundamentally changed the destiny of the continent. The story of post-independence education in Africa is not a simple story of success or failure. It's a complex, inspiring, and cautionary tale about the dream of building a nation, the power of education, and the enduring challenge of creating a future that is truly one's own. Hello, and welcome back to our channel. Today, we're diving into a topic that's incredibly complex, but absolutely vital for understanding the modern world. The immense challenges of post-colonial education reform. When a nation gains independence, it's a moment of incredible hope and promise. But what happens the day after the celebrations? How do you deconstruct a system that was designed not for your people, but for the benefit of a colonial power? This is the heart of the challenge. Changing an education system isn't like flipping a switch. It's one of the most profound and intricate transformations a country can ever undertake. Think about everything involved. You need new textbooks, books that tell your own history, celebrate your own culture, and speak to your own realities. You need to train a new generation of teachers, Or perhaps, more challenging, retrain an existing generation whose entire professional formation happened under the old colonial system. This isn't just about new teaching methods. It's about shifting entire mindsets and philosophies of what education is for. Then there's the monumental question of language. Many colonial powers imposed their own language as the medium of instruction. So, after independence, a new nation faces a difficult choice. Do you revert to indigenous languages? If so, which one? Especially in a country with hundreds of diverse linguistic groups. Or do you continue with the colonial language, which might offer a path to global communication and commerce, but at the cost of cultural identity? There's no easy answer, and this decision alone can shape a nation's future for decades. And we're just scratching the surface. A new curriculum needs to be designed from the ground up. What subjects are important? What knowledge is essential for a newly freed people? How do you balance science and technology with the humanities and local traditions? Alongside this, you need new ways to assess learning. The old exam systems were often designed to filter a small elite for colonial administration. A new system needs to be created to educate and empower an entire population. This requires a massive investment in infrastructure, expertise, and of course, funding. For many newly independent nations, this is where the dream collides with a harsh reality. Most were left with severely limited resources. The colonial powers had extracted wealth for decades, leaving the new governments with struggling economies and huge development needs. Where does the money for a complete educational overhaul come from when you also need to build hospitals, roads, and a functional civil service? It becomes a painful exercise in prioritization. The human element is just as challenging. The teachers, school administrators, and university professors in place at the time of independence were products of the colonial system. They were trained in its methods, taught from its books, and often held degrees from universities modeled directly on European institutions. They were the most educated people in the country, the very experts you would need to lead the reform. But their expertise was steeped in the exact framework the nation was trying to escape. Asking them to suddenly unlearn everything and build a new system from scratch was an enormous, and often impossible, request. Furthermore, all the existing educational materials were in the colonial language. Libraries were filled with European literature and history. Science textbooks were imported. The entire intellectual infrastructure was a legacy of the colonial era. To replace all of this overnight would mean creating an entire publishing industry, translating thousands of texts, and writing countless new ones. It's a generational project, not something that can be done in a few years. The universities were another key area. They were often established as elite institutions, mirror images of Oxford, Cambridge, or they produced graduates who were disconnected from the needs and realities of the majority of their own countrymen. Reforming these institutions to serve a new national purpose, to focus on local problems and generate relevant knowledge, was a monumental task. This often met with resistance from an academic establishment that valued the prestige of the old European model. So, given these immense obstacles, a lack of funds, the colonial training of staff, the foreign language materials, and the European-style universities, what was the result? The reality is that an overnight replacement of the colonial education framework was simply unrealistic. It was an impossible dream. In many countries, the structure largely remained in place, not out of a lack of desire for change, but out of sheer necessity. The old buildings were still used. The inherited curriculum was often tweaked rather than completely The colonial language frequently remained the language of instruction, at least in higher education, because it was the only practical option. This created a situation of educational continuity, where the shadow of the colonial past stretched long into the post-colonial present. This isn't a failure of the new nations. It's a testament to the deep and lasting legacy of colonialism itself. The system was designed to be resilient and self-perpetuating. This persistence of the colonial framework has had profound consequences. It can lead to a disconnect between what is taught in schools and the daily lives of students. It can perpetuate social inequalities, where those fluent in the former colonial language have greater access to opportunities. And it can create a sense of cultural alienation, where young people learn more about European history than their own. However, the story doesn't end there. This is not just a story of persistence, but also one of resistance and innovation. Across the post-colonial world, educators, students, and policymakers have been engaged in a continuous struggle to decolonize education. They have fought to bring indigenous languages into the classroom, to write histories that center their own people, and to create universities that tackle local challenges. This process is slow, it is difficult, and it is ongoing in countries across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. You can see this happening today. There are vibrant debates about curriculum content, innovative bilingual education programs, and a growing movement to reclaim and revitalize indigenous knowledge systems. These efforts are a powerful reminder that while the colonial framework was built to last, the will of a people to define their own future is even stronger. The challenge of post-colonial education reform teaches us a powerful lesson. Achieving political independence is just the first step. True liberation involves a much deeper and more difficult struggle, decolonization of the mind, and the classroom is one of the most important battlegrounds in that fight. It's a fight that continues to this day, shaping the lives and futures of billions of people around the globe. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're diving deep into a topic that's both complex and incredibly important. The role international institutions have played in shaping education across Africa after the colonial era. When dozens of African nations gained independence in the mid-20th century, they faced a monumental task. They weren't just creating new governments. They were building entire societies, forging new national identities, and trying to chart a course for a prosperous future. And at the heart of this massive undertaking was education. Leaders across the continent, from Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana to Julius Nyerere in Tanzania, recognized that education was the most powerful tool for empowerment, economic development, and true liberation. It was the key to unlocking the potential of their people. But building an education system from scratch, or radically transforming one left behind by colonial powers, requires immense resources, expertise, and support. This is where the international community stepped in, and their involvement would have a lasting and often complicated legacy that we're still grappling with today. So, how did this international support actually work? Well, one of the biggest players on the scene was, and still is, UNESCO, the United Nations educational, scientific, and cultural organization. From its very inception, UNESCO's mission was to promote peace and development through education. As African nations joined the UN, UNESCO became a critical partner. They provided technical assistance, helped organize major conferences on educational planning, and advocated for universal primary education. Their experts helped new ministries of education develop national strategies, gather data, and set ambitious goals for literacy and school enrollment. They were instrumental in laying the conceptual groundwork for mass education on a scale that had never been seen before on the... Imagine the excitement and the sheer scale of this ambition, to provide schooling for every child, to build a literate citizenry, and to train the next generation of doctors, engineers, and leaders who would build their newly independent nations. UNESCO was a key catalyst in turning that vision into a workable plan. Of course, plans and expertise are one thing, but building schools, printing textbooks, and training teachers costs money. A lot of money. This is where another set of powerful international players came into the picture. International donors and development banks, institutions like the World Bank, along with various development agencies from countries in Europe and North America, began to channel significant funds into African education. This funding was transformative. It financed the construction of thousands of primary and secondary schools in both urban and rural areas, making education physically accessible to millions of children for the first time. It supported large-scale teacher training programs to staff these new schools, creating a new professional class of educators. And it funded curriculum development projects aimed at creating Salobian textbooks that were, at least in theory, more relevant to the newly independent nations. This influx of capital was absolutely essential. Without it, the rapid expansion of education in the post-independence decades simply would not have been possible. It was a period of incredible growth and optimism, fueled by a partnership between new African governments and the global community. However, this support came with its own set of conditions and assumptions, and this is where the story gets more complicated. The models of education being promoted and funded by these international institutions were not developed in a vacuum. They were overwhelmingly based on Western academic traditions. Think about the structure of a typical school system. The progression from primary to secondary, the specific grade levels, the subjects taught, and the emphasis on standardized examinations. This entire framework was largely a reflection of how education was organized in Europe and North America. So, as African nations adopted these models, they were also importing a specific philosophy of what education is for and how it should be delivered. The new university structures that were established often mirrored those of European institutions, sometimes even maintaining direct affiliations with universities in the former colonial powers. For example, many of the first universities in Anglophone Africa were modeled on the British system, with similar degree structures and academic departments. In Francophone Africa, the French baccalaureate system had a profound and lasting influence. This standardization was seen as a way to ensure quality and to make academic credentials internationally recognizable. Adopting these frameworks was part of the deal for receiving international aid and for being seen as a modern, developing nation on the world stage. It created a common language for educational assessment and cooperation. A high school diploma or a university degree from a country in Africa could, in theory, be understood and valued by an employer or a university in Europe. This was a powerful incentive. It helped connect African education systems to global networks of knowledge, research, and opportunity. It allowed for student exchanges, academic collaboration, and the flow of information across borders. It meant that African scholars and professionals could participate in the global academic conversation. This connection to the wider world was, and remains, a significant benefit. It prevented intellectual isolation and provided pathways for individuals to access opportunities all over the globe. But here's the central tension, the paradox at the heart of this story. While these global models helped connect Africa to the world, they also inadvertently reinforced many of the structures and mentalities inherited from the colonial era. Colonial education was never designed to empower the majority of Africans. It was designed to create a small, compliant administrative class to help run the colony. It often denigrated local languages, histories, and cultural knowledge in favor of the colonizers' culture. The new, internationally backed education systems, despite their goal of mass access, often continued this legacy in subtle ways. By prioritizing European languages as the medium of instruction, they could sideline indigenous languages. By focusing on a curriculum that was globally standardized, they sometimes failed to incorporate rich, local histories, arts, and systems of knowledge. The very definition of an educated person often remained tied to a Western ideal, sometimes creating a cultural disconnect between the educated elite and the wider population. The reliance on standardized testing, a model imported from the West, could also favor rote memorization over critical thinking and creativity. So, what we see is a dual legacy. On one hand, the involvement of institutions like UNESCO and the World Bank was absolutely crucial for the quantitative expansion of education in post-colonial Africa. Millions more children went to school than ever before. Literacy rates soared. A new generation of educated professionals was created, which was essential for self-governance. These are incredible achievements that should not be undone. On the other hand, this support helped entrench an educational model that was not always aligned with the specific cultural contexts and developmental needs of African societies. It raised fundamental questions that educators and policymakers across the continent are still debating today. How do we decolonize the curriculum? How do we balance the need for global competitiveness with the need to preserve and promote local cultures and languages? How can we create education systems that are truly African-centered, designed to solve local problems and foster holistic human development, not just to meet international benchmarks? This conversation is vibrant and ongoing. Today, a new generation of African educators, scholars, and innovators are leading the charge to redefine education on their own terms. They are developing new curricula that center African history and thought, promoting multilingual education, and exploring innovative pedagogies that blend modern techniques with traditional wisdom. They are challenging the old models and building something new, something that is both globally connected and deeply rooted in the continent's own rich heritage. The role of international institutions is also evolving, with a greater emphasis now on partnership, local ownership, and supporting African-led solutions. The story of education in Africa is a story of resilience, of adaptation, and of an unyielding belief in the power of learning to transform societies. It's a journey that began with the dream of independence and continues today in classrooms and universities. Across the continent, Have you ever felt that intense pressure? That stomach-churning anxiety before a big exam? The feeling that your entire future hinges on a single test? Well, what if I told you that this high-stakes exam culture, so prevalent in many parts of the world, has deep historical roots stretching back to the colonial era? It's a system that promised opportunity but also shaped minds in very specific and sometimes limiting ways. Today, we're going to unpack the enduring legacy of colonial examination culture, exploring how it defined success, created pathways, and sparked a debate about the very purpose of education that continues to this day. This isn't just a history lesson, it's a look into the DNA of the educational systems that many of us grew up in. So, let's dive in and understand why exams became so powerful. The story begins with the establishment of colonial education systems. When European powers set up schools in their colonies across Asia, Africa, and other parts of the world, they weren't just teaching reading and writing. They were building a new social and administrative order. A key part of this order was creating a local workforce: clerks, low-level administrators, and professionals who could help run the vast machinery of the empire. But how do you select the most suitable candidates from a massive population? The answer was simple, efficient, and seemingly objective: the standardized examination. Suddenly, success in school was no longer just about learning, it was about passing a test. These exams became the ultimate gatekeepers. They were the key that could unlock doors to a different life, a life of prestige and stability. Think about the immense power these tests held. Passing them could mean securing a coveted scholarship to study further, often in the colonizing country itself. It could mean gaining admission to the few prestigious universities that were established. Most importantly, it was the primary route into government service. A government job was the holy grail. It offered a steady income, social status, and a level of security that was unimaginable for most. Professional careers in fields like law and medicine were also fenced off by these examination hurdles. In a society with limited opportunities, the exam became the single most important event in a young person's life. It created a clear, linear path to upward mobility. For many, it was the only path. This system appeared fair on the surface. It was a meritocracy, or so it seemed. Anyone, regardless of their family background, could theoretically succeed if they were smart enough and worked hard enough to pass the exam. This promise of merit-based success was incredibly appealing and helped embed the examination system deep into the social fabric. This created what we can call academic pathways. A child's educational journey was mapped out from a very early age, all leading towards these crucial exams. The curriculum, the teaching methods, everything was geared towards one goal: exam success. You didn't study history to understand the past. You studied it to answer the likely questions on the history paper. You didn't learn science to appreciate the wonders of the natural world. You learned it to solve the problems in the exam booklet. This structure provided a sense of clarity and purpose. Parents knew what their children needed to do to succeed, and students had a clear target to aim for. The system produced a steady stream of individuals with the specific knowledge required for administrative roles. They were literate, numerate, and familiar with the rules and procedures of the colonial government. From the perspective of the colonial administration, the system was a resounding success. It was an efficient factory for producing the human resources it needed. However, this laser focus on exams came at a significant cost. It fundamentally changed the nature of learning itself. When the goal is simply to pass a test, education risks becoming a game of memorization and repetition. The system didn't reward deep understanding or intellectual curiosity. It rewarded the ability to recall vast amounts of information under pressure. Students spent countless hours cramming facts, dates, and formulas. Rote learning became the dominant pedagogy. Teachers, whose own performance was often judged by their students' pass rates, had little incentive to encourage discussion, debate, or creative exploration. Their job was to drill information into students' heads and teach them the tricks and techniques for acing the exam. The perfect student in this system was not necessarily the most intelligent or imaginative, but the one with the best memory and the most disciplined study habits. This emphasis on recall over comprehension had a profound impact on generations of students. The skills that were celebrated, memorization and speedy replication of information, were not the same skills needed for innovation, problem solving, or leadership. As time went on, critics began to voice their concerns. Educators, intellectuals, and nationalist leaders started to question the long-term effects of this exam factory model. They argued that it was producing a class of educated individuals who were great at following instructions, but poor at thinking for themselves. The system, they claimed, was stifling creativity. How could you learn to think outside the box when your entire education was about staying within the lines drawn by the exam syllabus? It discouraged critical thinking. Students were taught to accept information as given, not to question it, analyze it, or form their own informed opinions. The fear was that colonialism wasn't just controlling territory, it was colonizing the mind, creating subjects who were technically proficient but intellectually submissive. The debate grew louder, especially as independence movements gained momentum. For many anti-colonial thinkers, reforming education was just as important as achieving political freedom. They envisioned a new educational system for their independent nations, one that would foster national pride, encourage innovation, and produce citizens who could think critically about the challenges facing their new countries. They wanted to move away from an education designed to serve a foreign power and create one that would serve the people. The goal was to dismantle the colonial exam-centric model and replace it with something more holistic, more creative, and more liberating. It was a noble vision, a dream of an educational renaissance that would finally unshackle the minds of the formerly colonized. But turning this vision into reality proved to be incredibly difficult. Decades after independence, in many former colonies, the examination system remained stubbornly in place. Why? Because it had become so much more than just a school policy. It was deeply woven into the social, economic, and political structures of these new nations. For one, the system had created its own powerful stakeholders. A massive industry had grown up around it. Coaching centers, private tutors, and publishers of guidebooks and practice papers. These businesses had a vested interest in maintaining the status quo. Furthermore, for millions of parents and students, the exam system, for all its flaws, still represented the most transparent and objective path to success. In societies where nepotism and corruption could be rampant, an anonymous, standardized test seemed like the fairest way to distribute limited opportunities. The idea of merit was powerful. Removing the exam system felt like removing the only ladder available to the common person. Attempts at reform were often met with fierce resistance. When governments tried to introduce more holistic assessments or reduce the weight of final exams, parents often protested, fearing their children would be disadvantaged. They trusted the old, familiar system of high-stakes testing more than any new, unproven alternative. The system had become a cultural institution. The pressure to succeed in exams was passed down from generation to generation. It shaped family dynamics, childhood experiences, and national conversations about education. The legacy of colonial examination culture is therefore a complex one. It's a story of opportunity and limitation, of meritocracy and conformity. It created pathways to social mobility for some, while simultaneously narrowing the definition of what it means to be educated for all. It was a tool of empire that, long after the empire fell, continued to shape the futures of millions. Today, the debate continues. Educators and policymakers around the world are still grappling with these questions. How do we assess learning in a way that is fair, but also encourages creativity and critical thinking? How can we move beyond a purely exam-driven culture to foster a genuine love of learning? These are not easy questions to answer, and they show just how enduring the legacy of this colonial era system truly is. The anxieties you might feel about your exams are echoes of a history that began over a century ago. History that continues to shape our present and our future. Understanding this legacy is the first step toward reimagining what education can and should be. Have you ever wondered what happens to a country's education system after it gains independence? It's a fascinating question, and today, we're diving deep into the story of African higher education after the colonial era. It's a story of hope, identity, and a long, complicated struggle to define what it means to be educated in a newly free nation. So, picture this. The mid-20th century, across Africa, one nation after another is breaking free from colonial rule. Independence is in the air, and with it comes an incredible wave of optimism and ambition. A new flag, a new anthem, and for many, a new university. these institutions weren't just buildings. They were powerful symbols. For newly independent African countries, founding a national university was like planting a flag on the intellectual landscape. It was a declaration to the world. We are here, we are sovereign, and we are building our own future. The investment was massive. Governments poured resources into creating these centers of learning. Why? Because they were seen as the engine rooms of progress. These universities were tasked with a monumental job to train the first generation of homegrown doctors, engineers, lawyers, teachers, and civil servants. These were the professionals who would take the reins from the departing colonial administrators and build modern, functional states from the ground up. The university was the crucible where the future leadership of the nation would be forged. It was a place of immense national pride and incredible expectation. But here's where things get complex. While the spirit was one of independence, the structure was often a mirror of the old colonial powers. Think about it. Who were the first professors? Where did the initial curriculum come from? Most of the first universities in post-colonial Africa adopted European academic models, almost like a blueprint. This meant lecture-based teaching, where a professor stands at the front and delivers knowledge to rows of students. It meant organizing knowledge into familiar departments: history, English, physics, and so on. The research frameworks, the very idea of what constituted valid academic inquiry, were also imported. Even something as simple as the academic calendar, with its long summer breaks, often mirrored the schedules of universities in London or Paris, not the agricultural or cultural cycles of the African continent. This wasn't necessarily a malicious choice. In the rush to build functional institutions, it was often easier and quicker to adopt a pre-existing, proven model. The goal was to get these universities up and running, and the European model was the one everyone was familiar with. The result, however, was a strange paradox. In many ways, these brand new universities, these symbols of freedom, were extending the colonial educational tradition right into the post-colonial era. The languages of instruction were almost always English, French, or Portuguese, the languages of the former colonizers. The literature studied was often Shakespeare and Molière, not Wolsoinka or Chinua Achebe, at least not at first. The history taught often centered on Europe, with Africa's own rich and complex past relegated to the margins. It was a colonial era education, just with a new flag flying outside. But universities are never just places of instruction. They are also places of critical thought. And it was within the walls of these very institutions that the seeds of a second wave of independence and intellectual independence began to grow. The students and scholars who filled these lecture halls were the brightest minds of their generation. They had lived through the transition to independence, and they were keenly aware of the contradictions around them. They started to look critically at the education they were receiving. They began to ask powerful, difficult questions. Questions that challenged the very foundation of the system. Whose knowledge are we actually learning here? Is a European philosophical tradition the only one that matters? Whose history is being taught as world history? Why is our own pre-colonial history so often overlooked or dismissed? And perhaps one of the most significant questions: whose languages are we forced to use? Why do we have to master a foreign language to be considered educated while our own mother tongues are deemed unsuitable for academic discourse? These weren't just academic debates. They were deeply political and personal. They were about identity, about culture, and about power. Students organized, scholars published groundbreaking critiques. The university, which had been designed partly on a colonial model, ironically became the most fertile ground for decolonization of the mind. It became a vibrant space of intellectual debate, where the very purpose and content of education were being contested and These conversations were not easy, and they didn't lead to overnight change. The influence of the European model was, and in many places still is, deeply entrenched. But these debates were crucial. They forced a reckoning. They sparked movements to Africanize the curriculum, to center African history, to promote African languages, and to develop new theories and research methods grounded in African realities. Over time, these passionate debates from within the university slowly but surely began to shape the broader national conversations about educational reform. The transformation was slow, it was uneven, but it was happening. The story of African higher education is a powerful reminder that true independence isn't just about changing flags. It's about the ongoing, challenging, but vital work of reclaiming and redefining one's own story. Have you ever stopped to think about what education is truly for? Is it just about learning facts and figures, or does it go deeper? Does it shape how we see the world, and more importantly, how we see ourselves? Today, we're diving into a powerful and complex conversation that's been happening across the African continent for decades, the decolonization of education. To understand this debate, we have to travel back in time. When European powers colonized Africa, they didn't just bring soldiers and administrators, they brought their own systems of education. These schools weren't designed to empower African societies. Instead, their primary goal was to create a class of clerks, interpreters, and low-level officials who could help run the colonial machine. The curriculum was centered entirely on Europe. African students learned about British kings and French rivers, but little to nothing about their own rich histories, cultures, and scientific achievements. Imagine being a child in Lagos or Nairobi during that time. You'd be reading Shakespeare and Moliere, studying European geography, and learning a history that presented your own ancestors as primitive people waiting to be civilized. This educational model sent a clear, though often unspoken, message to that European knowledge was superior, and African knowledge was secondary, if it was even considered knowledge at all. The entire system was built on a foundation of cultural and intellectual hierarchy. It taught students to value what was foreign and to value what was local. Then came the wave of independence movements. In the mid-20th century, across the continent, nations were reborn, full of hope and a desire to forge their own destinies. You would think that one of the first things to change would be the education system, right? Well, it wasn't that simple. While flags and governments changed, many of the colonial-era educational structures remained stubbornly in place. This is what we call neo-colonialism, the continuation of colonial influence through indirect means. And education was a key battleground. Newly independent universities and schools often continued to use curricula designed in London, Paris, or Lisbon. The textbooks were often the same. The examination systems were modeled on European ones, and many of the professors were still expatriates. This created a strange paradox. A student could earn a degree in literature from a university in Africa, yet have studied more European classics than works by African authors. Think about that for a moment. African literature, when it was taught, was often presented as an elective or a special topic, while European literature was the standard or the canon. The same struggle was happening in other fields. In philosophy departments, Plato, Kant, and Descartes were the core of the curriculum. The deep and diverse philosophical traditions from across Africa, like the concepts of the ethical teachings of ancient Egypt, or the political philosophy of the Akam people, were often dismissed as ethno-philosophy or folklore, not serious academic thought. It was a struggle just to get African philosophy recognized as a legitimate discipline worthy of study on its own terms. History was perhaps the most contentious area. Colonial history had painted a picture of Africa as a continent without history before the arrival of Europeans. It was a narrative of darkness and stagnation. Post-independence historians fought to correct this. They began to uncover the glorious histories of empires like Mali, Ghana, and Great Zimbabwe, to document sophisticated pre-colonial trade networks, and to tell the stories of resistance against colonial rule from an African perspective. However, getting these new, empowering narratives into the official school curricula was an uphill battle against established interests and old mindsets. The colonial perspective was deeply entrenched. This is where the call to decolonize education really gained momentum. It wasn't just about adding a few African authors or historical figures to the existing curriculum. It was a call for a fundamental rethinking of knowledge itself. Scholars like Ngujwa Thango from Kenya became powerful voices in this movement. He famously decided to stop writing his novels in English and instead write in his native Geek. His argument was powerful. Using a colonial language to tell an African story inherently traps you within a colonial mindset. Language, he argued, is a carrier of culture. And to truly decolonize the mind, you must first decolonize the language of instruction and thought. The decolonization movement argues that education in Africa should be centered on the African experience. This means placing African histories, languages, arts, and philosophies at the core of the curriculum, not on the periphery. It's about empowering students with a sense of pride in their heritage and giving them the tools to solve the problems facing their own communities. It's a call to look inward, to to reclaim and celebrate indigenous knowledge systems that were suppressed for so long. For example, traditional agricultural practices, local medicine, and indigenous architectural techniques all represent sophisticated bodies of knowledge that have been overlooked by Western-centric science. Decolonization advocates for integrating this knowledge into formal education. However, this movement is not without its critics, and this is where the debate becomes truly fascinating. Not everyone agrees on what decolonizing should look like. Some scholars and policymakers express concern that an overemphasis on decolonization could lead to a kind of intellectual isolationism. They argue that in our increasingly globalized world, it's essential for students to engage with global knowledge systems. Science, technology, and medicine are global conversations, and cutting students off from them would be a disservice. They believe the goal should be to create a balanced curriculum that integrates African perspectives, while still connecting students to the wider world of knowledge. The debate, then, is not simply African knowledge versus European knowledge. It's more nuanced. How do we create an education system that is both authentically African and globally competent? How do we reclaim and validate indigenous knowledge without rejecting the valuable contributions of other cultures? Where's the line between cultural pride and intellectual isolation? These are not easy questions, and there are no simple answers. Today, this conversation is more alive than ever. From the #Rhodes-must-fall protests in South Africa, which demanded the removal of colonial symbols and a transformation of the curriculum, to ongoing academic conferences and policy debates across the continent, the push to decolonize education continues to shape the future of Africa. It's a journey of rediscovery, of questioning, and of reimagining. It's about ensuring that the next generation of African leaders, thinkers, and innovators are equipped with an education that not only informs their minds, but also affirms their souls. The goal is to create a system where an African child can learn about the pyramids of Giza with the same pride and academic rigor as they learn about the Pythagorean theorem, seeing both as part of their shared human heritage, but with their own story placed firmly at the center. Picture a classroom, rows of desks, a teacher at the front, students taking notes. Now, where in the world is this classroom? It could be anywhere, right? But what if I told you that for many African nations, this very structure is a direct legacy of a colonial past? More than half a century after independence, the ghost of the colonial education system still walks the halls of many African schools. But this isn't a story about stagnation. It's a story of evolution, struggle, and the passionate quest for an education that is truly African. So, let's explore how a system designed for colonial control is being reshaped from within, and ask the big question: can it ever truly break free? When colonial powers drew lines on the map of Africa, they also drew the blueprints for its schools. The goal wasn't to empower local populations, but to create a small, manageable class of administrators, clerks, and low-level officials to help run the colonies. The curriculum was imported, often teaching African children more about European history and geography than their own. The languages of instruction were English, French, or Portuguese, creating a linguistic hierarchy that often devalued indigenous languages. Success was measured by standardized exams, designed to sift and sort students, funneling only a select few to the top. It was a system built for efficiency and control, not for fostering critical thinking or cultural pride. So when independence finally came, a wave of celebration and hope swept across the continent. New flags were raised, new anthems were sung, but in the classrooms, things looked surprisingly familiar. The structured rows of desks remained. Standardized exams continued to be the ultimate gatekeepers to opportunity, and the colonial languages, now deeply embedded in government and commerce, stayed as the primary languages of learning. Why? Well, the reasons are complex. Newly independent nations faced enormous challenges. Building infrastructure, establishing political stability, and growing an economy were urgent priorities. Dismantling and completely rebuilding an entire education system from scratch seemed like a monumental, if not impossible, task. The existing framework was what everyone knew. It was the system the new leaders themselves had come through. Plus, these colonial languages had become a kind of lingua franca, a way for diverse ethnic groups within these new national borders to communicate. So, for the sake of practicality and unity, the old system was largely kept in place. but with a new, ambitious goal: education for all. This led to a massive expansion of schooling. Enrollment numbers skyrocketed as education was seen as the key to national development and individual progress. More schools were built, more teachers were trained, and millions of children entered a classroom for the very first time. This was a monumental achievement. However, simply expanding the old system also magnified its problems. Curriculums were often still disconnected from local realities. Rote memorization was prioritized and the intense focus on passing exams created a high-pressure environment where failure could mean the end of one's educational journey. The colonial structure, designed for a select few, was now straining under the weight of educating the masses, and cracks began to show. But this is where the story of evolution truly begins. It starts not in the halls of power, but in the classrooms themselves. African educators, faced with overcrowded rooms and limited resources, began to adapt. They started weaving local stories and proverbs into their lessons, finding clever ways to make the foreign curriculum relevant to their students' lives. They used familiar examples from the village or the city to explain complex scientific concepts. They became innovators out of necessity, subtly subverting the rigid system to better serve their students. They were the first wave of change, quiet but incredibly powerful. Then came the scholars and intellectuals. Across the continent, thinkers like Ngujua, Thiongo, and Kenya began to publicly challenge the very foundations of the system. In his powerful book, Decolonizing the Mind, Nguj argued that continuing to teach in colonial languages was a form of mental colonization. He advocated for a return to African languages as the basis of literature, culture, and learning. This sparked a continent-wide debate. Should education preserve indigenous cultures or prepare students for a globalized world? These weren't just academic questions. They were fundamental questions about identity and the future of the continent. Scholars began the painstaking work of rewriting history books from an African perspective, creating new literature, and developing pedagogical theories rooted in African philosophies. They gave the quiet adaptations of teachers an intellectual backbone and a powerful voice. And then, there are the students. The current generation of young Africans is more connected, more informed, and more vocal than ever before. They are looking at a system that often fails to prepare them for the modern job market. They see a disconnect between the subjects they are forced to memorize and the skills they actually need to innovate, to create, to solve the pressing problems in their communities. They are questioning why they learn so little about their own pre-colonial history, art, and scientific achievements. Through student movements, social media campaigns, and campus debates, they are demanding an education that is relevant, practical, and empowering. They are not just passive recipients of knowledge anymore. They are active agents, demanding change. This powerful combination of adaptation from educators, challenges from scholars, and questions from students has fueled the rise of exciting reform movements across the continent. We're seeing a blossoming of alternative models. In some regions, there's a push for mother tongue education in the early years, recognizing that children learn best in a language they understand. This is a direct challenge to the dominance of colonial languages. We're also seeing the rise of Afrocentric schools, which place African history, values, and knowledge systems at the very core of their curriculum. These schools aim to cultivate a strong sense of identity and pride. Other reforms are focused on skills for the 21st century. Instead of just rote learning, they emphasize critical thinking, creativity, and entrepreneurship. They are integrating technology, promoting project-based learning, and trying to bridge the gap between the classroom and the workplace. From coding boot camps in Lagos to agricultural training programs in rural Rwanda, innovation is happening everywhere. These movements are diverse and often localized, but they share a common goal: to create an education system that serves Africa's future, not its colonial past. This brings us back to our central question. Can this inherited system truly evolve into something new, or does it need to be completely dismantled and rebuilt? Perhaps the answer isn't one or the other. Perhaps the future lies in a hybrid approach. It's about taking the elements that work, like the drive for universal access, and fusing them with new ideas rooted in African identity and focused on future-ready skills. It's about decolonizing the curriculum, not by rejecting the outside world, but by centering the African experience within a global context. The evolution is not a single event, but a continuous process. It's messy, it's challenging, and it's happening right now. The classroom in Africa may still look familiar on the surface, but inside, a quiet revolution is underway, led by the very people the system was meant to control. The future of African education is being written today, in countless classrooms, by teachers, scholars, and students who believe in a brighter, more authentic future for the continent. Thank you so much for watching. What are your thoughts on the future of education in Africa? Let me know in the comments below. And if you found this topic interesting, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more deep dives into culture and history. See you next time. 4 generations, African students have sat in classrooms designed during colonial rule. Imagine this. You're a child, full of curiosity, ready to learn about the world. But the world you learn about isn't your own. You're taught the history of distant kings and queens, memorizing dates and battles that have no connection to your home, your heritage, or your people. The very language used to teach you, the language of opportunity, is a foreign tongue, one that separates you from the wisdom of your elders and the stories passed down through generations. The exams you sweat over, the ones that decide your future, aren't built to measure your understanding of your own context, but to see how well you fit into a system designed for another world, another time. This was the reality for millions. Education wasn't a tool for empowerment. It was a tool for administration. Its purpose was to create clerks, translators, and low-level officials to serve the colonial machine. It was designed to replace local knowledge with foreign doctrine, to tell a single story of progress where Africa was merely a passive recipient, not an active creator. The curriculum often ignored, or even belittled, the continent's rich history of science, mathematics, philosophy, and art. The great empires of Mali and Songhai, the architectural marvels of Great Zimbabwe, the intricate astronomical knowledge of the Dogon Palal, were footnotes, if mentioned at all. Yet despite all this, Africa endured. The spirit of the continent, its resilience, its unyielding desire for self-determination could not be erased by textbooks or chalkboards. Across the continent, a quiet revolution has been brewing. It's a revolution not of guns and flags, but of minds and ideas. The question now is not whether the system was colonial weak no eat. The real question is, what will Africa build in its place? This isn't about simply tearing down the old. It's about a thoughtful, deliberate process of decolonizing and rebuilding. It's about asking fundamental questions. What does an truly African education look like? How can it honor the past while preparing children for a globalized future? The answer is happening right now in classrooms from Cape Town to Cairo. We're seeing a push for curricula that celebrate indigenous knowledge systems alongside modern science. Imagine a botany class that starts not with a textbook diagram, but with a local elder explaining the medicinal properties of plants in the nearby forest. Imagine a history lesson that brings the epic of Sundiata Kata to life with the same passion reserved for Shakespeare. This transformation is also about language. There's a growing movement to give mother tongues their rightful place in early education, recognizing that children learn best in the language they think and dream in. This doesn't mean abandoning English or French, but creating a multilingual environment where African languages are seen as assets, not obstacles. Technology is a huge part of this new chapter. With increasing internet access, African educators and innovators are creating digital learning platforms tailored to local needs. They're connecting students in rural villages with world-class resources, leapfrogging the infrastructural challenges of the past. These aren't just tools, they're bridges to a new kind of learning, one that is collaborative, creative, and uniquely African. But the most important shift is one of mindset. It's about instilling a sense of pride, ownership, and agency in young Africans. It's about teaching them to be critical thinkers, problem solvers, and innovators who can tackle the continent's challenges, from climate change to economic development. It's about empowering them to write their own stories. The future of Africa, its economic prosperity, its cultural renaissance, its place on the world stage, will not be decided in boardrooms or parliaments alone. It'll be written in the classrooms of tomorrow. It will be shaped by the questions a young girl in Nairobi asks her science teacher, by the code a boy in Lagos writes for his first app, And by the history a student in Accra rediscovers about her own ancestors, the colonial classroom was designed to create subjects. The future African classroom is being built to nurture citizens of the world, rooted in their identity and ready to lead. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more stories about the incredible transformations happening across the continent. Share this video if you believe in the power of education to shape the future. See you in the next one. Every morning, millions